We're live. What's going on? What's up, everybody? A little late. Okay, we get it. About, 35 minutes late. I gotta respond in the Matrix and everything like that before I get on. So, lots of developments really these last 2 days, but primarily today, after Israel was hit with a ton of missiles like 2 days ago, the last time I went live. Now we're seeing that an F-15 fighter jet has been shot down. I'm seeing reports now from Ryad Navarum, who has been very accurate on X, by the way. You should give him a follow, that an F-16 has joined in on that conversation. I don't know. I'm going to have to get the confirmation from my brother. He's been live all day, I think since like 4 or 5 a.m., which is just crazy. So, yeah, we are going to get into some developments. Many of you may have been watching my brother all day anyway, so I apologize if any of this is redundant. But if you're new or you just started watching a couple hours ago, this will probably be a nice recap for you guys. But what's going on, everybody? Hopefully it's been a good day for you. It's Friday. What better day to go live than a Friday where I don't have to worry about getting up the next day or anything like that? However, I think it's going to be more of a short-lived stream because my brother went through most of it.
Link is getting spammed in the chat. Let's get back to this.
But now you're slower and low.
I just turned his live on. So I'll call him on Discord and we'll run through everything. But check out my latest video with Sneeko. And I had another video where I reacted to, of course I did this live, I didn't do it late, but I had another video where I reacted live to Trump's address when my brother was sleeping, and I did a whole crazy monologue about that. And so if you go watch that, I think it'll give you a nice foundation of information in regards to how we kind of got here in 2026 to going into a full-fledged war with Iran, starting this conflict, how it's birthed, how it's come about. And if you watch pretty much the whole monologue, I think the video has a bulk of it, but if you watch the whole live, it'll give you a really nice grounding as to why we're at war, why it's a bad idea. I mean, I explained everything top to bottom, long and short of it. So I went off, I ranted, it was a little bit passionate, but go give it a watch. That's going to be my most recent video where it says, hey, Sneeko with the 5 gifted. Thank you, bro. Shout out to Sneeko, W Sneeko. We love Sneeko. I love Sneeko, man. Shout out to Sneeko, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it. Look, we can jump on later if you don't mind, man, if you want to go over some of these things that have been happening. But there hasn't been much that has changed since me and you have spoke, so we kind of went into everything. I sound better, do I? Bro, I am like, it's been a brutal few days, bro. I sound like this. I'm so congested. So I just came back from the gym, my first workout since. Hence the workout attire. I just housed like some chicken parm, like housed it. I swallowed it so I can get on with my brother. Pause. Because I know he's tired, so I want to try to get him on quick. So I'm calling him now. Go hit his chat and let him know that I'm calling him. He may not be getting the notification, but W Sneeko. We love Sneeko. Love Sneeko. Are you live right now, Sneeko? I don't think you are, right? Sneeko. Is he live? No, he's not. Yeah, W Sneeko, go check Sneeko out if you haven't already. I'm sure many of you. I think we have a very heavy overlapping audience, and so everybody that watches me definitely watches Sneeko and vice versa. So, not like anybody's unaware of Sneeko, of course, but make sure you subscribe if you have not already. Sneeko's always pushing out W content. Hey, thank you so much, Tears and Pistols. Showing love, 07 Ryad. God bless you, my friend. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Hey, no Sneeko hate. No Sneeko hate, guys. I love Sneeko. No Sneeko hate, okay? He's proud that he's Muslim. How can you blame him for that? So am I, okay? He takes to Twitter. He does his thing. We love Sneeko. I will not stand for Sneeko hate, okay? No Sneeko hate around here. That's my nigga. That's my nigga Sneeko, bro. All right, I'm calling my brother. Can you guys hit his chat? I'm going to call him again. I feel bad because he's been live all day. He's been getting cooked, so. But yeah, let me call him. Crazy news. Let's see. Come on, Myron. Where you at? See, this is how you know I was at the gym. Putting in pain. Hit some legs. Okay.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
All right, he's probably locked in. I'm in the Discord queue waiting, so just hit his chat, let him know. No rush, though. Colin Smith says, hey, brother, try to DM on Insta, but my best friend is getting deployed. Not allowed to tell me where, but he said he could hit Iran with a rock. That's how close he is. Said it was supposed to be a Kush deployment, but not now. Wow, man. That is terrible, man. That is horrible. Prayers for your boy, bro. Prayers for your boy. It is very disheartening to know that U.S. soldiers are probably going to hit the ground in Iran any moment now. We're approaching the weekend, and so this was the prediction across the entire spectrum. Everybody kind of anticipated that the war would start today, or tomorrow rather, or even Sunday, and so your boy may hit the ground running in a moment, which is just incredibly disheartening to hear. So we pray for him. We hope that he doesn't have to deploy. We hope that he's not involved in direct combat, although that seems like it's likely at this point from what you're telling me. Thank you for the super chat, Colin. Yeah, my regards, thoughts, regards, and prayers. Thanks to Mr. Trump. You know, we've got U.S. personnel that are going to be dying for the sake of Israel. So while we're waiting for my brother, I guess I'll get into some of these developments with you guys. So let's start from the very top here. I got a lot of this bookmarked on X, and so that I can give you guys a nice little overview of what's happened in the last 24, really 48, although many of you are aware. We'll look at it together. And I want to react to Joe Rogan talking to Theo Von. Theo Von's on the money. Theo Von's hitting the nail on the head. You know, he's obviously not super educated on the topic. He doesn't know a whole bunch about what's going on in the Middle East, but he knows enough. And from what he knows, he takes it far. And he's been making strides with not only what he knows, but making the masses aware. If you don't know, Theo Von is a comedian, but he has a very normal audience, people who are normies, not politically involved. And so he's been making people a little bit more privy to the situation as to what's going on in the Middle East currently. And you got to just give him a shout out for it. We love Theo Von for that, because his voice and voices like his actually carry so much more weight. For him to carry the torch in a cause like this is huge, because no one from his audience is really paying attention to world conflict, world affairs, Israel, Iran, whatever have you. So shout out to Theo Von. He was going over the whole situation with Joe Rogan, and Rogan was like shutting that shit down. Rogan was getting real. Joe Rogan was getting very nervous. And so it sucks, right? What are you going to do? Okay, got more chats before we go into the news on X. Okay, Dopamine Music, Ryad, read this in silent. Okay, I don't agree with that. Jose Montalongo says, I understand why you said watch this. People with a 10-foot pole here in Central CT. Wallingford is full of crazy people. Meriden. Bro, Connecticut is ass unless you're in Fairfield County. It's that simple, okay? Connecticut is peak New England. You've got Maine, you've got New Hampshire, but Connecticut is perfect because it has a nice blend of an urban lifestyle, but you can also get that country life as well. We've got big patches of land, acres of land, farms, even here in Fairfield County. I'm just going to say where I live. Many of you maybe already know, but where I'm at in Southern Connecticut. So, yeah, Connecticut is peak, and don't ever go past New Haven. There's nothing past New Haven, okay? Don't ever go past New Haven. Don't exit Fairfield County. This is the best county in the East Coast, I think. Hey, Tears and Pistol, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Tears and Pistols. Everybody who got a membership from him, give him a thanks and an 07 in the chat. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, Central CT sucks, bro. I will never shy away from mentioning that. No doubt. we anti-860 over here, okay? Although I'm from there, that's where I was originally born, bro. I denounce it, okay? I denounce it. I withdraw any affiliation from that part of Connecticut. If you know, you know. All right. Sorry. Little yap. Man, I gotta breathe, man. Been mouth breathing all day. All right. So take a look at this. I'll pull it up here. Sorry, guys. I have my phone ready just in case Mr. Gaines gives me a ring. Oof. So this is Axios. I like Axios. Yeah, I'm really Myron's brother. I'm really Myron's brother. I'll start again. I've done this like 5 times. At this point, there's no excuse. I'm just a retard. Okay. I'll make my screen small so you guys could read with me if you have not seen this already. I reiterated in the beginning before I read this, I know many of you have already seen this news. I know many of you have heard about it, but I know there may be some people who have not been paying attention, and so I want to make sure you're aware of the entire situation top to bottom. I'll frame everything that's happened that's really important in the last 24 hours, and then we'll go over everything else in between. So just bear with me if you've heard this before, but this is out of Axios, and it reads, one of 2 crew members of a U.S. fighter jet that was shot down over Iran was located and rescued by U.S. Special Forces, and the search for the second is ongoing. An Israeli official and a second source with knowledge of the situation told Axios. We'll skip on here. It says the 2 crew members of the F-15 fighter jet ejected safely after being struck from Iranian fire, the sources said. U.S. Special Forces located one of the crew members and rescued him alive on Iranian territory. An Israeli official said Israel canceled planned strikes on Iran so as not to hamper the search and rescue efforts. Israel is helping the U.S. with intelligence in order to locate the other crew member, the Israeli official said. Iranian media was first to report this, of course. State TV told Iranians that anyone who located the U.S. troops would be rewarded by the government. Yeah, that's not what you want to hear. That is not what you want to hear. And remember 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago, if you remembered, oh, my brother's got a pilot on stream. We'll react to that right now. But if you remember, like a week or 2 weeks ago, you know, we saw that an F-35 had gotten struck out of the sky, or at least it got struck and then it landed. And U.S. media, or really the Pentagon and Pete Hegseth, didn't have much to say about it, but U.S. media was reporting on it, like CNN, Fox, and others. And of course, Donald Trump commanded Brendan Carr, who is a part of the FCC, or really the chief of the FCC, to kind of limit these news outlets in reporting anything that looks bad from the U.S. perspective or for the U.S. perspective. And so they've kind of been trying to suppress the news, revoke licenses, make threats and things like that. But this is, I think if I read on X earlier, the first time this many aircraft carriers, or aircraft devices like jets or the A-10 Warthog, which went down earlier today as well, have been struck this many times within a few weeks. I think the last time the United States had suffered this much damage in the air was during the war in Vietnam. And so Iran is not only flexing that they have tons of military capability from the ground, but they're able to actually affect us in the air. And the reason why this is huge is because this is the only muscle left that the United States can flex until we have to effectuate boots on ground. If our jets, and of course I know the F-15 is not as technologically advanced, it's not as stealthy as the F-35, it's nowhere near the level of the F-35, but that has already been shot as well. So our 2 best weapons, jets that we supply to several countries within NATO and others, are also being, or our 2 best weapons that we supply to NATO countries and other allies within Europe and other regions are now being proven to be not indestructible. And the problem there is one of the biggest advances or advantages that the United States has is being able to deter just with simple military presence. At this point now, that doesn't really exist. At least we've heard the image of it because of the fact that our best jets are being shot out of the sky. And so what does this look like for Egypt, who just bought some jets from us? What does this look like for other countries who are buying jets from us? They realize that not only are these jets not as good, because who's the best people to be manning these jets? Who's the best pilots to be manning these jets? Of course, it's coming from the United States. And so if they can get shot down by a middle power military like Iran, like the IRGC, who, by the way, have been depleting their missile capabilities for the last month, yet they're still able to strike these planes out of the sky, well, then what else is to come as the war progresses? So I know it's just a couple planes, and we've done so much more damage than they have. But again, this is why we always mention the fact of this being asymmetric, because any damage dealt to the United States is felt so much more because we have something to lose. Iran doesn't. Iran has nothing to lose. They've already been struck over 1,000 times, like 5,000 times at this point. We've destroyed so much critical infrastructure in Tehran. Really, Israel has. We reprimanded them for that. But now Donald Trump is threatening to attack their oil facilities, oil embargoes as well. So we are reaching new lows every single day in terms of what threats we're making to Iran, because no matter what we do to them, they're still able to fight back effectively. And so we're going to have to take this all the way, really to the last step, which is going to be boots on ground, removing their nuclear capability, or even a tactical nuke, right? If Donald Trump doesn't let these Marines hit the ground on Karg Island or within the actual land of Iran, or at least on the coastline going into Tehran, and I'm not sure how that's going to happen because of its mountainous terrain, but if Donald Trump doesn't exercise that option, or he realizes it's a bad idea, the only other option really is a mass carpet strike or something similar to that of a tactical nuke. And that's still on the table. A lot of people forgot about that last week or a couple weeks ago when a lot of people in the space were flirting with the idea. But now it may become a reality, because I'm sure many generals within the military are telling Pete Hegseth, hey, this is a bad idea. Pete Hegseth had just fired last night and today over a dozen generals within the command, the central command, one of them being responsible for ground invasion. Why did he do that? I tweeted this. I said it's obviously because they're probably telling him, hey, Mr. Secretary, this is a bad idea. And he's telling them, look, you're either on board or you're not. So if you needed any more signs as to when this invasion is coming, you can take that and run with it. Let's see what Myron's doing.
And when I researched this air defense system,
okay, he's in the
designed
space
to counter the F-35. Now, I was kind of surprised that, no F-35s got shot in the onset of this fight, but then I read from other places that it's possible to fight, but then put the expensive and nice stuff underground, wait until the United States have some type of, I guess, confidence that they have air superiority, then bring those air defense systems out and potentially use them. Now, I know that the F-16 and F-15 don't have stealth, so it might be not needed. But would it be fair to say that that's going into this Chinese equipment? Would it be fair to say that this might be used as the United States is more than likely going to switch to F-35s?
Read some chats really quick.
Yeah, and I don't know the effectiveness of that radar system, but I can almost.
He's cooking in a Twitter space. Okay, thank you, Desert Joe. Yeah, I'm in it now. Why he collabed only 30 minutes? Because he is intimidated? Who's Sneeko? No Sneeko hate, man. What are you talking about? We didn't even debate. We were talking about the conflict in Iran. Halimi says, road to 100K, we will get there. Yes, we will, bro. Yes, we will. With your help, bro.
When they figure out you're not weak. So that's my take on that. And I think a lot of these underground tunnel systems are not something we've faced before, where they can pop out, target, launch, and then go recede back into the mountain before we have a chance to A, react to the missile that's being shot at us, and B, turn around and try to take out that surface-to-air missile. It's gone by the time, probably before the bomb even explodes or the missile even explodes.
Puncher, another question for you. In terms of the F-35s, though, if they were to use those mainly, would that not mean that the Gulf states need to overtly then demonstrate that they're joining the war? And the reason I ask that is, at the moment, the Gulf states are like, oh, we're not really involved. They're not really using our air bases, and then we have to find like random places where they've used it or whatever. But if they were using the F-35s, you're right, the aircraft carriers are no longer in place. They would have to overtly use those bases. So do you see that happening now? Do you see them guys overtly joining the war because of these problems?
There is such a block on actual information coming out.
So the last 24 hours, an F-15 was shot down, one crew member rescued, one still unclear. An HH-60W was hit by Iranian fire during rescue, cruiser safe, some are wounded. An A-10 Warthog was hit by a strike, the pilot is fine. An F-16 declared an emergency landing after being struck, and a KC-135 had been hit after an emergency declaration. So this is a record amount of U.S. air power being struck within such a quick period of time, or a tight, constrained period of time in the last 24 to 48. This is actually only the 24-hour time lapse, so very concerning. It seems like Iran is bolstering themselves and preparing for some sort of ground invasion by clearing the air, or maybe they're just letting it be known that they have the capability of shooting down these fighter pilots. And the F-35 is not innocent or free from this as well. That's been struck about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so 1,000 miles is an air refuel at a minimum right there. Probably more than one just prior to going in country. So, and then those, even if we have these tanker tracks of this KC-130s and 135s, even if they're operating over the Gulf, it still seems like.
And mind you, with all of those reports in the last 24 hours, let us not forget what Trump says here. This is crazy. This is actually like hilarious.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment.
They don't? Oh my goodness. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They've got nothing. Don't worry about it. They've got no anti-aircraft equipment. We destroyed their military. Quite frankly, I think we did the best job. I think we did a great job. It looks like we're finished here in Iran. 24 hours after this speech, an F-15 gets shot out of the fucking sky and one crew member is missing.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated.
Is it?
We are unstoppable as a military force. They have no...
And guys, the reason, I rip on Trump and then everybody gets mad. And, lately I've been noticing that, like, my brother, Sneeko kind of, Nick, have been getting grouped in with the left. Now, I know Sneeko's kind of like, he doesn't pick a side, but, it's not even a matter of right and left. We've got to call out this lying administration. This administration is crashing and burning to the ground. Pete Hegseth is firing everybody under him, likely because they're not obeying orders or they're telling him, contrary to what he wants to hear, that this war is terrible. This war is a bad idea. We can potentially lose, and if we do win, it's going to be a long-winded, full-scale conflict where we're going to lose thousands of U.S. personnel or Marines. That's maybe something he doesn't want to hear, so I take that's why he fired all of these people. That can be one common inference that one can discern from the reports. And then you've got Pam Bondi stepping down as AG, or Attorney General. Obviously, Trump told her to step down because of the whole Epstein situation and everything else in between. You've got Joe Kent, who left previously. Tulsi Gabbard is reported to potentially be on her way out as well. If you don't know, she is the National Director of Intelligence, or of the IC. And within the Trump cabinet, a lot of these high-ranking or leaders of these micro-organizations within the Trump cabinet have now kind of voiced some sort of concern against the war, at least to some degree, or they're doing it behind closed doors within the White House. And the reason why I make that prediction or that speculation is because of the fact that people are falling like flies. And typically when people do that, that means, okay, Myron's calling on Discord. Typically when people do that, that means they know something we don't. Yo.
And even the legacy aircraft in those areas.
Yo,
I got.
Hear me?
Yep, hold on. I'll bring you in right now.
Nice. Okay. What's going on, man? You've been live for like 30 hours.
Yeah, I'm going crazy right now. Here, let me.
Guys, again, Myron on right now. Hang on.
Hold on.
Guys, please like the video and check out my or like the live, really. It's not a video yet. And check out my most
national
recent
security meeting, either about this pilot that is missing
video with
or about a possible ground invasion. This is why we're giving you the news and information. So make sure you're retweeting the space, resharing it, and on YouTube, make sure you're making your friends and family aware.
Can you see my thing, Ryad?
I can see your screen, but not you.
Interviews on the second channel as well.
I can see your screen, but not you.
Sorry, Myron, you had a question for Puncher?
Shit. Oh, God damn it.
Okay. If not, I'll ask. I've got some questions.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I'm fucking technology shit.
I think Andrew's. Okay. The question to you, Puncher. In terms of from a perspective of volume of in terms of what's happened in the last this is what I've asked just a number of the military experts. I just want to see your analysis on this. If it's true that the number of fighter jets that we believe have been taken down, we're looking at F-15, F-16, we're looking at A-10, I just now, which one did I say that went down now? I think it was another F-16. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think it was an F-16. And a number of, and then a KC-135 fuel tankers, a couple of them as well. Is that normal?
All right, there we go. My bad, bro. What the
within
fuck?
American
Well, good, bro.
military,
What's going
or is
on?
this a unique situation?
Good, man.
That number
Here, let me mute this
of
shit real quick.
aircrafts are taken down.
All right, can you hear me, bro?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
All right, my bad, dude. I'm on fucking fumes right now. Your boy's dead, but
No, I know.
We'll be catch you on before I fucking pass out. So
We'll
so
quick.
can you hear everything on my? Are you in the space right now too, or nah?
I'm not in the space, but I'm listening through your stream.
All right, fair enough. Let me. I'll unmute this shit. We got a pilot here, actually, bro. A fighter pilot.
Nice.
So this is
Okay.
like this is content gold. So I'm gonna unmute him, and then if you got questions, let me know, and I'll just ask him for you. You know what I mean?
Perfect. Okay. Let's do it.
The problem is a lot of these targets, the really capable targets, are buried underground and have the ability to pop up, launch, and recede back in, where you can't, no amount of penetrating bunker. You might be
Oh, and Ryad, breaking news, they said an F-16 has been shot down. So we got an
saw.
F-15 and a 16 now.
Yeah, I saw.
Functional
So
again.
that's
So,
confirmed. Okay.
I think
It's looking that way. I saw Rerun posted it. So I think
he's been accurate all day. He's been accurate all day.
So I think it's probably legit if he posted it.
Yeah.
Mainstream media is gonna follow soon. I already checked mainstream media. They're as usual fucking behind. Like, bro, I was on this before CNN. Niggas are slow as fuck.
Yeah.
So we'll probably know within the next like hour or so officially.
come in with those legacy aircraft because you either didn't know we had this capability or didn't know that we had this competence.
Puncher, could it also be like, I don't want to use the word desperation, but what it is whatever targets they originally had, they've obviously hit those targets. Many of them allegedly were based on AI guidance systems. For example, the school apparently was based on AI, and then the park that they hit, because they said the word police, they end up hitting it because of the word police in there, even though it was a park. And so what's happened is they've done what they've done.
Solomon, sorry, the targeting, so the targeting cell, the place that generates the targeting list, I believe, I've heard, is using AI to develop the list. I don't think that the weaponry is in any way AI.
ZZ Shake, thank you so much for the $50, bro. Appreciate it, bro. Super chat reads, keep it up, man. Massive support from Houston, Texas. Hey, I love Houston. I have a younger brother, and it inspires me to see y'all working together. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, bro. Appreciate the love. Got to come down to Houston, man. Rent down there is way cheaper than it is here. I say that much. But shout out to you, bro. God bless you. Thank you, man.
Launch pads are where the missiles are held. And this, according to Iran, they believe that America's only hit maybe 2-3%.
Fifth Elemental says, smash that like button. Yes, thank you so much for the super chat. Like the live, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
In this entire time, managed to locate or hit 50%. So Americans are saying 50%, Iran's saying 3%, 4%. And so what we know is, the truth's probably going to be somewhere in the middle, or maybe it is with one side or the other. But that being said, it means a large proportion of them haven't been here, and they may not know what the location is. If that's the case, would that not also be a reason why they'd have to start getting in closer, trying to find where the location of these different sites are by viewing them or finding different forms of evidence? What's your thoughts?
I just think they're going to rethink the tactics involved and more than likely send in wild weasels who are specifically radar SAM killers. In the past, those SAMs have been out in the open. So all the out in the open targets have been taken care of. But the real threat, as it seems now, are the targets that aren't on the surface, that are buried in these caves and tunneling systems, that have the ability to basically be safe. Even if you knew where they were, anything short of ground troops going into those caves and blowing them up, we just can't penetrate deep enough to get to them. So they are secure and they are much more advanced. So their more advanced targeting and weapon systems are in this tunneling system. And you unless you find one that's popped its head out and started emitting on the radar in an effort to target U.S. aircraft, that whole process may take 10 minutes, where they pop out, they know there's going to be something out there, they launch, and then they go back in without even emitting the radar at all. So that's a very tough problem. So I think that, if that is the case, and I'm correct in that, what we're going to start seeing is more stealth and more hunting aircraft, and almost like a baiting technique where you fly something in there that's a target, you get them to emit, and meanwhile we're sitting there ready to take them out for the brief amount of time that they've popped their head up out of the ground.
I got a question, Sully. My bad. I was doing a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes to get my Discord set up. And my brother's on stream right now too. So he's in the space listening through my mic though. So Puncher, I got a question for you. And you're actually the perfect person to ask this. As we know, the 15 got shot down, 2 operators were, had to eject, whatever. 1 was rescued, 1 is still outstanding. Kind of take us through more than likely what he's going to do via probably SERE training, what type of training he more than likely has fighting this type of fighter jet, what he's probably more than likely going to do to survive. Right now it's nightfall in Iran. Can you kind of take us through what the pilot is more than likely doing at this point?
Well, so hopefully the other, there's a non-zero chance that the other crew member, more than likely the backseat radar intercept officer, could have been killed by the impact of the missile. But either the pilot or the Wizzo in the back can initiate injection by pulling the handle. That probably happened if they did see the missile coming at them. After a last-ditch maneuver, they get hit, they pull the handle, and now they're in their chutes. Those chutes will probably land very close to each other, within 100 yards, maybe, okay. Unless there's some kind of weird anomaly. I don't want to get into survival, evasion, rescue, and escape, but I would say that if you're in an open area or you see maybe civilians coming toward you in the distance, your biggest thing at that point is to hide, not get found, wait till nightfall.
Okay, so let me ask you this, and I know probably SERE training, there's some parts of it that's classified that you can't really go into, which is fair, but you mentioned that more than likely the person that's still stranded, if he's alive, was the guy in the back. Is it because if a missile were to hit you, more than likely it would hit you in the back, and if there was some type of damage, it would affect them more in the back?
Yeah, you're just closer to the detonation, which it's just an assertion by me that
okay,
the closer you are to that detonation, the more likely it is that that's the one who, if they were injured or killed, God forbid, were
okay,
the back seater, not the front seater.
So more than likely, and I'll say this. So what? Because I know there's 3 different levels of SERE. There's like a B, and a C version. From what I understand, the C version is the most classified and extensive training. Would it be fair to say that this pilot more than likely has the C training, given his duties?
I'm not familiar with levels of SERE training. When I went through, there was one SERE school. It was no fun. It taught you how to evade, and look, they probably landed with a sidearm, some ELT, emergency locator transmitters, and some other gear that I won't talk about, that allows the search and rescue team to find them. But almost in all cases, the first thing you want to do is find your hole up, figure out where you're going to hide, where you're not going to be found. I don't know the nature of the terrain where this was shot down. It's a pretty big swath I'm seeing on TV of where
mountainous. It's mountainous rural farmland area.
Okay, well that's fraught with all kinds of problems. I mean, if you're in a chute and you land on the side of a mountain, that's no fun either. That's no picnic either. So, assuming they survived the impact, assuming they survived the landing, and obviously one did, there's a non-zero chance that the other one just didn't survive the landing of the chute, was perfectly fine, and then landed, on the side of a very mountainous terrain where there's just no good place to land, and you end up landing on the side of a mountain and you fall down the mountain. I mean, I'm just speculating at this point. But if I were in the mountains, remember, if I'm in the mountains, it's harder for someone to come find me.
Yeah.
So more than likely, I'm just going to go find a spot. I'm going to get away from the wreckage. I'm going to get away from my chute. I'm going to bury that, and then I'm going to go hide and wait till nighttime, and the Sandy team will come and find me with some tools that I have in my survival kit.
Gotcha. And I know you probably can't go into explicit details for that. I guess my thing is, you're saying a sidearm at least can, as a rifle, out of the option? Because I'm like in my head, like I would.
No. You got to either a 9mm or a 40.
Fuck.
Guys could carry, but that's it. I mean, you listen. If you're surrounded,
they can't give him a shorty, dude. They can't give him a shorty at least, like a shorty.
You're not coming out guns blazing. That gun is for. I mean, a lot of guys didn't even fly with it because it just, it's not it's not what you need in the situation, but it's better.
And chat,
in
if any
some
of you guys
cases,
are watching,
but very rarely
screen,
have I ever
or
heard of
looking, these are the photos
a pilot
of
who's used
now
his
the alleged
sidearm as
F-16
part
that
of
was
the,
just shot down.
invasion and escape.
Take a look at that.
It's just, you're either caught or you're not caught.
You know,
And if you're in a mountainous terrain, you got a better chance of not being caught,
these
at
are
least
some
till
photos out of
nighttime.
Iranian news.
But apparently they found this first guy, thank God,
Okay,
somewhere and got him out of there.
Iran
So
shoots down
we'll
another
learn
US
more when we
US jet,
get
likely
the
an
kind of the
F-16.
after action report of what happened here. But
we'll
Just
see.
some breaking news, and a question. I'll have a question for you in a second, Pusha. But breaking news: apparently, Donald Trump has decided to stay at the White House. He is not returning to Florida. Many believe that this indicates there could be possibility that the ground invasion is coming tonight. So Donald Trump has decided to remain at the White House, as opposed to go back to Florida, as per what the previous decision was, or the previous plans were. Puncha, just on that, I was speaking to, I don't know which military person I was speaking to. I think it was Anthony Aguilera, and he was saying, in these type of situations, when you eject, there's specific locations you basically go to get picked up, and that's how they were able to know where this pilot was going to be and pick him up. Is that your understanding?
yeah, I can't talk about that. But there are procedures, but a lot of planned. It's the classic. Everybody has a plan until they get shot in an airplane. But yeah, there are positions that you would try to E&E to that would make it easier to be rescued. But if it's not possible, the next best thing is hole up, wait till nightfall. And in when I was in the military, the controls the night, and it's a much safer environment for us to operate.
I mean, this seems to me is like, obviously, like, it never happens, man. Like, is this like literally like the worst thing that could happen at this point for, to be involved in an active conflict and have your fighter just shot down and be in enemy lines like this? Like, this is pretty much the worst situation ever, huh?
But it's your worst nightmare. And the guys who were shot down in the first Iraq war were tortured and beaten and bloodied, and it's not. But by the way, I don't think that would happen in Iran unless they get pulled over by locals who are just, you never know what's going to happen. My sense is this is a much more professional military, and they understand the PR value of treating enemy combatants who are captured with respect. And if I have my druthers in this scenario to be captured by IRGC or locals with AKs who are pissed off, I'd choose the IRGC.
Oh, wow.
True, but even also the locals, right, Puncha? Because if you look at what Iranian students, and they treated the American hostages with a lot of respect. They even let go the women. They let go the basically people of color. They said, "Oh, they've been oppressed in the United States of America, thus we're going to let them go as well." And then those who they kept, they actually treated them really well. So this is culturally, it seems like a very treat the prisoners of war or hostages in a very humane manner.
Yeah, that would be my guess. Hopefully we don't find out. But I think Iran is smart enough to know on the world stage what look you want to project, and it's not the beating of prisoners of war.
I do think, that there's a possibility, obviously, I think, a more than likely possibility that he at least won't be subjected to some very serious questioning and potential torture. But I do agree that keeping him alive and showing, sympathy to some degree might be good for them, because with the Iranians, I think they're really trying to get more good press. That's why they, always say, hey, we're going to focus on second strike capability, whatever. But I don't think that they would, it would be a picnic walk. I think they would, torture him, try to do it in a way where there won't be visible injuries, maybe some waterboarding. But
nah, Myron, there's nothing you're going to get. There's no high quality information you're going to get from a pilot. It's not like everybody's back in the planning cell and knows the plan.
Let's be honest.
They're very silent.
Pilots got SCIs, right? Do pilots carry TSSCI?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be of some value to
It's primarily because of the weapon systems on board the airplane, not because they have some global essay on what the...
Oh, yeah, no, of course. I used to work for the government who had a TS, so I get it. It's always neat to know. But I think, even giving information on weapon systems on a fighter jet would probably be pretty valuable to them.
I mean, not really. So what struck the F-35? I mean, the Chinese already know how to build it anyway.
The F-35?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they've been trying to reverse engineer it forever. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me ask you this. Did you see the footage on the F-35 that was shot down? What's your thoughts on that?
The F-35 that was shot down
like 2 weeks ago.
Last week? Oh,
yeah.
I have not seen that footage. No.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
Because every time I see something that looks realistic, it's from a video game.
Yeah. No, it is confirmed though. It is confirmed. I'm trying to remember who broke it first, but it's definitely confirmed. But what CENTCOM said was, it was confirmed, it was shot down, but they did an emergency landing, and the pilot is alive. Then they kind of ended it there. They didn't go any deeper into it at all.
Even a fragment of an explosion of either SAM or AAA, it could do some serious damage. I came back from a mission in Bosnia, and I didn't even know. I won't get into the details of it, but I was probably flying lower than I should have, and I came back, and there were bullet holes in my wing. So, and the golden BB theory is, one of those bullets can do a tremendous amount of damage to a very sophisticated engine, and if you're flying with one engine, that's a zero-sum mistake game right there.
Just some breaking news. As I was mentioning, there is huge explosions in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is on fire. And in addition to that, there are power outages in a number of areas in Tel Aviv. Guys, we're live on X. If you can retweet the space, we're also live on YouTube.
Chad,
if
this
you
is
can
a video
share
of some of
the
those power
YouTube,
outages.
like it, and like the YouTube and comment on it, that will be all. Try and get as many people.
You want to share your screen?
We'll be going on a lot
Yes,
later because we think there is a possibility
Right.
there could be a ground invasion. Plan back to.
So I was gonna say, you know what? Because I know that there were Diego Garcia, basically, doing amphibious training or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised with this guy that's out there if they don't push up the ground assault to sooner. I thought they might want to some more time, but this might put the pressure on them to do an invasion to maybe distract from that pilot getting captured. Because I think at this point, that pilot getting captured would, oh my god, dude, that would be a fucking nightmare, bro. If he was to get captured by the Iranians, he would basically be used as a propaganda tool for media and would put Trump in a horrible fucking diplomatic position. And I think with what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz, he just doesn't need that right now. So
some more breaking news. A military factory in Beersheba has also been hit. A military factory in Beersheba has also been hit as well. Yeah, I agree with you, Myron. I was saying that before you came on. I think I won't be surprised if he escalates in order to realign the conversation, because this is a major loss. I've spoken to many military, and all of them are like, this is uniquely an embarrassing situation for the U.S. military, where so many planes have gone down, and they may even be either that person has died, but the fact that they're in a situation room right now is either a ground invasion or he's a hostage. Like, why else would you be in a national security situation room right now?
You know what my fear is, bro? Number one, I pray this pilot isn't a female. Number two,
It's not. It's a guy.
Okay. At least one. Okay, thank God. At least that crisis averted. So my fear is that they parade him around as a propaganda puppet and make him read embarrassing and ridiculous fucking claims about the United States being evil and they're terrorists and all this other shit, kind of like they did with that guy from North Korea. Remember when they made him read that ridiculous apology, which clearly is coerced? That's my fear, that they're gonna force him to read some embarrassing shit and then just use him as a tool. I don't think they're gonna kill him, because obviously killing him would be the dumbest thing you could do from the Iranian perspective. But I do think that they're gonna use him as a puppet to push propaganda and say crazy stuff about the United States.
Hey, and Myron asked, I think this is the most damage we've sustained in the air since 1972.
And it won't even be propaganda, it'll be the real news. But yeah, that,
I could ask that.
When you get a gap, when you get an
there's no doubt about that.
1972, worse since 1972?
I don't know if it's 1972, but since the Vietnam War. I can't remember exactly the timeline.
Like an American soldier becoming
I think it was 72. Obviously, that war was several years, but I think it was. This is the most aircraft we've ever seen fall out of the sky since 1972, the Vietnam War.
Gotcha. Okay.
I read that in a couple different places. I don't know if it's true, so maybe the pilot would know.
Up until tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. So once again, this.
Okay, I'll ask him.
The situation related to hostage or the ground invasion.
Hey, question, Sully, and for Puncher here. Is this the most aircraft that have been either shot down or crashed or had some type of issue since 72. My brother's here and he asked me that he thinks the last time this much aircraft like failed was in 72, or do we have a worse situation than that?
Yeah, Puncher said that. I asked him that same question.
Okay.
I don't know if he's dropped out, but yeah, he said that this was because I asked him the same question. I said,
Yeah, yo, I'm telling bro, my brother just came in and he asked the same thing, bro. Great minds think alike, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it was within the last 24 hours. He said that the United States of America hasn't had a similar incident since Vietnam.
Okay, shit. Yeah, dude, that's my fear, is that they use him kind of like how North Korea did with the other guy. And then, you know, and at that point,
that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, at least he'll stay alive. But I think the real thing here is how is Trump going to respond? Is he going? Because I think there's only really two options here. It's either going to be he fucking escalates to a level that is going to be, you know, of catastrophic proportions, or he's not going to respond he's going to take a more, how do I say this, calmer stance with negotiating with Iran, right? Which, to be honest with you, I think both are kind of an L, because let's say he goes balls away, says, I'm going to get this guy back, we're going to hit power plants, whatever, that's L, because Iran's going to destroy the Gulf and Israel. Or if he goes too soft, well, you know, he might lose the Strait of Hormuz for good. It might make the United States look weak. It might make it look like Trump is capitulating. So, like, I don't think there's a middle ground here. I think he's going to have to go to one of two extremes if this guy is actually captured. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just thinking about Trump, I think.
Hey, B Gaming B, thank you so much for the membership.
He's so
Shout
fucking
out to
erratic,
you, bro.
that's the problem. You know?
Shout out to you for the joining the membership, B Gaming B. Thank you. And then Ryman. Whoa, Ryman, huge super chats. Thank you, man. God bless you, my friend. $250 super chats about 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I didn't see them. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. Shout out to Ryman. W's in the chat and 07s. Go ahead and like those super chats. Appreciate the love, guys. Means the world. And I know the volume's a little bit low, guys. Not much I can do, so just bear with me.
But his negotiation would to concede. So, and he wouldn't want to concede something, because even that he would think would make him look weak. So I think
shout out to Ryman. Shout out to Ryman. We love Ryman.
I imagine Trump would just.
We love Ryman. Thank you, man. Appreciate the love.
Overly aggressive.
Now, the thing that, you know, and I just thought about this now when you were talking, I thought of another option. What he could do is what he's always done, which is feign diplomacy, try to collect as much intel as he can and get some special forces guys in there, like some SEAL Team 6, to try to get this guy out. That might be an option, but that's going to require an enormous amount of intel in a quick time. So that might put the pilot in a spot where he might have to wait a couple weeks, which is also horrible.
Yeah, I was speaking to a Marine today, and he was saying, we had the Marine on Matthew Haw earlier. He was saying that this would be a priority for the Marines, that under a ground invasion, this would be one of the objectives of the ground invasion, to get in, to retrieve the hostage and get back out. So, I mean, that is going to just add an interesting dimension to the ground invasion, and actually probably make the ground invasion harder, because if you do a ground invasion which is already extremely complex, and then that ground invasion requires you to do this crazy mission, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy mission. But yeah.
No, I agree, bro. Even with them, like, you know, keep in mind, like we saw earlier today, they were flying low trying to find these guys. So they already have put themselves in precarious situations. So it's like, you know, yeah, I agree with you. Like adding the you know, the anomaly of trying to recover a POW, it's already taken a mission that was almost impossible to make it even harder.
Oh yeah, I agree. And
I mean, farmers were shooting at helicopters today, like, you know, while they're trying to fight these guys. So like, damn, it's already on hard mode now.
Yeah. So why were them farmers shooting at them? Obviously, because today they were trying to do propaganda in. Yeah, and actually, I think Marty was posting it as well, and they were basically claiming that, oh, this fighter, if he gets grabbed by the farmers, that he'll be in a bad situation.
Is Sully cutting out for you?
What they want to do, they were literally shooting at the Americans. They do not think like that. This is ridiculous, and this is why everything the guys say is extreme propaganda.
Guys, is Sully cutting out for you, or is that just me? I can refresh my page.
I'm okay.
Okay, I'll refresh my page and come back. Give me 1 sec. That's on me then.
No problem.
My bad, chat. Let me get back in there for you guys. Bro, you got, hold on. Let me stop the show before I get in here. Yo. I need you guys. I've been on now for, I think, 18 hours I've been streaming, bro. Okay, 18 hours because I took like a 2-hour break and I came back right on when this jet got shot down. If you're watching on Kick, follow the channel right now. Smash that follow button. You guys are never going to get fucking content like this on Kick. Okay, I can confidently say that. All right, we're doing breaking news, talking to fucking fighter jet pilots, getting y'all real fucking sauce. We're faster than CNN. We're reporting shit before CNN. I knew about the downed F-15E this morning, like an hour before CNN. So make sure to follow the channel. Also, my brother's live right now, as you guys can see. I showed. Let me show you his channel. Here's his tab right here. Okay, Ryad Report. Go ahead and follow him. Become a member. I'll drop his link in the thing. Do me a favor, guys. Open up a tab for his channel. Okay, that's the best way to tell.
Did you leave the space?
No, my shit was lagging, so I had to like.
Okay. He just gave me mic.
You got mic? Okay, let me. How should we do this then? Because
well, I was thinking, do you want to just talk about everything that happened today very quickly for like 5 minutes? Speculate what's the next few things that may happen over the weekend.
Actually, let's do that.
Give everybody a little bit of an overview because right now it's 7, so everybody else who just hopped out of the Matrix with me may be a little bit in the dark as to what's.
You know what? Give them a quick recap, bro. I'm gonna go take a quick piss. Let me give you main screen here. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah. And then I want to get your thoughts as to what's going to happen tomorrow and Sunday, but we'll talk about that. Go ahead. Do your thing.
All right. While you recap.
Yeah. All right, everybody, what's going on? I guess brief introduction. If you don't know me, I'm Myron's brother, but we've been doing coverage of Iran for a minute now, the last 35 days. We're 35 days into this conflict, and so far, this is what's happened in the last 24 hours. If you're new here, I was telling my audience this, but I'll just reiterate one more time to elucidate the clear picture. So, firstly, an F-15 was shot over Iran. 1 crew member was rescued, but 1 is still probably somewhere in Iran, likely already captured. Hopefully, he's not, and he's hiding. It is speculated that the plane was, or the fighter jet rather, was shot over a mountainous region, in a mountainous range, and so this fighter jet could have parachuted, or sorry, the pilot could have ejected, launched a parachute, landed on the side of a mountain. That's a really bad situation. We're hoping that's not the case, but more than likely, he's either on the scramble, trying to find somewhere to hide and get some sort of evacuation, as U.S. planes were circling the area earlier today looking for him. That's how we knew so quickly through confirmation that it was shot down. So 1 crew member rescued, 1 pilot is still unclear. We don't know where he is. An HH-60W was hit by Iranian fire during rescue. Crews are safe. Some are wounded, though. An A-10 Warthog, I think around the same time the F-15 was hit, was also hit by Iranian fire. The pilot is safe. And an F-16 had declared emergency landing, although I'm yet to see that in mainstream sources. Let me check again. But another F-16 jet was just hit a few hours ago, allegedly. And that's coming out of Iranian news, but you can't always verify with Iranian news. And so I want to try and make sure I can verify.
Yeah, they be capping a lot, bro.
Yeah,
they cap a lot, dude.
But that's what we're getting on Twitter, and whatever we've been getting on Twitter and Riram Navaram and Suleiman, they've been pretty good. They've been about an hour or 2 hours behind the curve in regards to how quick they've been with the news, so, or ahead of the curve, rather, I should say. So likely that's the case. And then a KC-135 also made an emergency landing, as to what I'm reading right here from Evergreen Intel. So that's kind of the last 24 hours. This is the most damaged United States air power has ever sustained or received since 1972 in the Vietnam War. I read that in several places. We just confirmed it in the Twitter space that we're in with a former U.S. fighter pilot. And so really bad look to go from this war being 4 or 5 days to now being 35 days in and having 5 or 6 aircraft pieces of technology being shot out of the sky. Some of our best, especially the F-35 that was hit 2 weeks ago. That was really the deal breaker. F-15 doesn't have the same capabilities as F-35, I believe, so it's not as big of a deal. But regardless, I mean, symbolically, this is a bad look, and you can bet that the IRGC is going to brag about this for the next few days. But what I was going to ask you, Myron, is what do you think is going to come about this? Because Donald Trump has been kind of a sitting duck in regards to U.S. personnel being hit in the Middle East right now. He's putting us in compromising positions, and the Marines have still not made their move, although they're probably right on the coast of Iran somewhere. I'm getting
reports.
They did an
amphibious run. I think they did an amphibious run like yesterday or some shit. They did some like dry firing training on a beach in Diego. Yeah.
So do you think that Trump is going to panic because obviously Pete Hegseth had just fired over a dozen generals who are probably either opposing him or refusing to comply to orders in regards to this ground invasion or something surrounding it. Do you think that Trump is just going to let these troops go in the next 24 to 48? Because what I was saying is that's most likely the case, no doubt. But I was also concerned that is this maybe a sign that the United States may pull out and move closer to carpet bombing technique, tactical nuke? I don't think that's off the table, because the IRGC has displayed they really can't be dented in terms of their military force. So where do you see the next 48 hours taking us?
The next 48 hours, man. I think at this point from the coverage, obviously there's a great deal of bleeding going on. And I think there's a reason why Pete Hegseth didn't do a press conference. CENTCOM has kind of been quiet. Trump is not coming to Florida. For those that aren't familiar with Trump's schedule, bro tries to come down here every weekend to fucking golf, right? The fact that he's staying in D.C. is kind of a big deal. Because don't forget, guys, February 28th, that nigga was down in Florida. Okay? When he fucking bombed Iran the first time, he was in Florida. This time he's staying in D.C. That's a big red flag to me, right? So that's something that has me a little, what's going on. And I think for Trump, right, we have to kind of analyze him. The thing with Trump is he's obviously very erratic. So what I always use as my North Star when I want to predict what Trump is trying to do, I know he wants a legacy. I know he wants to go down in history. So if it's something that can put him in the Hall of Fame or make him a notable president from others, he'll do it. So when it comes to this guy, I do think that Trump is going to work really hard to get him out because he already knows this war is really unpopular and, anything happening to this guy would be a political fucking nightmare and it would be used against him forever. Hell, it might even be what's used to impeach him and get the 67 votes they need to actually remove this guy.
Yeah.
Right? So so I think he understands that there's a lot of pressure here. Now, what I will say is this, Ryad, and I have to say this because you're actually here. Did you see all the reports that came out from the intelligence community saying that Iran still retains over 50% of their missiles and
yes, I did.
They're still having thousands of drones? Bro, what was it like?
We were saying
March
this.
1st, March 2nd. What were the Israelis saying? Oh, they got 100 launchers left. Oh, we've degraded 90% of their capabilities. And what have me and you been saying the whole time? This is bullshit. They got all their fucking missile seized for the most part. They're still fucking shooting drones. They're still shooting missiles. And it comes out today. U.S. intelligence, says Iran might still have significant missile capabilities of over 50%. Now, I think, right, and this comes from Colonel McGregor, and I kind of agree with him here, that at best, we've taken out maybe 30% of their shit. But the New York Times also reported that the bunkers that they're destroying, people are going in there and retrieving the fucking shit. Yeah. So even if they did bomb it, that must mean and I'm just trying to think here as an IRGC guy or some shit. If the U.S. bombed a location and I'm going to said location to try to extract stuff, why would you take a risk like that if you weren't certain that you're getting something from there of value that could probably still be repaired? And I think it was either the New York Times or one of these main outlets said that they've been going back into these bunkers that are destroyed allegedly and retrieving stuff. So yeah, I think that shows that even though we have bunker busters and we're hitting them, we're probably not destroying everything when we brag about this shit. So, hey, I don't want to say we're vindicated again, but once again, what did we tell you on day 2, day 3 when Hegseth was saying 90% gone of their missiles, launchers gone? I remember all the Hezbollah. Now, what you guys say now?
Yeah. And to respond to what you said earlier, you said Trump is somebody who is cynical and he's obsessed with winning. And that's my primary concern here. That's why I kind of elucidated or at least kind of drafted over to the idea of a tactical nuke still being on the table, because here's what I think will happen in the next 24 to 48 hours if we do launch this ground invasion, which is up for debate. It could or could not happen. But if we do go forward with this ground invasion, not only is the U.S. already in a position where we're kind of stuck in any way or any off-ramp is going to result in a loss, right? If we go the off-ramp of pulling out of the war and not securing the Strait of Hormuz, well, then the world is going to be in a global oil crisis and we're going to look like we lost. And if we pull out in the political off-ramp where we create some stipulation to have Iran agree to something and we get some ceasefire, we open up the Strait, well, then we just conceded and made the IRGC get what they want, and Israel's going to be unhappy. They're not going to be happy about that. And so who knows if Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be sitting between both of the negotiating parties and try to assassinate more high-ranking members of the IRGC. I read somewhere the other day that these peace negotiations were supposed to take place in Pakistan, and they had a heads up from several countries that the Mossad, or there were some Mossad assets ready within the province to assassinate some IRGC members, something that the United States and Israel has been doing to the Iranian regime for several years now. So that's one thing in regards to what you said with Trump being crazy. Very true. And that's why I still have not taken the whole nuke idea off of the table. I mean, he's saying he wants to hit... Yeah, he's saying he wants to hit power plants. He wants to hit their oil infrastructure and whatever. I mean, that's effectively the same thing because you're destroying the civilian population. That's a civilian targeted strike. If you do that, people will go without food, water, hospital supplies, ICU technology, electricity for several days. Lots of people will die. To move forward, you mentioned the whole IC or the intelligence report that a lot of their missile carriers still exist. This is common sense. I mean, look, we had said since the beginning of February, most of Iran's critical military infrastructure is underground, hundreds of feet underground. We knew that from our intel during Operation Midnight Hammer, where we struck those 3 nuclear sites, and Trump said that we pulled back their nuclear plan, and their nuclear progress years and years. But then in the address the other day, did you see he contradicted himself? He said, yeah, we actually only pulled it back a few months. That's why we went to war again. So he's been lying. But it's obvious that Iran is still, by the way, just 10 minutes ago, they let a barrage of cluster.
Was normie proof, by the way. That speech, that bro made that speech to make it like bulletproof for normies, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I responded to it so aggressively. My most recent video is titled like Ryad goes nuclear against Trump, because all of those lies need to be dismantled, because the average American, I told Sneeko this when we spoke the other day, and the average American is believing a lot of this. I know I hear people at work. I hear people amongst 90%. A lot of people are, they're eating it up, man. They're eating it up. Pause. And so that's why voicing against this and highlighting these lies, deconstructing them is so important, and it's imperative to the future of knowledge for our nation. But yeah, I do see that Pete Hegseth has now been a little bit more quiet. And it's obvious. I mean, look, a lot of these missile launch platforms are mobile. They're along the coastline now. They've been mobilized to prepare for the ground invasion, but a lot of them are underground. And like you said, they're still going to these bunkers that have been hit and still salvaging what is left. And that shows you 2 things. One, these missile platforms, these missile launch carriers, whatever they are, they're strong and they're virtually indestructible. But secondly, they're underground so that they can salvage whatever's left after a U.S. strike. That's why they do that. Obviously, the United States is always going to guarantee they have air superiority over any country in the world. So Iran has effectively made everything that's of value to them underground. And so it's a situation where you kind of force the hand of the United States to take that last resort measure and go, we've got to put boots on ground. And that's what Iran is honestly waiting for. That's why they've set the war up so asymmetrically in this manner, so that they can eventually meet Marines on the ground. So we're playing into their hands. And I said the other day, this isn't asymmetric. This is just us losing. You know, of course, it's asymmetric from a proper definition standpoint, but ultimately we've been losing this war. It's been 35 days, and you know, the reports from the Magatards was it'd be 4 to 5 days, then 2 weeks, then another 2 weeks. And then Trump said in the address just last week that it's going to be another 2 to 3 weeks. And so this might actually really stretch out until November. And who knows? But if we go for boots on ground, no way Donald Trump is going to end the conflict until we earn the nuclear enrichment program. We seize what they have, the enriched uranium underground, as Mark Levin famously said, and we destroy all of their military capability. And you think that's going to be a 2-3 week process, even a couple month process? That could potentially take years. That could take a long time. And in the process of doing that, Iran will become fractured. You know, as we launch boots on the ground, we'll probably hit their oil plants, we'll probably hit their electric plants, their electric grid, their water desalination, whatever they have that's critical for the civilian population to function. We'll hit that to make it easier for probably the ground troops to cover some sort of ground. But in doing that, we'll tear the country apart. And then, like I said a couple months ago, it will be a similar situation to that of Syria, where we'll see several fractured groups. Yeah, they're going to destroy the Gulf.
And niggas are going to die of thirst, bro.
Yeah,
literally those desalination plants. Yeah, go ahead.
No, absolutely. Kuwait was hit. Remember that? Kuwait got hit, and they're probably panicking. And the Gulf countries rely desperately on these water desalination plants. And the UAE and the GCC as a whole have now vowed their allegiance to the United States. About a week and a half ago, through several media reports, they said that they're done sitting duck. They're done playing the middle negotiator, the mediator. Now they want to join the war and fight against Iran with the United States. And Now that's put the final target on their back that Iran has been waiting for. Iran has just been striking them to kind of make it painful for the U.S. But now they're fighting against Iran, and the IRGC is like, oh, you're actually fighting us now? Oh, you're greenlit too, nigga. And so who knows what that looks like in the next few weeks. They've already hit the desalination plan in Kuwait. Now this is just going to let Iran unleash whatever they've been potentially holding back out of fear of hurting civilians in these countries. Maybe that's off bet, or all bets are off, rather.
I don't know.
Situation.
After they hit that desalination plant, I didn't see none of that rhetoric after that, Ryad. I don't know if you seen them get like, have they attacked or said they're going to attack ever since Kuwait got hit with the desalination?
Well, not Kuwait, but the UAE has vowed to fight against Iran.
Okay.
They're sending out naval assets to the Strait of Hormuz. They've sent out naval assets to support
What
the
about
USS
Saudi?
Tripoli in the Persian Gulf. Saudi Arabia as well. Mohammed bin Salman armed up, and that's why Trump praised him. He said, and the Crown Prince, he's the best, and he's going to help us. That's why I love him. And so, look, it's beneficial for these countries to join the United States at this point in attacking Iran, because the IRGC is a loose end that, as long as they have a conflict with Israel and the United States, the Gulf countries are going to be the pansy. They're going to be the piñata for the IRGC to make it painful for the two world powers, being Israel and the United States. They know that. The GCC knows that. MBS knows that. And so they probably joined the cause like, hey, man, we probably got to remove this regime. You know, they're depending on tourism in the next few years. We've said this many times. How the fuck are you going to have tourists peacefully visit your place and invest when you've got these crazy Iranians across the Gulf?
Yeah, not only that, like, bro, niggas aren't making money. Their tourism is down, property's down 30%. They're not able to move oil. Like, that's their economy. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, if push comes to shove, like, at this point, and I know what the UAE, it's personal, bro. They revoked every Iranian's visa. They're deporting them. They're getting the fuck up out of there. I think they closed the embassy and shit. Like, the UAE is, like, fed up. They're the most annoyed. I think because they're the ones that are suffering the most, because the tourism is fucking them up, right? Yeah. With that. But I do want to say this. I want to touch on this because you were saying Trump pulling out with the Strait of Hormuz. There's another factor too, bro, that I think I noticed this earlier. The other reason why Trump pulling out the Hormuz, pulling out without getting Hormuz back open, is it's going to be a double whammy. So I'll tell you why. He pulls out, looks weak, and then guess what's going to happen? All of our allies that purposely didn't want to help us with this war, France, England, Italy, Netherlands, all these guys that said, no, we're not trying to get involved, they're going to go cut back deals with Iran. And they're going to come into Iran's sphere of influence and say, look, bro, you know, we didn't attack you with the United States. That's their problem. We didn't get involved. We can still do business, just like the Japanese did. The Japanese secured a backdoor deal right after being here, and Trump made that dumbass, you know, Pearl Harbor joke. So I foresee it'll be even more catastrophic than, you know, the image of capitulating. I think that's going to make our allies go towards Iran, because now they need them to do business.
100%. And that's why Donald Trump is so stupid for saying that publicly. And Pete Hegseth also said in the Pentagon on March 31st that we're more than likely or more than willing to pull out, because at the end of the day, these NATO countries need that strait, and these Asian countries need it way more than we do, which is true. But that's a bad faith punishment. That's a bad look by the United States. And who's to say the IRGC isn't strategically banking on that? Like you said, to go, hey, the United States left you, but we're not your enemy and you're not our enemy, so we'll work with you to make some sort of lucrative gain from the strait being open for the benefit of you receiving oil. And that's catastrophic for the United States. And so that's why I said a couple weeks ago as well, we cannot pull out. We're stuck. Like, no matter which way you think we can go, every single way has a very damaging back-end consequence. That's short-term. It's not even long-term. If we let that Strait of Hormuz go and we don't secure and reopen it, well, then every single European NATO country, every single Asian country that are going to suffer from oil loss first are going to have to work with the Iranians. And the Iranians will be more than willing to do diplomacy with them, because they haven't been backstabbing them and killing their leadership for several years. Trump thinks that he'll pull out of the Hormuz and then these NATO countries are going to fight Iran. Are you crazy? They just watched Iran whoop your ass for the last 4 weeks. You think they're going to fight them?
Bro, yeah. The Middle East, the Gulf states are trying to convene a security council to go to use military action to open up the strait. Guess who blocked it? Russia, China, and France.
France, yeah. Okay, I didn't know that. I saw France was getting into that, but I didn't know that all those countries allied to block it. Wow.
France? Yes. Bro, that's crazy. The French allied with the Chinese and the Russians to block fucking the Strait of Hormuz. Yo, you know what? This is what I mean when I say bad diplomacy is bad diplomacy. Macron is trying to get it back in blood, bro. I'm telling you, this nigga is getting abused by his chick. You know, people are constantly making fun of France. Trump has said a whole bunch of bullshit about
Trump
NATO.
Trump is making fun of him right now. He just made fun of him the other day to the press. He said, yeah, his wife hit him in the left jaw. Something like that. It's horrible.
Like,
horrible.
you got this. Bro, think about this, bro. Like, this is what makes this funny. This fucking guy is a member of NATO, right? Which is designed to fight Russia. This dude is siding with his op to make sure that that one of their allies looks like an idiot and they're not opening the Hormuz.
Yep. And this
That's
is
crazy.
Honestly, this has turned into a mission for not only Iran, because this has been the goal since February 28th, but now this is growing and graduating into a mission for the global community to humiliate the United States, Russia, China, NATO. Because what has Trump been doing for the last 2 weeks? He went to Truth Social and he said, well, NATO's a bunch of paper tigers, and he's talking shit about them. So now they're going, you know what? What the fuck? Fuck this. We're going to work in tandem together, excluding the United States, the G7 countries as well, excluding the United States, 2 world organizations that the United States is a part of. They're going to exclude us. They're going to work together to make sure we look stupid and undermine us in any possible way to stop this war, or at least make sure it's painful and asymmetric for the United States to stay involved in. So top to bottom, it's really a shit show. And what was I going to say in regards to these EU countries? What did you mention? You mentioned something about China, Russia. Can't remember.
Yeah. So China, Russia, and France. So the Gulf states want to basically go to war, and they're looking for UN security, authorization to go to war. China, France, and Russia all blocked it.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's really crazy. That's
a big fucking deal.
Yeah, yeah, and I bet a bunch of countries are probably going to start doing that as well, like Asia, because if I'm not mistaken, Asia or several Asian countries are the first ones to receive oil from the Strait of Hormuz, like India. I think Singapore is involved in there and others, and so it's going to be interesting to see what they do once that gap is met and they can see that there's an oil shortage, or they're going to have to pay a huge premium for the oil, which Iran has already been saying it's going to be $2 million or whatever it is to open the Strait up for certain ships to pass through. So maybe they're going to join that cause as well in militarily supporting Iran from the back door, diplomatically supporting them from the front or front-facingly to oppose the United States even further. So, yeah, it is people are just thinking about how many soldiers are going to die and how this is a bad idea for the U.S. and the F-15, the F-35, and the F-16. That's all bad, but that's not even the worst part. The real cherry on top is how this is hurting us on the international stage, in which, mind you, me and you both had predicted. We said we're losing the moral high ground when we condemn Russia for invading Ukraine by doing the same thing in Iran for a worse reason, by the way. And now Trump is saying, well, we're going to pull out of Ukraine and we're going to stop supporting them and we're going to stop supporting our NATO partners because they don't want to help us in this forever war. You're going to stop supporting Europe because they don't want to die for Israel like you. And it's like, hey, if you wanted to pull out of NATO and you don't want to be a part of NATO anymore, whatever. I don't think that's a good idea, but at least make the reasoning because we spend more than the next 4 or 5 countries combined to contribute to NATO. We give them all the military assets. Maybe we don't receive the same benefit all the time from NATO as they get from us, but to make the reason that you're not supporting us in this war cucks us even harder for Israel. It's like the worst set of reasoning ever. You know, at least Trump could say, I'm worried about America and I don't want to be with NATO, but he's saying we're going to pull out of NATO because they're not cucking for Israel. That's effectively what he's saying, and that's the worst reasoning you can supplement. So that's another thing that I said the other day on stream too.
Actually. Yeah, you're actually right.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's one thing if he had voiced a different set of reasons, but to say that we're not fighting for Israel is why we're pulling out of NATO, this is why the whole world is gravitating away from the United States power structure. And now this multipolar world is going to turn into 3 even powers, 3 equal even powers, probably being China, Russia, and the United States. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Keep this in mind, too. Netanyahu has to fly around French airspace.
Yeah,
that's
they
something
closed
else.
It off for him. Yep.
Like if Netanyahu went to France, they would arrest him and give him to the ICC.
Yep.
You forget that shit. Like Netanyahu is a wanted criminal, chat. So like that probably. So I'm looking at this from Macron's angle. So he doesn't like Trump. Netanyahu's a war criminal. Like this dude's constantly bashing NATO and all this other shit. Like it's no wonder that he's like, man, fuck these guys at this point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote with Russia. That's crazy.
Yeah. And Netanyahu actually can't go to several countries. So now the fact that they're involving airspace is huge. And I mean, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think you're right, man. I think in the next 2 days, it's now or never for the ground invasion, you know. And we're giving the IRGC, by the way, the ground invasion was supposed to be, or it's been kind of imminent for the last 2 weeks. So we're giving the IRGC plenty of time to prepare. Remember, we're the ones invading them. You know, this is their home court. They've got home court advantage. They're just sitting and waiting. We're the ones who have to go in and actually effectuate some sort of change and cause damage. So to give them so much of a heads up as we've done so far, They've had over a month to get ready. And plus, since Operation Midnight Hammer, they knew that this would turn into a full-scale war. Rising Lion, 12-Day War, Midnight Hammer in June of last year. Now they're understanding that, you know, they've been preparing ever since, and they always were ready for some sort of ground element. And they knew there was going to be a ground element because of the fact that everything that's important to us, or that we're claiming is important, is underground. And they were talking about how they would get this nuclear enriched uranium from underground. You need specialized personnel who knows how to handle this radioactive material. It's super heavy. You might have to get millions of dollars of equipment and machinery underground to extract such material and all the other stuff that is under there that we don't know about or what we're aware about. And so it could be a multi-year process after potentially defeating the IRGC. Let's just say in theory we do defeat them, to actually extract and get everything out of the underground bunkers that we're targeting can also take so much longer than people anticipate as well. And who knows what will be happening above ground. We're going to have to continuously keep defending these excavator sites or these construction sites that are removing the uranium. This causes for power vacuums where other military factions can be above ground and still be fighting and attack U.S. personnel. So it's just like a shitty situation where the United States is not shielded from any sort of direction, and no country wants to support us. You know, at least Britain supported us in the Iraq war and other countries. No country is even diplomatically supporting us. Forget actually launching their military into the Strait. No country is even voicing that they agree with this. Brigitte Macron just said on air like maybe 3 or 4 hours ago, or unless it was yesterday, and I'm seeing an old post, that the Iranian regime is evil, but what the United States is doing right now is incorrect, and Iran, just like any other country in the world, has the right to defend themselves per international law. And that's what they've been doing. They've been exercising their right to defend themselves. And you got to be an idiot to be on the wrong side at this point.
And China is blaming. China came out and basically said the Strait of Hormuz is closed because it's the United States and Israel's fault.
Wow. They said that in an official statement?
They made an official statement saying that there needs to be a ceasefire in the Middle East, and the cherry on top, Israel and the United States is responsible for the Hormuz being closed.
100%. 100%. And we're the ones who started it, you know?
I mean, they're getting paid in yuan from freighters and shit, so obviously they're a little bit biased, but I mean, it's true. It's fucking true, though. They're not lying.
Well, several other countries, there's going to be a loose alliance of all these other countries if there hasn't been already. Maybe it'll be written down on paper, but there's going to be some sort of coalition against the United States because we created this problem. You know, the Strait of Hormuz was never an issue until we allowed Iran to weaponize it, and we should have known better. This is a critical 20-mile passageway, I think at its widest point, about 21 miles of water, in which several ships pass through to supply oil to the world, responsible for 20%, like I said, or 1/5. And so we should have known that Iran, if they're not stronger than us militarily, was going to leverage such a vantage point against us. And they've done that perfectly, unfortunately. So, and this is what I've said as well, for the U.S. to go and we have all the military might, we have the weapons, we have the technology, despite it being shot down, we're still so much stronger. But even then, for the United States to go in and secure and then reopen the strait and then guarantee it's secured and reopened for ships to pass through is way harder, is going to take way longer, and is way more unrealistic than Iran to just throw a couple fucking drones into the water and have landmines sitting ducks waiting to explode. So for them to disrupt it is way easier than it is for us to secure and reopen it. And that's another aspect of this asymmetric part we're talking about.
He made a True Social post earlier, and thank you to Nicklin for the kicks and Casaverde for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you greatly. And we take a super chat break here in a second. Fuck, I lost my train of thought.
True Social post.
Oh, he made a True Social post saying that we could close the Strait of Hormuz. We can open up the Strait of Hormuz very easily. I was like, okay, that's a lie. Yes, okay. Can we open up the Strait of Hormuz? Yes, but are we willing to pay the price to get it open? Fuck no.
Yeah,
we're talking about dead soldiers. Potential fucking escalations out of control, power plants being done, desalination plants in the Gulf being destroyed. We're talking about a humanitarian crisis in all the Gulf states if the water desalination plants are destroyed, because 90% of the water comes from there. People are, tens of thousands of people are going to die of thirst, cooked. So, can we open it? Yes, but is Trump prepared to pay the price to open it? Fuck no.
Nope. And then on top of that, check this out. Rerum just tweeted, Emirates Global Aluminum says its El Tawila site which is the biggest aluminum refinery in the world, or one of the biggest site, will take 12 months to restore production after Iranian missile strikes. The complex is one of the largest in the world. So you got that. And then follow it up with the fact that Kuwait's water desalination plant got hit. And there were reports yesterday that I had read from verified sources like Axios and others that said that they actually sustained way more damage than they initially reported. And it's going to take some time to get everything running back to full speed. So,
it's illegal in the Gulf, bro. They said that some people are like damn near getting the death sentence for recording. Completely illegal in the Gulf to show damage. But sorry, keep going.
No, yeah. And people can't even honestly report it on the ground. But what we're getting from these verified news sources is that all of these oil refineries, these water desalination plants, aluminum factories, metal factories, whatever else is critical for the Gulf to make money, if they get hit, Yo, this nigga Frank is gone. Yo, why does he sleep like a human, bro? What the hell?
What the fuck? Yo, this nigga's cooked.
Yo,
right,
he's up.
Okay, I don't know what. I think you saw us laughing at him or some shit. All right, my bad, bro. I didn't mean to train your thought, bro.
No, you're good. That's hilarious. That was actually funny. Nigga Frank, man. Yo, he's big now. What does he weigh now? Like 50 pounds?
He's like 50 pounds.
He's officially like a large dog.
Yeah, because you saw him last time I was in Connecticut when he was only like 3 months old.
Like a puppy. He was so small. Yeah, now he's huge. I got to see him now. I probably can't even pick his ass up. But I finished my thought. I was just saying that, the Gulf relies on oil and they rely on rare earth, all of these other critical things that make them tons of money, at least from the economic standpoint. And Iran will have no hard time in hitting these things. While there's a ground invasion happening, they can still deploy these missiles, so they can do both at the same time. I'm sure they have the ability to do so. But, that's what happens when mosaic defenses ensue and, we try to take out their leadership. It doesn't make no difference. They can still attack. But that's kind of really like all I really wanted to go through in regards to where we see the next 48 to 72 hours. But, man, you've been live since, bro. Yo, what are you? You're running on. You're running on just spirit and fumes, bro.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just I've been on now. It's like 20 hours because I had like 8.5, and now I'm seeing it. I'm on 11 for. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
I wish you were there for me and Sneako's conversation. We had a good convo about Iran and everything.
Bro, I was so dead.
Yeah, I know. And then you had after hours that day as well. But
yeah, man.
No, we had a good.
No, but I listened. It was a good combo. It was definitely a good combo. Yeah. I woke up the first thing I was listening to.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good.
You gave the analogy with the gun, with a broken down gun. Actually, you know what? Yo, explain that analogy to the audience real quick for them, because I thought that was a fantastic analogy.
Yeah. So hedging a nuke. So to give you context before I just give the analogy, because it won't make sense. Obviously the United States, Stephen Witkoff, Jared Kushner, the Middle Eastern envoy, and Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, everybody in the administration always weaponizes the fact that Iran is making a nuclear bomb. And you see conflicting reports from everybody. Stephen Witkoff saying they're a week away, and Mark Levin saying that they're a month away, or they got chemical weapons on top of that. And so everybody's bragging about how Iran is going to create this nuclear weapon within days or months, and they're going to destroy the world with it. And what people don't realize, besides the fact that there was a religious ruling called a fatwa in Arabic, that was administered by the Ayatollah back in the early 2000s to never create a nuclear bomb. So they had a religious ruling that prevented them from ever doing such a thing. But let's just pretend that's not there and grant that argument. Iran always had the ability to create a nuke, and actually they could have created one like a decade ago, way before Operation Midnight Hammer. The reason that they never created a nuclear bomb was because they were hedging. And this is a political strategy where you do it in order to deter any country from attacking you, approaching on your borders, or really just trying to effectuate regime change. And why wouldn't Iran do this when they had more than enough reasoning to target such a mission? Obviously, they saw Afghanistan get toppled, Libya, Syria, several other countries that they are neighbored to in the region. And so for them, what was the most important thing was hedging a nuke, not creating a nuke, which would be illegal according to the IAEA, international law, but hedging a nuke so that they can prevent the United States and Israel from attacking them. That's why we hit their nuclear plants back in the summer, Operation Midnight Hammer, to set them back a few years, because after that 12-day war, there was a good chance they might have stopped hedging and actually created a bomb. So we actually had to set them back. They put Trump in a really compromising position. But hedging a nuke is like having all of the pieces of a gun, a firearm in front of you, whatever you will, maybe a Glock or whatever it is, and having it ready, but not actually assembling it and then loading it and having it ready, chambering it and actually firing it. It's just having the parts in front of you ready so that if anybody tries you, you can assemble that gun in a moment and use it if you have to. That's what hedging a nuclear weapon is, and that's a strategy that several countries have exercised before to protect themselves, and that's a right that Iran really has. And they signed a deal to limit the enrichment of the uranium from, I believe it was 60% or somewhere in that range to down to 3% with the JCPOA, which not only took it pretty much slows down the process when you slow down the enrichment of uranium significantly, and Barack Obama did that so he can remove the fear from these Middle Eastern neighboring countries and primarily Israel that they won't be close to a bomb, but he can also create a path for diplomacy later on so he can completely eradicate their nuclear program, something that Donald Trump sabotaged, which put them back to the 60% enrichment phase. So
which put him in the Midnight Hammer dilemma. And his dumbass sealed his own fate back in 2018 when he pulled out. That's what made him get into the Midnight Hammer, because of his stupid shit in 2018.
Yeah.
He actually shot himself in the foot.
He shot himself. Yep. He made the IRGC a terrorist organization. And so we pretty much did a deal with Iran. And then we said, fuck you. And we greenlit them to be killed. We killed all their top leaders. And then they started enriching uranium just a little bit more in 2019 and 2020. And then we said, oh, all bets are off. We're going to kill everybody. And they could have made a bomb several years ago. By the way, Israel has a bomb. They've got plenty of them. And they're all illegal according to the IAEA. They refuse inspection. They refuse to follow the rules. And Iran has actually been compliant.
No NPT. They're not signatories of the NPT. None of that shit.
Yeah.
Super illegal.
Nothing on paper, completely underground. And the other day, I don't even know who it was, but on Patrick Bet David, some guy, I'm not sure who he was. He's like a white guy, younger guy. He said, well, part of the reason that we pulled out of the JCPOA was because Iran was refusing inspections and refusing to follow the contract. But actually, the IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency, they're responsible for monitoring nuclear programs, monitoring enrichment of uranium and everything else like that. They said that when they were inspecting Iran's nuclear program, when they were talking with Iranian officials, they were super compliant, very easy to work with, and followed all the rules. These are official statements from the IAEA. So those are just another set of lies. Iran has always been more than willing to diplomatically work with the United States to remove the worry and threat of a nuclear weapon, on top of the fact that they were hedging, which means they would never create the bomb unless they were violently threatened, in which the only people that brought us to that point was Israel with Operation Rising Lion.
I got something interesting here that I want to show you. Look at this, bro. Perfect timing. Look at this. One sec. Let me share this shit. Also, I'm back up on JTube for a little bit. I'm going to get the hell off this thing here. You guys can either go to Kick or go to my brother's stream, whichever one you guys want, but I'm not going to be on JTube much longer. Look at this shit, bro. So Putin on Iran. Iran fulfilled all of its obligations, right? So look at this. So this is Putin. So this is Putin talking right here. Obviously, it's in Russian. I'll read it out to you guys so you can, because I know a lot of you guys listen to the show versus watching. So he says, Iran has been fulfilling all of its obligations under the famous agreement that we just mentioned. He's referring to the JCPOA. That's it. No claims can be made against Iran. Then the United States unilaterally decided to withdraw. From this agreement, and the Europeans continue to demand from Iran that it fulfill its obligations. I'm sorry, but that's just nonsense. Hey, yo, real nigga Putin, bro. Hey.
Yeah.
Call it like it is.
Yeah.
Iran didn't pull out the agreement. The U.S. did. Former President Trump made a decision to withdraw from the agreement. And the Europeans were saying, yeah, it's not good that the Americans pulled out. But you Iranians must comply with everything.
Unbelievable.
Why the hell should Iranians do it? Sorry, it sounds a bit rude in Russian. I mean, bro, this is just common sense, bro.
Yeah.
If you enter an agreement with somebody and that person backs out and they're no longer, doing their end of the bargain, but you're supposed to keep doing your end of the bargain because people around you who have no fucking skin in the game want you to do it. That makes no sense. Of course they're going to say, yo, they pulled out. We're going to fucking enrich.
Yeah, 100%.
Like,
and that's what I'm...
And just so you guys know in the chat, before I give this to my brother, this is how the whole world feels, by the way. Just so you guys know. The entire world literally feels what Putin just said. It's just that we're too dumb in America to understand this. But go ahead, bro.
No, you're completely right. The JCPOA was a deal that several countries had agreed to joining in terms of recognizing it. It was obviously the United States. I have them pulled up here. UK, France, China, Russia, Germany, plus the EU, which is like another 7 or 8 countries. So
share screen if you want.
Yeah, here, I can show you.
So because visual learners, some people.
So this is the Wikipedia for the Iran nuclear deal, better known as the JCPOA. And let's see, we have the P5+1, so that's China, France, Russia, the UK, US plus Germany, together with the European Union. So these are all the signatories: China, France, Germany, Iran, Russia, UK, United States, European Union, which is comprised of several other countries in Europe. So, I mean, it's just obvious that the entire world recognizes Iran is able to practice diplomacy. And these are the lies that we've been seeing from Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, all these other guys on PBD and all these other idiots that they didn't want to do the deal or they were breaking the contract, they were breaking the deal. The agency that's responsible for brokering the deal, being the middle peace party, and actually administering investigation and monitoring the nuclear program said Iran was great. Iran was like an A+ student. They followed all the directions. They always spoke to us. They were always clear. They were always transparent. We never had an issue with them. So again, it doesn't take the smartest person to discern that. And if you can't understand that, then you're just operating in bad faith. And there's no reason in trying to reason with such a person. But yeah, this is like this adds to like the sentiment that these Middle Eastern countries, and I know people are going to think I'm doing some like pro-Muslim sentiment here, but it's true. A lot of these Middle Eastern countries want to work with the United States. They don't want to have tensions with the strongest country in the world that's allied with Israel. They'd rather not. But all of this anti-Western sentiment comes from the fact that we serve any interest of Israel despite how much it affects us and despite how much it hurts the population back home, but everybody else in the Middle East. That's why we've destabilized the region. That's why we're always there. It's for them. And so that's why these Arab countries hate us. That's why Russia is always upset with us and they've never been able to really create a good relationship with Washington. China, same thing, because they watch us intervene into this region. They watch us kill innocent civilians all the time. They watch us sit courtside and watch Gaza happen in 26-month bombing onslaught where 100,000 plus people die, half of which are children. The population in Gaza is overwhelmingly adolescent, and they let us, or we let that happen. All these other countries watch this and they become growingly frustrated with us. So it's just a matter of like everything culminating to where we are now. And that's why me and my brother say international relations are going to be very different after this conflict. This is a turning point in history, and the United States is never going to share a relationship with other countries like we once did unless we get a brand new president who strongly condemns this attack and does everything to reverse it and also works very hard to loosen the ties with us and Israel. Those three things have to happen for the international community to work with us again. We have to condemn this attack. We have to condemn Donald Trump and this administration, the Secretary of War, everybody else in between. We have to create some sort of diplomacy with Iran and help them out from here on out, operate in good faith, not assassinate their leaders. And we probably have to loosen ties with Israel so the world can trust us again, because so long as Israel's got their hands around our neck, we're always going to do some bullshit in the Middle East. So there's got to be a lot of undoing. There's so much damage done, knots that have been tight so tight that for the next president to come in and untie these knots and undo all this damage is going to be a multi-year, probably multi-administration process that's going to have to be graduated from one to another, where we can do a complete facelift and a complete character change. And Donald Trump got us into this. We didn't have to get this far. We didn't have to get knee deep into this bullshit. But the Iranian conflict is the epitome of such a notion, because there's no way to get out now. There's no way to get out. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. We can't reopen it unless we launch boots on ground. Soldiers are going to die. IDF is not even launching any personnel in the region, by the way. Benjamin Netanyahu said, yeah, we're not having any IDF soldiers in the region. You guys can handle that shit. And that's because they're stretched thin. They have to fight Lebanon.
I heard almost one of the guys in OSS told me 189 to 200 KIA, bro.
Wow. Holy shit. Might be.
And I kind of believe
that. Yeah, I believe it as well.
There's been a lot of fucking helicopter shit, and they're saying that, only this amount of people were killed or injured, but the helicopter flights are too fucking consistent and too often for the casualties that they're trying to say.
Interesting. Wow.
It's indicative of someone I was looking on X somewhere. Someone was like looking at the helicopter and how often it was moving around and making runs. They're like, bro, there's no way this amount of runs does not match up with the casualty numbers. It's way more.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. So it's vindicative of a high death count. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah,
or at least seriously injured.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, southern Lebanon has always been a struggle zone for Israel. They've had an easier time in the West Bank and Gaza, but Hezbollah is armed. They're very strong. And, you know, this elucidates a larger point.
This ain't the Golan Heights, bitch. Like, you know, this ain't the Golan Heights. These niggas is about to fight. Like, you know.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know, man. These proxy networks that are funded by Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis, really Hezbollah, they're technologically advanced. You know, they're pretty good. They're not, of course, Israel, Mossad intelligence level. They got hit with the pager attack. But these guys on the ground are always a problem for IDF soldiers. I think in 2006, Israel flat out lost a ground war to them. And then, again, every single time Israel tries something in southern Lebanon, it's always met with an equal or opposite force. And it always causes a ceasefire for them to pull out. The only reason now they're able to cover so much ground in southern Lebanon or start this war again is because we've decapitated their leadership systematically over the last few years. Hassan Nasrallah in 2024, now we've been able to kind of cover some ground.
They needed a 10-year op, bro. They needed a 10-year op to fight Hezbollah. People don't understand that.
Yeah.
Hezbollah fucks them up so much because if you really look at it, like they had to do airstrikes and kill Hassan Nasrallah, Fuad Shukr, so they had to strategically kill like all the top dudes within a tight span. Then they had to burn their Mossad operation that took them 10 fucking years. It took all that just to get a ceasefire, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, and who's to say that Hezbollah, ever since the assassination of these leaders and just paying attention in the region, has not built up their paramilitary organization to be similar to that of a Mosaic defense, where these guys can operate independently of leadership. That's what the IRGC has done. And of course, Hezbollah is a proxy of the IRGC. They probably operate in a similar fashion, which is why the IDF is having a hard time right now with boots on ground in southern Lebanon or even the airstrikes. And so that's exactly why Iran is such a problem for Israel, because these proxy groups that box them in keep Israel exactly where they are. And it's very hard for them to achieve any of their goals as long as these highly sophisticated proxy groups exist within the region. Hamas is probably the weakest one. And even them, they dealt a ton of damage by just utilizing these underground tunnel systems. They'd pop up like fucking mushrooms, bomb a tank, and then jump back in like it's Mario. You know, so these guys go as far as they need to in unconventional warfare to make it difficult for the Israelis. And Hamas displayed a lot of asymmetric capabilities during that 26-month war, which honestly, they're still striking Gaza. They're still killing Palestinians. But during the midst of it and really the height of it, Hamas was showing that they still dealt a great amount of damage to IDF soldiers. And we'll probably never get the real number as to how many they killed or hurt or injured, but it's probably higher than a lot of people would anticipate. So that's why, you know, the IRGC is such a problem, because they create these groups that make it so hard for Israel to effectively achieve their goal or finish their missions, you know? And then the Houthis have not even mobilized like that. They've barely joined this war. Obviously, they have control of the Red Sea if they want, or they can get involved in the Red Sea. And that's another passageway for oil. The Bab el-Mandab Strait, they messed around with that during the Gaza conflict.
10% world's oil, right? 10%?
I think, no, I think it's... I think the Suez Canal is 10 to 12. And so that's just north of the Bab el-Mandab Strait, which if that passageway gets cut off, now we're looking at 32% of the world's oil supply being disrupted. But Google it and fact check me. Tell me if I'm wrong. But it's going to bring us to 32%.
5 to 6% of global seaborne traded oil, crude and petroleum currently pass through the Bab el-Mandab Strait.
Okay, so yeah, 5 to 6%.
That's still significant, because if you take that, you go, so basically between the Bab el-Mandab and then the 20% on the Strait of Hormuz, now the Iranians effectively control 25% of the world's fucking oil, bro.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that's also going to affect just north the Suez Canal, because the ship's either got to go which way. It's got to go either which way. And so that's
not even accounting for the discussion. That's just strictly the percentage. That's not the nightmares that comes after. You're right.
Exactly. So any ships coming north from Europe are going to be cut off at that Bab el-Mandab Strait, which is just south. And so the Houthis guys is a proxy group in Yemen, and they can take control of another critical passageway. And you'll probably pull it up right now. And if they do that, just expect the pump prices to go up even higher. They're already high. They're going to continue to climb. They're going to continue to grow despite Trump trying to bandage the issue. And they're going to climb even higher if the Houthis get involved, in which I can guarantee you they will.
Yeah, this is the Houthis right here, guys. Picture to the
Go ahead and show them the map of the Bab el-Mandab Strait, just because a lot of people may not know where it is geographically.
Right.
But once we show you the map, you'll really be like, oh, I can see how this can get bad quickly.
I forget sometimes that we got to kind of, still keep it somewhat remedial, because there's new people time and shit like that. So, okay, I'll just type in.
Yeah, Middle East is fine. And then
right here.
Okay.
Oh, brother, sorry, right here.
Yeah, so that small strait, which I don't know how many miles wide it is from coast to coast, but it's very tight. The Houthis can easily seize a lot of control of that. And look at the countries on this opposing side. Djibouti, there's no threatening military presence. Eritrea, Djibouti, all of these new countries in Eastern Africa, none of them pose a threat to the Houthis. And so if the Houthis want to pose their...
They can't do shit, though.
Yeah, exactly.
We do have that area, but yeah.
Exactly. That's a non-asset. And so at this point, if the Houthis do mobilize, they can close up that passageway or disrupt it. And again, that's going to cause global oil prices to skyrocket. And I think, hopefully I'm vindicated here, I believe the Houthis are waiting for Marines to hit the ground, and they're going to go into that Gulf of Aden, and they're going to go into the Bab el-Mandab, and they're going to cause havoc. That's my guess. They're waiting for that weapon in their back pocket. They're waiting for that up their sleeve. They know it's effective, but they're going to only utilize it once the United States is stretched thin with a full ground conflict. Then they're going to mobilize in that strait. That's what I foresee happening.
Okay. Yeah. And people forget, Iran only had about 5% of the world's oil. Now they control, if this gets taken over, a quarter of the world's oil.
Yep.
They 5x'd their leverage in the oil market, guys. That's fucking crazy. And guess who made it happen for them? Donald Trump. But yeah, we can reach out. So you can mute me, and then I'll mute you, and then we'll read it real quick and reconvene.
Okay.
If that.
Perfect. All right. Oh, I could keep his volume up because he's muted. All right, guys, if you have a chat that you want to send in, because I know I'm occupied with the conversation, send it in right now while I'm reading. Let's see what we have. Ken Rose, thank you so much. Consistent support from you. Oh, I'm a little bit early. Hey, OSS Small, thank you for the 10 gifted, man. And then RSG, welcome to Ryad Squad. Great to have you, man. You guys can join the membership. I think it's like $7 a month if you want to support me. I really appreciate it. Help me escape the matrix. No, I'm kidding. I'm well off, guys. Only join if you want. Ken Rose, $5. Thank you so much. Well, I'm not well off, but like I'm not dirt shit poor. OSS Small, thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate it, man. God bless. Always showing love. Shout out to OSS Small, man. Everybody show him some love. 07's in the chat. W's in the chat for OSS Small. And then Regime Talk says a second A-10 Warthog has been shot down. Really? Has it now? Let's see. Is that real? Wow. Okay, that's confirmed. Yeah, second A-10 Warthog down by Iran. This one was involved in the search and rescue operation after the F-15 was shot down. Goodness gracious. That I'm going to have to cut that. 141.30. Let me write that down. Can't say that word on YouTube, guys. We're getting destroyed in the air. Goodness gracious. So a second A-10 has been shot down, huh? Take a look at this. Excuse me, goodness. We're still battling whatever the hell I have. Take a look at that, man. Not good. Someone said Operation Epic Failure. Facts. Yeah, not good at all. We'll reconvene with Myron in a moment here. But again, another shout out to Ryman for the $100. Thank you to all the big super chatters, man. You guys make the show move. You guys make the show continue. So I really appreciate all the love. God bless all of you. You guys are the GOATs. And everybody who's watching, thank you for the support. We're doing well. You know, we're a month into our YouTube journey. We're at 17.1K subs. Kidding me? You know? Of course, Myron helped. Product of nepotism. But still, really appreciate the consistent love, guys. It really means the world. And check this out. We're waiting for Myron. So this is obviously my channel. But check out this video with me and Sneeko. And then check this out. I uploaded this today. This is me responding to the nation address. And then this is me with Sneeko. Yo, but this Patrick Bet-David video went crazy. 32,000 views. People really love this. This analysis wasn't even that good. I didn't even like this video like that. But yeah. Thumbnails are done by yours truly in-house. Not bad, right? Pretty good. So yeah. Yo.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
We'll listen to your chats along with you because I finished mine, but just remove your screen.
Okay. Let me shit.
Just stop streaming on Discord, yeah.
Yeah. So you know what you came perfect timing. So one of my guys in my community, he says, literally you came perfect timing.
Second A10.
He says, due to lack of was that?
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'll tell you in a moment.
Yeah. He says, this is the guy that's been keeping up with the IDF and Hezbollah numbers. I asked him, hey, can you keep up with the Lebanon war? And he said Hezbollah right now is 359 KIA, 789 wounded in action, and then he has new IDF numbers. Mind you, Ryad, he gave me 200 this morning.
Yeah.
Now he's saying it's 489.
Holy
and then he says,
shit.
wounded in action is now unknown due to a recent firefight IDF combat tanks. 140 support vehicles. Okay, so I'm assuming that 200 to damn near 500 now is from the firefight you're talking about. So wow. Yeah, but Jared, you gotta give us how you know that, bro. I know you might have a source. You don't gotta disclose your source, but like, give us a hint.
Bro's
how you know that
sauce. Bro's gatekeeping the source. Yo, by the way, a second A-10 Warthog was just shot out of the sky 10 minutes ago. That's reported by Suleiman. Yeah.
Let me finish reading this shit, and then we're gonna do a deep dive on the war.
Yeah.
Okay, this is ridiculous from Sazy Van. Desert Joe says, call you, brother. Give a weapon. Thank you very much. Tears and Pistols, just showing love. WOSS, thank you, dude. Morris says, we have been developing stealth drop tanks to help extend the range, but also keeping the RCS down as well. They're made for the F-22 and F-35. Okay, fair. Today's going to go down history as the day Trump became clear to everyone, even normies. Yeah, fuck up clear. Yeah. Myron, you should make a documentary. It's a woman's sphere. Okay. Myron, I put the fires in the bag. OSS 300. Work. Okay. Olivia Adams, how would sacrificing red cows bring about the Antichrist? Do they expect it to just spawn into reality, or are they just going to choose some random Jew to play the role? You want to hit that?
What was it? I'm so sorry.
I'll come back to it. Let me read the rest, and then this question's for you. I guess this will make us stronger for WW3. Next, baby daddy donated. Okay. Pop Smoke, shout out to you. Pop up smoking. Yo, why is Frank T posting his sleep? Okay. Send Gogeta. Many W's are mine. I got an update. Unreported American troops deaths up to 8 and 6 missing troops now. Also, buddies in the Middle East got their phones taken away because of OPSEC, but in reality, they don't want them to update us in the U.S. for propaganda. Okay, so Ryad, it's looking like we have potentially another 8 or 6 dead. So we're looking at 20 plus on the U.S. side.
Wow. Yeah.
We know 13 confirmed, but I've been getting information
on.
Super
conservative estimate.
Yeah. Please don't expose who I am as an army, as I'm in the army and could get in trouble. Of course, bro. Of course not, Manny. Of course not. Fuck no. Mr. Gaines, good day to you, sir. I wish you had been my geography, algebra, and history teacher. Okay. Base Mario, check out this one. Hopefully it reads my time clips. As always, always best analysis. Ready to raid afterburners. Typo my bad, jarheaded, no worries. Yo, Myron, have you seen Junior X post about the Iranian hacker opposing this, exposing the Kirk assassination? No, I haven't seen it. But Junior posts a lot of misinformation, bro, on X. I ain't gonna lie to you. So take what he says with a grain of salt.
The Junior, yeah.
Yeah, he's like a radical pro-Palestine guy. So it's like you got to be, you know, they're not measured like we are, me and my brother.
Just engagement baits.
Yeah. Okay, guys, just because I got my brother and I'm like, you know, tired as hell, for OSS guys, I'm going to read 5 and up, okay? 5 and up, just so me and my brother can kind of keep the show rolling and, you know, give you guys as much sauce as possible. So I'll read OSS 5 and up, but we're caught up there. Ryad, you want to hit? What do you want to do? You want to go jump into space, or do you want to do a quick little overview on this A-10 Warthog aircraft?
We can jump into space. Jump back into space. I don't think there's too much else for us to go over.
Familiar with it? Like what it does, its duties, that type of shit.
Yeah. I'm familiar. I can pull it up for everybody here. If you
let's kind of get them aware, and then that way we go. Then they kind of know what's going on, and then we'll go in there.
Okay. Yeah.
Because once we go in there, we won't be able to speak to each other as freely.
Here, let's see if I can get.
Yo, this is crazy, bro.
Push that narrative further and say, we're not going to kill this guy. We're not going to hurt him. Although he was manning a deadly fighter pilot or a deadly fighter jet that was intended to kill or damage our infrastructure, we won't hurt him. We know you're following orders, but maybe denounce your government, something like that. Maybe they'll send him back, or maybe they'll kill him. But I don't think they will. I think they're going to utilize him for some symbolic purpose.
Yeah, so this is what I think. If we don't negotiate to get him back, they're gonna try him from treason and then hang him. But we're not gonna let that happen. Like if for some weird reason like Trump or our president like fumbles and like doesn't negotiate a deal, they're gonna absolutely put him in a criminal trial and hang him. That's gonna happen. But if we can negotiate to get him back, that'll be they're gonna put pressure where it's like, damn, we got to get this guy back.
Yeah.
But if we don't, they're definitely gonna fucking hang him as a spy, 100%.
I mean, if he's found yet, which he probably is. Let's be real.
You think he's found at this point, bro? Really?
I mean, big parachute in the sky. There's no way no one got eyes on him, you know.
Oh,
and he likely landed on top of a mountain.
I got you right now. One of my guys, I'm so glad that you just reminded me. Al-Boa said something here. He says, breaking, IRGC has sealed off a large area in Iran's Koliglu Boyer Ahmed province to search for the missing U.S. pilot, along with local security forces and civilian tribal groups. 3 Iranian officials told the New York Times.
Oh, damn. Well,
and Rerun posted too.
Here's the thing. If he landed anywhere else and there were already U.S. assets on the ground, he could probably hide, get away, figure some sort of situation out to escape. There aren't really any Marines on the ground yet, and Iran's got a treacherous terrain, a horrible terrain, one that no one can survive in. It's all mountainous, it's vast, some deserts. Who knows where that guy is? It's not like he landed in Tehran or
he was
anything
somewhere.
like.
I'll show you on a map. Where do you know
like
where?
South of Tehran, right? Like some village that he actually landed in. That mountainous range.
It's here. I'll show you right now.
Yeah, show me because I didn't
Forgive
see exactly
me. It's
where it was.
kind of rough, but I'll show you real quick. Right around like. All right, so right around this area here.
I can't see your screen.
Oh, you. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Very good. All right, let's see.
You got it. Okay. So like right around this area here. Let me make it bigger.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So they got
in the eastern province.
Yeah, somewhere around here.
Oh, western province. Okay, that's where you're pointing, right here. Okay.
Where I'm circling. Yeah, somewhere in this fucking area.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I think there's a better chance the IRGC catches him before we rescue him. Come on, let's get real. You know, that's a really difficult terrain to navigate, man. Really.
Other thing that worries me, bro, the U.S. pretty much got the first guy quickly. So I'm still trying to figure out why they couldn't get the second guy.
Yeah, they probably went in complete different directions. You know, I mean, when they eject out of these jets, they go hundreds of feet in the air and then they parachute down. So I don't see why they wouldn't have been somewhere within similar vicinity of one another.
Yeah,
but
the pilot before you went in there, he said like 100 meters basically. Like they're not that far. So
yeah,
you know, if anything. So I was like, what the fuck, man? So like that kind of has me worried. Like, is he dead? Did he get hurt? Like,
yeah, there's a potentiality that he, you know, God forbid, maybe he died on impact or something. But those pilots are trained to, you know, eject and land safely, even in rough terrain. You know, they have the ability to do that. That's what they're skilled in doing. So I wouldn't imagine that. Yeah, I would imagine that they either caught him or he's hiding somewhere. But where the hell is there to hide? You know, the IRGC knows that area. They know that land. He doesn't. You know, at least on the ground, he doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. You want to jump back in here?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Publicly, Trump and Israel are furious with him for not being as supportive as they want him to be in this war. And Israel terminated all of their military contracts with France, which is great news, but also it kind of exposes that there were military contracts in the first place, which isn't so good. But and China and they're the first Western country that have
Oh, Myron, did you get a
been
chance
allowed
to see Theo Von and Joe
have
Rogan?
their ships.
No, I didn't. I heard about it, but I didn't watch it.
One French ship has been allowed to.
We can react to it if you want.
Yeah, I wanted to pull that up. I have the clip here, but after we do this, we can take a look because it's going to be a little funny.
Okay.
This public spat of Israel basically shutting down relations with them, and Trump himself, attacking and insulting Macron in France. So that's an interesting development. Europe seems to be growing a spine a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, they're tired of Trump, bro.
I never have high hopes for Europe. We've been absolutely cucked and ruined and immiserated and impoverished, following America into all these wars. And really ignorant MAGA types are mad at Europe, and it's...
So you got a hot mic?
And yeah, so
I just jumped in and heard you talking about France. Did you see that France, China, and Russia blocked the Security Council's request from the Gulf states to go to war? Do you see that?
No, I didn't, but there we go. That adds to the
France sided with the Chinese and the Russians, bro, to block military action to open up the Strait. Hilarious.
Yeah, it's
Wasn't
wild.
that a couple of days ago? Is this a new one?
I saw it today. I saw that happen within the last 24 hours. But you might have, you might have got it first.
It was yesterday's one, I think, Myron. But
okay.
Yeah, and then immediately it led to a shipment. So clearly there's negotiations there.
Oh yeah, the fact that Macron is siding with the Russians and the Chinese tells me he's fed up with Trump. Like at this point, right? This is a fucking NATO member siding with Putin.
Energy.
Yep, exactly.
We're in an energy crisis. So you've got no choice.
Yep, exactly. So and this is the thing. If we leave the Hormuz without opening it, dude, all we're doing is we're gonna give Iran a whole bunch of charitability because everyone's gonna want to work with them, and the Iranians are gonna be like, oh yeah, we'll work with you. Fuck the Americans. Like we know you're an American ally, but hey, maybe we could strike a deal. We're reasonable people. So I think if anything, we've basically pushed people into their realm of influence. Like, yo, this war is a disaster, bro. The more I like think about things, like overall, we got gas prices that are catastrophically high. We got the Gulf states that are tired of us fucking being there now. We got 13 military bases that are fucking cooked. Israel's on fire right now as we speak. Like, bro, we're literally in the middle of World War III and nobody even really knows it. They'll be talking about this 50 years from now. Like, oh yeah, remember that fucking guy Donald Trump from The Apprentice? Man, he was really funny, but for some odd reason he decided to go to war with the Iranians, and now oil's super fucking expensive. Like, weird, right? So it's like, this is like a blunder that is going to be mentioned alongside the Bay of Pigs, the Vietnam War, all that shit, dude. It's all going to be mentioned and it's going to go down in history. So like, I truly do think, between the oil prices, we took the Iranians from like 5% of the world's oil to basically 25% once the Houthis start getting involved, because about 5 to 6% comes from the Mandab Strait, and then 20% from the Strait of Hormuz. So we're talking about they went from 5 to 25 controlling that oil. They're getting $2 million or 2 million yuan per freighter ship that comes through, and they pick the ones that they want. They found a new income route. It's like, oh, I thought this war was to defang them, take rid of their money, destroy their infrastructure, stop their nuclear weapons. Congratulations. Russia now has sanctions lifted. Iran has sanctions lifted. They're making money hand over fist, right? You could destroy all this shit. Well, they could rebuild it, right? And then on top of that, you're not stopping their ability to fucking, shoot missiles in the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and Brent crude is sitting at over $110, or it went to 140 yesterday. So every single way I slice and dice this conflict, it's like there's zero fucking upside. And I don't mean to sound like a doomer, but once you know the actual reality and you're not listening to the stupid Trump mantras about we're the hottest country in the world and we're destroying them militarily or we're going to send them back to the Stone Age, like once you actually understand the real economic, diplomatic, economic, and political downturn that this war is causing, you cannot watch mainstream media again or any of these retards. It's nuts, dude. This is such a L.
That's a lot of winning, Myron.
Yeah, it's like so much winning. Like we got an ally, Macron, right, with his who knows what she is wife, siding with the Russians. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is crazy, absolutely crazy, man. Just goes to show how important energy is, bro. And like we're pushing people to Iran. Oh, and then let's add more insult to injury. Like, Trump didn't do himself any favors with the whole fucking tariff war he's been doing over the past year. The tariff wars, making fun of NATO, making fun of Macron, right? Talking shit about everybody. And now when he says, hey, NATO, we need your help. Help us fucking open up this strait. Everyone's like, pound sand, dude. Pound sand. Fucking, what's his name? Keir Starmer, 2 days ago, did like an emergency address. Oh, we're going to fucking, give you guys subsidies so that you could afford your energy. Like, bro, Europe is panicking right now. Absolutely panicking. I saw in Great Britain also, like a whole airline had to stop all their flights for like a day. Nuts.
Another one, Myron. Now Ukraine is deciding to sell your weapons to the Gulf countries.
Oh, yes, that's another. Yeah. Zelensky's over here fucking, using his Jewish skill set. Hey, I heard you guys are having problems. We know a lot about drones. Like, I will help you. I will help you with the drones, and you can make some money. I make some money. Fuck the Americans. Like, bro, the Americans are cheap. They never give me money. Like, we can do business now. So it's like, bro, this is so fucked. It's like, bro, we're literally watching the world change before our fucking very eyes, bro. Who would have thought Zelensky, right, with wearing his fucking tactical gear for some odd reason, would be in the fucking Gulf states teaching these guys about drones? Never in 1,000 years would I imagine this scenario, bro. So, oh my God, it's impossible to not be blackpilled on this topic once you actually understand what the fuck is going on and understand, you know, all the fucking complexities of what's going on in this conflict. And it's like, you know, it's got you bad at assignment. I'm sure you probably get this feeling when you're like watching, you know, normie financial advice on YouTube or some shit. Like for me, I'm watching like CNN or Al Jazeera or like some dumbass YouTuber talk about the war. I'm watching PBD podcast and I'm pulling my hair out because I'm like, yo, you guys are so dumb. You don't even know what you're talking about. We're doing calculus on this side of the internet. These guys are still doing addition and subtraction. Like, I'll tell you something funny that me and my brother were laughing at. Yo, PBD, they're still running around saying 40,000 protesters were killed. Like, what? Bro, it's April. Are you fucking serious? Oh my God, dude. It's like, you know when someone says something stupid, you can't even engage with them because it's like, all right, bro. Like, that stupidity proves to me that I can't even have a conversation with you. That's what I feel like when I watch mainstream news.
Myron, I was on another space before this with some guy that was really trying to show me how Trump is taking on Israel. The whole world is going to bow down to America. And all we need to do is trust the plan. And this is the best thing that's ever happened to America. He was really trying to make it down. He was saying that, you know, we're taking down the Chinese banks, we're taking down the European banks.
Got a super chat here. Downtown $5. Thank you. Ryad, Jang predicted a couple weeks ago that Russia and Israel will team up after USA falls from this war. What's your opinion on that? That Russia and Israel will team up? Could happen. Israel has influence within Russia. That's plausible. It's relatively plausible. At the end of the day, Israel's always going to make sure they have a world power in their back pocket, whether it's Russia, China, the United States. But after this war, the IRGC probably won't exist to the same degree. And Israel's goal is this war won't end without them controlling the Strait or having some sort of advantage that excludes them from needing help or military support from the United States. So really, they'll be their own power, I think. I'd push back on that. I'd say Israel would be their own power. I don't think they're going to seek power. I think the whole point of this conflict is to give them autonomy, to be honest with you. So I would say that's a valid prediction, but I would say this is so they don't have to ask anybody for a partnership. They're their own power, and maybe they'll have a strategic alliance with Russia, but they won't militarily depend on them like they do with us. So that's my prediction.
Well, you know, he's not making the right decision. The guy's retarded. Do you know what I mean? He's there to hammer, as you say, Simon, America and do maximum damage to America. There ain't no two-siding this anymore. And I told people not to vote for him because he's got a cult base.
Just some more breaking news, guys. Breaking news. First of all, do you remember when we were reporting on the news that Saudi had been hit? Well, now we've got visual evidence of Saudi airbase being hit. The Saudi airbase being hit significantly and ferociously. This was from, I think, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. That's the first thing. And second thing is we've got sirens in Bahrain as well. More attacks on Bahrain. So, yeah, that's the latest news. But, yeah, this is...
Suleiman, I'm hearing reports from one of my guys, trusted guy. He's saying 489 killed IDF in Lebanon right now. Almost 500 IDF soldiers killed with wounded in action. He doesn't know, but apparently there was a very serious firefight a couple of hours ago. I don't know if you've heard anything to that extent.
What, like 500 in like a couple of hours in one day? Or
no, total KIA since Israel's began the ground assault.
Yeah, we don't know the exact figure, but that sounds about right. Because if you think about it, there's been like just in terms of tankers, if you look at the Merkava tanks, what is it? Some reports say 60, others say 100 have been fully taken out. And then 100 to 200 being partially destroyed.
Oh, 329. Sorry, 329 KIA. I'm sorry.
It'll be more than that, I think, because so if you think about it, like one tank, how much people does it man? It can man anything from like what 4 to 10 people. And so if one Merkava tank is being absolutely destroyed, and we're confirmed that at least 60 of them have been absolutely destroyed, up to 100, how many people is that?
I got 140. Okay, so I found the thing. Hezbollah KIA 359. Hezbollah wounded in action 781. IDF KIA 489. Wounded in action unknown due to a recent firefight.
Yeah,
Combat tanks destroyed 140 for IDF, and then support vehicles 51.
That's impossible. How can there be 49 people dead if...
No, 489. 489.
Oh, 480.
400, yeah. 359 or 359 for Hezbollah. IDF KIA 489. Wounded in action, unknown, and then combat tanks destroyed 140.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible because if you just look at the Merkava tanks, you've got, what, 60 to 100 being taken out, each one maybe 6 people. I think it's more than that, though. I think if you just look at the number of Merkava tanks that have been taken out, just in the Merkava tanks, you're looking at maybe about 600 people.
Also,
people.
tank operators,
So maybe 1,000.
I was going to say, tank operators are typically the worst soldiers. That's like where the women go and like the idiots and the guys that are low IQ and, you know, fail fitness tests.
Also, you could be the best soldier, but if your tank gets blown up, you're dead.
Of course. But I'm saying like normally the people that get put in tank duty are like the retards.
Yeah.
At least that's what I heard. I talked to IDF guy. That's what he told me. Like, yeah, they tank people are retards.
That's probably because they put him in there. But
and Myron, just to say, like they're moderate. What they'll tell you is their casualties are just moderate, quote unquote, but they're missing limbs in hospitals. So that's what they consider moderate.
Exactly. No, there's no doubt about it. And by the way, congratulations to the YouTube. We got it up to 500 likes. You millennials finally did it. And because of that, we've got 10 gifted memberships from Silver Sailor on the YouTube. Appreciate all of you. Like, we got, what, 900 people in there. And 500 of you lazy bums, millennials managed to like it. So I appreciate you guys. Appreciate the love. And make sure you got 100 on the shot as well. Don't be millennials. But coming back to it, no, I think there's thousands have been killed, in my view. If you just look at the number of tanks and if you look at the number of hits, like we've got videos of like soldiers being gathered and then a missile hitting them or drone hitting them. It's going to be in the thousands.
It's impossible for them to go with the numbers that they're going with right now. I mean, look at what Hezbollah is doing, and they do this, almost oftenly as oftenly as possible. They'll hit a tank, they'll decommission it, they'll sit there for 2 or 3 days and wait until another tank comes to tow it out, and they'll just sit there patiently.
Somebody said, "Bro's face so oily, ants walk on it and drown." Very funny, honorable Mo. Thanks for the super chat. I just came from the gym. I make it to the show somewhat on time. I'm not too late. Your face is oily. You're sweaty. Okay, well, look, I still have a job. Okay? I still have a job. I'm still in the Matrix. So I get out of work. Imagine this, right? My life is so hard. My life is just so hard. My life is so hard. I can't deal with it anymore. When I get out of work, then I hit the gym. I come straight back from the gym. Don't even get a chance to shower. Jump straight onto stream. I don't even eat. I'd like house some like chicken parm, some like healthy keto chicken parm. Didn't get to enjoy it. So I could deliver this beautiful stream for you guys. And this is what you say. Your face is oily. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Nah, I'm being, it's tongue in cheek. I'm messing around. It's very funny. Yeah, my face is greasy, okay? I just got done hitting legs, okay? Very funny. Very funny, okay? Now, what I'm playing, it's jokes. It's funny. That's good joke. Good joke. Hey, thanks for the super chat. The Sandwich, $20. W Ryad employment maxing. Yeah, bro. I'm literally job maxing. Yeah, I'm still got a job. Still got a full-time job. I still got a full-time job. You know, so it's tough. It's tough to balance it. And so sometimes I come on stream and it looks like I just got out of a tub of baby oil. Because I always come on stream after the gym. You know. But yeah, very funny, honorable Mo. It's a good joke. It's a good joke.
for Israel. And that's what scares me. That when I saw that, I know they're going all in now. They're putting boots on the ground.
I'm 24.
They're doing. I don't even want to know some of the stuff that they're talking about behind the scenes right now. But it is the most treasonous shit imaginable, and that's why they had to get rid of these generals, because they would have voiced so much opposition internally, even though it was behind closed doors, that it would have gotten in the way of their mission. And now that they're
welcome, OSS Ninjas.
Who knows where it goes from here? I'm just, as an American,
Alex, thank you, brother.
Completely spooked by that. That I
thank you.
Someone said, "What do you do for work?" I can't specify, of course, but I have a corporate job, corporate-ish, tech-ish job, I guess. You know. I love it so much. It's so fun. Best thing ever. I love my job. I love my job. Nah, I can't say it. What is with all this Diddy nonsense in the chat? What's wrong with you freaks? Anyways, I'll probably react to this Joe Rogan video with my brother. I think he's really going to love it. So I'll tell him right now. Someone said vague answer. Yeah, I can't dox where I work, dummy. That's the whole point. I can't do that. You know? Because then they have a plausible reason to cook my shit. So I have to be. That's the whole point, is being vague, guys.
When the bodies start coming home, we know we're already in the hundreds, into the hundreds, plural, of already dead. U.S. servicemen are in the hundreds, thousands that'll be total wounded. But then when it goes into the triple figures, that's when more will have to resign. But every single man and woman in uniform will have to ask themselves, look in the mirror, and really this is a moral thing. This is not a mental exercise. This is a moral issue that every man and woman has to come to grips with in the military. And they're following illegal, insane leader. And I will say it. And I know I'm at risk when I say that, because I can be recalled to active duty and face a court-martial. So what? So what? I'm fearless when I say that. They have my address. They have all my information. I'm a retired naval officer. They all have my information. Come and get me. Do what you got to do. I hope the little corporal marshals something.
Rosa G. Shout out to Spy Guy 41, Making Banks, Rain Man 109. Shout out to all you guys supporting. Again, guys, I deeply apologize for OSS going down. My fucking stream software is gay, so I will make it up for you guys tomorrow. So I'm gonna figure something out with One Chest tomorrow for you guys, because I'm gonna go to bed early. I'm just gonna try and knock some shit out. What's up, Ryad?
You wanna cap off with this JRE podcast?
Yeah, let's do that actually.
All right, bet.
And then that'll be my last thing, and I'll get off.
All right. And if any of you are in here on my YouTube stream that haven't went over to Kick, just go follow Myron on Kick, because that's his main platform now. What's up?
No, and once I get off, I'm gonna move everybody over to your channel.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go for a little bit longer. Really quickly, Buffalo Blanco says, Ryad, why is WTI going higher than Brent? Isn't this bad for Americans? Not really. No, Brent is what you should pay attention to. Go ahead. What are you saying?
I was gonna say, always pay attention to Brent. 100%. You're right.
By the way, I just want to check it really quick. Where are we?
109.
Okay.
I just looked at it. We're sitting at 109.23 for Brent, 112 for WTI.
Okay. Yeah.
WTI is cope.
You said it's cope?
I think it's cope. Like Trump will try to use that number to
he always tries to escape to it, but right now it's even higher. So, okay, so I got this 3-minute clip from Theo Von and Joe Rogan. I was able to watch it. I watched it like half awake when I scheduled the stream this morning, but I think you're gonna really like it. So, let's watch.
Okay, let's do it.
It's pretty fun.
Alex, once again, thank you. G Guerrero, thank you so much. Ulo Madness and Sahil Ram. Shout out to all you guys supporting on Kick, man. Love you guys. I see you guys are OSS guys. And guys, if you enjoy Kick, let me know. Give me some feedback how you guys like it, and open up another tab when you're on OSS next time. But go ahead, bro.
W Kick. All right. Oops, tab is muted. Hang on.
Got you. Matty P, thank you for the 10 gifted, man. Appreciate you greatly.
Probably turn this up a little bit. Okay, there we go. Okay, you should be able to see this right now. Good?
Yep, got it.
terrifying.
But I mean, I wouldn't call what he does war, but
you mean what they're doing right now in Gaza?
Yeah, and I'm not jumping.
What's up?
Yeah, rewind it a little bit. I'm sorry, I didn't have it for like.
Terrifying.
But I mean, I wouldn't call what he does war, but
you mean what they're doing right now in Gaza?
Yeah, and I'm not jumping on you.
Iran is war. That's war. Iran's a real enemy. You know, it's a different.
Are they an enemy to America?
Well, what they are is the largest country in.
Good question from Theo. I'm not gonna lie.
Well. Well.
And I'll just say this really quickly. I said this earlier, but maybe it was premature because I said it right at the beginning of my stream. Theo Von is so important because he has the largest normie audience in regard to the fact that he's a comedian. He's like this kind of icon in the United States. And so a lot of people who watch and love Theo Von and who are fans of him have no idea about global conflict, geopolitics, the United States, Israel. So that's why when he does these kinds of bits and he educates people or asks these kinds of questions and goes into this segment, it's so beneficial because this is where the normies can really get red pilled, you know. So
I was gonna say, because I talked about this earlier, Theo Von, when he cried for seeing Palestinian kids die, that was super fucking powerful.
Yeah.
Right. I guarantee you his fans were like, what's going on over there? Is that bad? Why is Theo crying? And they probably researched and said, oh shit. So
100%.
By him showing that empathy, I know I make fun of guys sometimes for crying publicly, but I think in that situation, I'll make an exception because he was crying from a position of empathy, not necessarily a position of being a bitch and or being weak. It's more about he felt horrible that he couldn't help more. And I think that was a big red pill for a lot of Americans that probably don't know what the fuck is going on. And they might have, enticed them to, research the subject. Of course, the ADL and them like that are going to look at that and say anti-Semitism, which they obviously did, right? Like, that's all these niggas do. Andrew, Angry Comic Girl, love you. Thank you so much. Maddie P, shout out to you. Base Zuma. But yeah, I love that he asked that because, and I forgot to tell you this. And this is a thing for the chat. Before my Wiring Gains update account got banned.
He definitely loves that. He definitely loves your content. He's been a big critical voice, because obviously you got the guys in the space who everybody's familiar with, but your audience is already known and it's kind of limited to people who are intelligent. We share a more intelligent audience. And so for somebody like him to be vocal about the issue is so much more powerful because he's the center mass. He's the center point for all of the normies, people who are not educated on global affairs, and it's not even this complicated thing that he goes down. It's not like he tries to red pill people and go down this intricate line of this investigative board where he draws connections. He just says, hey, what they're doing is wrong and they're killing babies. And that opens up more than enough eyes. Go ahead. Yep. Show the screenshot.
Look at this.
Hold on. I didn't even focus. Yeah, he commented. Yep. That's a screenshot right there.
Laughing.
That's crazy.
Now I was making fun of it's mirror reversed on my side, but I'll read it to you guys. Sorry, I'm on fucking dumbass Discord. I have a message from Theo Von who mocked my campus at Michigan for confronting Myron Gaines' Jew hatred. Nigga was laughing. So anyway, yeah, he's aware, bro. That nigga's definitely noticing. He just can't go full retard.
Yeah, he's based. He's definitely based.
Yeah, if he's laughing.
You're going to see he put Joe Rogan in a tough position here. And I don't know if this is the full clip that I had saw or it was another one, but hopefully we get the full brunt of it.
In terms of like state-sponsored terrorism, they're the largest sponsor of terrorism.
Oh, my God. Not Joe Rogan running with the Hasbara, bro. Oh, it gets worse. This is the clip. It gets worse. Excuse me. Bro's falling out of his chair. It's so painful. It's so painful when we do this for hours and we debunk this shit. And then the guy with the biggest voice in the podcast, YouTube, Spotify space says they're the biggest state sponsor for terrorism. It's like, come on, Joe. And I like Joe. I actually really like Joe. Voice crack. I love Joe Rogan, but this is tough, man.
But also, you got to think why. And this is not excusing anybody for Islamist ideology, because it's scary, because they want a global caliphate, right? They're radicals.
That's, first of all, here's the problem with Joe saying that. The Khilafah means in Arabic the succession of the rulers from the Prophet. So like, those are global caliphates or caliphates that succeed from the Prophet. That's not a thing in Shia Islam. Iran is a Shia country.
Yep.
So he's got the whole wrong idea about this whole global caliphate. They want to take over. That's not even a thing really in Shia Islam because of the fact that they already have the Ayatollah to fulfill such a duty, which is being the religious zealot, kind of being the oversight or the overseer of religious affairs amongst the country. He's the ruler. He's kind of like the khilaf or the king for all effective or all intensive purposes. So he's got a complete misunderstanding to the ideology, the theology of Iran as a whole. And he's just spinning. Again, this is how you know he's hearing lies from the wrong people and just regurgitating them. Like, that's not a thing that doesn't exist within Iranian culture.
Fantastic debunking.
Yeah, that's a Sunni. That's a Sunni belief. That ideology is rooted in Sunni fundamentalism, where we believe there will be another khilafah or like another caliphate before the Mahdi and then the Antichrist. That has nothing to do with eschatology from Shia Islam.
But you got to go back to what happened in that country.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
You hit out the park on that one.
this is the stuff I know about.
And if you go back to what happened in that country, they tried to nationalize oil. Iran was like a westernized country. Girls were wearing miniskirts. Everybody's hot.
You seen that video from the 70s of Iran?
Yeah, bro. Everybody
Tits are
looked great.
popping. Just popping.
What happened is,
Yo, Theo Von just knows how to take the most serious conversation and make it funny. He's like, tits are popping. Tits are popping.
Yeah.
Yo, bro. All right. Anyways, that was really funny.
slowly but surely, and quickly at first, because when they tried to nationalize oil, the CIA swooped in and they fucking got that guy out of office. And
Okay. And this is what I mean. Joe straddles the line between truth and falsehood. And I think it's because he's always trying to appease the two parties, you know, but he kind of has it.
they allowed these Islamic, radicalists to start running the country.
Well, that's
They-
when
they kinda
Hezbollah
placed
started,
them.
right?
I don't know exactly when Hezbollah started, but the point is the country was doing fine before.
Go ahead.
Hezbollah came 3 years later in 1982, but it's important to realize that Hezbollah came not from Iran, it came from Israel by going in and invading to try to attack, to get Yasser Arafat and the PLO. That's why Hezbollah was created.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We monkeyed with it, and we monkeyed with it because they were not getting enough of the money from the oil. So it was the British Petroleum Company, I think. Put it into perplexity, the story of Iran.
Can you propose it? For those of you that are wondering, because some of you guys might say, what the fuck is this guy talking about, nationalizing oil, whatever. A guy named Mossadegh was the democratically elected leader of Iran. He wanted to nationalize the oil, which basically means the state takes control of it, owns the resources. The Brits couldn't have that. They staged the coup with the MI6, Mossad, CIA, got him out of there. They installed the Shah. The Shah ruled for roughly 20 years. Then the Iranian Revolution happened in 1979 because the people got tired because Shah was basically a cuck for the United States and Israel. Quick summary for you guys. Operation Ajax, you guys can look it up. That was a CIA op with the MI6 and Mossad.
In 53, yep.
53.
Government being overthrown, I think it was in the 1950s.
Yep.
So when you see like how it all played out and why it is what it is today, Jesus Christ, you'd be mad too.
Yeah.
And when you're mad and you're surrounded by bigger enemies that all have nuclear weapons, you don't even have nuclear weapons, wouldn't you be trying to make them? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have.
There you go. I.e. why they're hedging a nuke. They have the pieces in front of them, but they have not assembled them.
Nuclear weapons? I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons. But
Israel gets to have them.
Allegedly.
Hey! Okay, let's go.
That's tough. That's tough. That was an astounding checkmate. That was good. Phenomenal, flawless by Theo
Let's
Von.
go.
Very quick thinking there.
I don't
But
think
Israel's
Joe
got one.
Know that. Yeah, I don't think Joe thought he would know that shit, bro.
Yeah. Well, Joe pushed back immediately. He said allegedly, because if Joe concedes to that, his whole argument comes crashing down. So he's got to play the, well, allegedly they do, allegedly they don't. They do. We'll go back a moment here just to play that all through the context. That was good. Shout out Theo Von. W. Theo Von there.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons.
But Israel gets to have them.
Allegedly. This is the problem. Allegedly.
Everything's allegedly with them.
But allegedly,
except for the genocide.
You know, they don't officially have.
Okay.
He's making this tough for Joe.
Okay.
He's making this very hard for
reload.
Joe.
Yo. Okay, Theo. Yo. What the fuck?
This is why this guy is so powerful, because he brings all the alternative news theories, all the guys who are canceled who push this information and teach people about it. He brings it and weaponizes it in the mainstream media. He goes on Joe Rogan and says, well, Israel's got nukes and they've been committing a genocide for the last 2 years. And Joe Rogan's like, well, actually, allegedly, it's like there's nothing alleged about that. So that's why he's such a powerful asset to the mission, or really the voice, because this guy is able to still access these mainstream media outlets, these mainstream media podcasts, these guys who have so much fans and viewership. But
I'm curious. He's like he inadvertently leads you down another path that he didn't. He says something that makes you curious, which creates plausible deniability, and then you go do the rest.
Yeah, you do the research. He gives you the first piece of bait, and then it's up to you to finish the job. And I would imagine after podcasts like this one, people are going to have him on less and less. Good job.
If you saw Ian Carroll on Joe Rogan, he did the same. He did the same thing.
Yeah. But that time, Joe Rogan seemed a lot more willing to entertain the theory, maybe because at the time it was more popular. I don't know. Opposing this, you got to realize he's in such a bad position because this guy sponsored the shit out of Trump. He could be the reason why Trump won. You know what I mean? Like, he brought him on the podcast and everything. Him and Charlie Kirk are some of the biggest reasons. And so for him, he's got to do a whole 180 spin and say, hey, I was wrong. Donald Trump is horrible. And maybe that's why he's reluctant to kind of admit this war is bad and, state-sponsored terrorism. He's spinning the house bar. I don't know. Obviously, Joe Rogan is sponsored by many people that have connections to powerful Jewish individuals, by the way. So that's partially the reason. But, I mean, ultimately, he's straddling the line here. But I think Theo Von says another thing.
Right. I don't think they admit they officially have them. And you know who was a big opponent of Israel getting nuclear weapons?
JFK.
JFK.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's what a lot of people think led back into the left.
Oh, yeah. Before they killed him, who? I don't know.
So the Iranian Revolution, also called the Islamic Revolution, was a mass uprising in Iran, overthrew the Shah's monarchy in 1979, replaced it with an Islamic republic led by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini.
Shadaruko, they call it.
I want you to go back to the national, ask it a question of what was the events that led to them trying to nationalize their oil. Here it is. No, that's not it.
Okay.
So go back real quick. When he says, go back to the beginning. We'll just play from the beginning because there's one thing I wanted to touch on. Real quick.
But I mean, I wouldn't call it he does war, but I
you mean what they're doing right now with Gaza? Yeah,
and I'm not talking about you.
Iran is war.
Sorry, it's too fast. Hang on.
That's war. Iran's a real enemy. It's a different.
Are they enemy to America?
Well, what they are is the largest country in terms of state-sponsored terrorism. They're the largest sponsor of terrorism. But also, you got to think why.
Okay. No, they're not. Israel's the largest state sponsor of terrorism. If we're going to look at the definition of terrorism, we got to be all the way through. Terrorism is basically committing acts of violence to further some type of political ideology, right? Typically. You can expand it more, but that's the root cause.
That's the real U.S. federal definition, at least. Absolutely.
Yes. So if we're going to use that definition and stick to that, well, Israel are also terrorists because, and I would argue they're bigger terrorists because they kill even more people, right? So what, and I will give him credit. I'm going to give him a little bit of charitability because he does say you got to ask yourself why, but he didn't actually answer why. I'll tell you why. Fucking Israel. Yep. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, all created because of Israeli aggression. IRGC, all created because of Israeli aggression since 1953. So Israel, whether they want to accept it or not, created the IRGC with their coup with Operation Ajax in 1953. They created Hezbollah. They created the Houthis and Hamas. So this state sponsor of terror, okay, is backing up other people that have been attacked and destroyed by Israel. And I do want to show you one thing as well, because Theo dropped a bomb saying that that Israel has nuclear weapons. Now, let me show you guys something real quick.
Pull up that hanging thing. I had one more Theo Von clip.
Yeah,
you gotta see this. He spazzed. He tweaked out. Take a look at this.
It's all just a cat.
He got real passionate for a moment. He scared Joe.
It's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. And it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going, I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out.
I'm here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I do have to pee in a little while, but
you can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
We'll let you.
But no, people are just scared, dude. This is shit that I hear from people.
They won't let you pee until you give them your guns.
Really?
That's how they're doing it now.
But what if you have to wash the blackface off the press?
Yeah,
it's all just
he's scaring Joe, man.
Yeah, he's scared. I was gonna say Joe knows the truth because Joe. You could clearly see that Joe is like hiding his power level so that he doesn't get canceled, which is kind of a bitch move. But he knows that Theo Von's 100% right there.
Yeah. It's just funny because Joe says, we got to get you on those antidepressants, son, or off of them, whatever he said.
AK, shut up, nigga. This is a sponsored show.
Yeah, like, yo, stop.
Okay,
like,
shut up, motherfucker.
I'm trying to have this be raw and uncut, and you're not giving me many options here.
Exactly, bro.
Did you have, so as to the law that was just passed and Ben-Gvir was popping bottles and champagne and shit, celebrating like a sick psycho he is. But if you guys don't know,
pull this fucking piece
Israel
of shit up.
passed a law in Parliament. Yeah, Israel passed a law in Parliament where they're now allowed to execute Palestinian prisoners for, supposedly, this is the reasoning, any who commit violent war crimes in the West Bank or anything else, anywhere else in the, supposed or quote-unquote Palestinian state. The problem is, though, I can easily see this law being exercised in bad faith and being used for the wrong reasons against people who actually never were responsible of violent crimes, which is like something Israel always does. They're notorious for passing laws that sound one way but then work a completely different way. But go ahead. You had something pulled up?
No. Go ahead. Keep talking. You introduce who Ben-Gvir is. I got the picture up for you.
Yeah. So here, I'll make it big screen. But he's an Israeli politician. He's always been a part of national security for a while. It says right here since 2022. But this guy is like the agitator of Israeli politics. He's the same guy who doesn't make it a secret that they're going to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. He led a front outside of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and celebrated the fact that they were hollowing it out. He provokes the Palestinians. He always has a hand in closing in the Masjid al-Aqsa and not allowing the Palestinians to worship.
And they're not supposed to go there. The reason why, guys, that's significant is Jews are not allowed to go to the Temple Mount. This fucking retard does it all the time to agitate them, though.
All the time. This guy is kind of like, people always talk about Netanyahu, but this guy is the more abrasive one who is the spearhead for all of the anti-Palestinian, pro-Israel antagonization, and he patronizes Palestinians all the time. And
I got the fucking equivalent. Who's the fucking retard that puts slaps the Quran on the bacon?
Oh, Jake Lang.
There you go.
Like this Jake Lang for Israel.
Yeah, this dude is a Jewish.
Precisely.
There you go.
Precisely, yeah. And so, of course, they weaponized that. And so the other day, this guy was celebrating after they passed a law where they could hang Palestinians. But this is something he's been doing. And he spearheads this kind of idea where the Israelis don't hide their secrets. The other day, a CNN reporter had went to the West Bank and some journalists were filming the fact that IDF soldiers were expelling or helping Israeli settlers expel Palestinians from their homes that are protected, by the way, by international and Israeli law. And in these CNN journalists and other news outlets, journalists interviewing the IDF soldiers just said straight up, yeah, we know it's illegal, but we're still going to do it. And we're going to wait till international and Israeli law allows us to do this full-fledged and on a full or larger scale. Then we're going to expel all the Palestinians. And the IDF soldiers said this pretty much verbatim as to what I just told you guys. So Ben-Gvir kind of spearheads this like antagonistic, pro-Israeli, anti-Muslim narrative that is the hallmark, at least in Israel. He's the guy who leads that movement. You guys think Netanyahu is bad. This guy is even a bigger piece of shit.
Bro, you know what? And let's really red pill everybody right now, Ryad. Just so you guys know, this dude is the Minister of National Security. Okay? Now, you guys might be saying, well, Myron, what the fuck is that? Let me give you the U.S. equivalent. That's like being the Secretary of Homeland Security and the Attorney General in fucking one, bro.
Yep.
This dude has a lot of power.
Yeah, tons.
He's literally like the head of the FBI and the head of the DHS, like all in one.
Yeah.
Is the Minister of Defense. So, and the other thing too that's also very important that you guys know, this dude looked up to a terrorist his entire life. He hung up a picture of this dude, Brock Goldstein, who killed, I think almost like 30 Palestinians in Ramadan, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this dude used to keep his picture in his fucking room. So it's
Yeah.
like, yo, it's crazy how like these guys get away with being like radicals. Like these dudes are like basically Jewish bin Ladens, bro. I'm telling you, and these
Yeah.
dudes are in high levels of government. So when I tell you guys,
The problem is worse because they have actual diplomatic and political power. So it's even worse.
Yeah.
You know, it's more magnified because at least these Muslim rebellions or these Muslim terrorists or these jihadis are like rogue and they're excommunicated from the world. This guy is like recognized by the international community as some degree to have diplomatic power and security power and things like that. And so that's what makes him even more dangerous. And that's why he was able to pass the law to get Palestinians hung.
Yep. And I have the clip right here. And the reason why this is so profound, guys, is because Israel prides on itself on being a democracy. Bro, being able to execute people based on their race is completely antithetical to that, bro.
Yeah, absolutely against democracy and all the values that it stands for.
Let me know if you want me to pause it, if you want to give commentary.
Go for it.
Because your commentary is a little bit more important here because they've already heard mine, so I want them to hear yours.
Israel's parliament on Monday passed a law making the death penalty the default sentence for Palestinians convicted of deadly attacks in military courts.
כי הצעת חוק עונש מוות למחבלים תשפ"ו 2026.
השר, על מה כל החגיגה?
מוות למחבלים עבר היום, חוק מוות למחבלים, היסטוריה. בעזרת השם בקרוב, אחד להוציא להורג.
Yo, you could hear the accent even when they're speaking Hebrew, bro. That Israeli accent.
Just straight throat noise. Pause. It's fucking you know. And here's the thing: the funny part of all of this is
he can speak English, bro. This nigga can speak English.
I believe he can speak broken English. Ben Gvir can, yes, if I'm not mistaken. But here's the thing too: this is completely symbolic and antagonistic. And the reason why is because the Palestinians really get killed in prison anyways. You know, like the Israelis do whatever they want with them. If they can't just hang them, they'll just starve them to death. You know, they'll beat them to death. There are so many Palestinian prisoners.
No charge.
No charge. No charge.
That's another reason Hamas invaded, to get some of these to do a hostage swap.
Yeah. And there's no charge. And when the whole ceasefire was brokered between Gaza and Israel, and they were exchanging the hostages and the Palestinians were coming back home, there were so many cases where the Israeli hostages were given and then they were waiting for the exchange package, and Israel had to tell that these Gazan families, you know, your brother, your uncle, your son, your husband is dead. You know, he died in prison of malnutrition. He died in prison of starvation. And so it's obvious that Israel already does whatever they want with these prisoners. This is just more symbolic to show like now they can really flex the fact on us that, you know, they have full autonomy and full control over what they want to do with these prisoners and not face any sort of backlash from the international community. And this is going to make it easier for them to expel these Palestinian settlers out of these places in the West Bank that they're illegally occupying and kill them. You know, any Palestinian settler who fights back against violent IDF raids is now guaranteed or subject to death after they fight back. You know, you attacked an Israeli soldier, you butted an Israeli soldier with a bat, or you butted him with the back of a gun. Now you're going to be hung.
Yeah, they're saying it's only for people that kill.
Holy shit. Moat Viles, thank you so much for the 500.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, man. Ryad and Myron, realist ninjas on the internet, keeping us educated with the truth while the media lies to us all. Keep up the great work. God first and fuck the Matrix. God bless you, man. God bless you. Really appreciate it. That's an extra Don DeMarco for you, bro.
Yeah, I gave one on my side too. Good
Thank
shit,
you so
man.
much, man.
Let's
Moot
go.
Viles, shout out to you guys. W's in the chat. 07s. Go ahead and like the super chat. Show them some love. God bless you, Moot Viles. Can't say it enough, man. Sorry, I had to interrupt you for that. Huge super chat. Thank you, bro. Go ahead, Myron.
That's why I made my brother work so hard. He still works his fucking Matrix job, but still's on the internet. That's why I'm fucking been on here the whole time. Oh shit, Mud Viles with a big $100 gifted, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Bro. God bless.
I
to
dude,
you, brother.
You know, this is why we work so hard for y'all, bro. This is why we fucking, 13 hours here. Fucking my brother has a job, but he still does endless research and shit like that. He's still up on stuff, right? Because this is shit the media is not going to really show y'all or explain. Like, yeah, they're talking about Ben Gvir, but now we're giving you guys even more insight as to who this motherfucker is.
Yeah.
And, and what's going on in Palestine. The reason why the Israelis are so okay with like exchanging one Israeli for like 100 Palestinians is because most of those Palestinians don't even have charges, bro. And death penalty, they're claiming that it's only for murders. But dude, they're going to expand it to include people that resist. And just so you guys know, this is a red pill this is a big red pill for you guys. The under international law, the Palestinians are looked at as an occupied people. As an occupied people, you have the right to resist.
Yeah.
Up to with armed resistance. Now, they never tell you this in America or the West. But the Palestinians actually have the right to resist their occupiers, which are the Israelis.
And there's no case. Sorry, go ahead, bro. Sorry.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
And there's no case where it's more magnified that their resistance is justified than that in the West Bank. Because in the West Bank, the whole goal, look, Gaza's already done because Gaza has no legitimate infrastructure, but the West Bank is so much more of a goal because of the Holy Land, Jerusalem, and everything else. So for the West Bank, the Israelis have to find loopholes and ways around expelling these Palestinians and ensuring they can nip the problem in the bud so they will never reemerge when they come out of prison or they're not charged or whatever. So this law and several others that have been passed in the few years that have preceded us are going to precede us is now, for that cause. And a lot of people don't realize Hamas, in their attempt on October 7th to not only cause damage to Israel and do whatever they did, obviously have the Hannibal Directive, but let's just grant that argument and let's just say Hamas went and they killed a bunch of people. The reason why they take hostages, and I know this is basic information, but a lot of people have never really let this lapse in their mind. It kind of goes over a lot of heads of those who study the topic. Hamas takes hostages so they can have some sort of leverage against Israel. It's not just because we want these bad people because we hate them and they have driven us out of our homes. Yeah, maybe that's partially the sentiment, but the main reason is because they can't match Israel. They can't match the United States in terms of military force, so they have to utilize innocent hostages, or rather really IDF soldiers, and so that they can have some sort of bragging point or some talking point to say, hey, you want to come to the table and get your people back? Well, then you better give us some sort of peace deal. You better give us some sort of sovereignty in this open air prison that's gated by walls, that being called Gaza. Now, of course, Israel doesn't care, and they actually made this hurt Hamas by killing people who are kidnapped or killing people who are compromised to being kidnapped, and that's in the Hannibal Directive. So the point here that I'm trying to elucidate is Israel will go at any length to find some sort of legal loophole or operate or navigate this topic in some sort of legality so they can expel the Palestinians. Everything is to take the whole land. They want it. They've been doing it for years. They've been gaining more ground, and it's a matter of time until Gaza belongs to them as well as the West Bank, in which I predict, unfortunately, goes against me to say this, but they'll probably be able to seize the West Bank. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump since October have been asked viciously, are you going to take the West Bank? Are you going to allow Israel to take the West Bank? Are you going to defend the Palestinians? And I remember J.D. Vance symbolically on the tarmac outside of Air Force 2 or Air Force 1 had said, we're not going to allow Israel to annex the West Bank. We're not going to allow Israel to annex Jerusalem. This has been the MO. This has been our mission since day one. But ever since then, we've seen violence on these settlements, or rather violence on these Palestinian homes, ramp up significantly. And they were keeping it up during the Gaza conflict, and it was easy for them because everybody was distracted by the Gaza conflict. So pay attention, guys. The West Bank is a big pot of gold for Israel, and this law just plays into everything else that's going to culminate to them achieving that goal. Go ahead.
Alex, thank you so much for the 45 gifted. Ryad, I pulled up this clip just to strengthen what you just said, because people think that you're just talking out your ass. You guys don't believe my brother? Let Benjamin Netanyahu tell you himself. Here he is in a secret recording. Netanyahu, why does this matter? Because at that moment, he actually stopped the Oslo Accords. For those of you that don't know, the Oslo Accords were the agreement that was put in place to create some type of two-state solution, which would include, sharing portions of the West Bank. This deal was struck back in 1993 between Yasser Arafat and Bill Clinton. More visual representation for you guys because it's that important, okay? I've shown this a million times, but I know we got a lot of new people here. So here's the Oslo Accords. Yitzhak Rabin, Yasser Arafat. Famous picture in the White House, right? This is in 1993. Yitzhak Rabin was killed 2 years later by the Likud party. Oh, you guys want to hear something funny? This guy, Ben Gvir, threatened to kill that fucking guy.
Crazy. And really quick.
See how it's connected?
Really quick, Living Life with another $400 super chat. Wow. You guys are rich. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. God bless you, bro. Give you another Don DeMarco. Everybody spam W's in the chat. 07s for Living Life 1000. He just sent $400. He said, thank you guys, W brother. I'm on OSS, and that's why we love OSS, man. Thank you so much for the support. And Lucky Gamer Tag TLG $2. Thank you so much for that, man. Or $2.99. Guys, thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. Sorry, Myron, I don't want to interrupt, but these guys.
No, you good. You got it. No, you got it. No, you got to show them that love, bro.
These guys are walking banks, man.
Yes, this is why.
Yeah, this is why we do it, guys. I really appreciate it. Living Life and Mut Viles Really appreciate the love. You know, not to come off topic, somebody made fun of me and said my face looks like a grease pile earlier. And I was like, all right, nigga, I got out of work and then I went to the gym and then I hop on stream. I got no damn time. So thank you guys so much. You guys make it all worth it. And shout out to everybody who's in the live right now. I really appreciate all of you, man. And this has been a great first couple weeks of streaming. But go ahead. Sorry. You had a gap between the Oslo Accords. Go ahead.
So you were talking about how they've done everything to expand the West Bank, right? They've done everything to expand the West Bank. That's a big reason why they gave Gaza up too, by the way, guys. They gave up Gaza because it was too much of a fucking hassle and a pain in the ass. They said, you know what, bro, if we're going to steal land, let's focus on the West Bank. It's way nicer and has more religious significance. So here he is in a private recording in the West Bank talking about how he sabotaged the Oslo Accords, this historic fucking peace deal that was supposed to create a two-state solution, but Yitzhak Rabin got killed and Yasser Arafat got killed later on too.
He is admitting to sabotaging the peace accords that the Israeli government had signed with the Palestinians. That because he disagreed with them, he wanted to sabotage them because he was so against a Palestinian state.
And Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by a supporter of Netanyahu from the Likud party.
Yep.
Or any form of Palestinian autonomy in this land. And then he goes on to explain what his real thinking is on the situation.
He says the main thing is, first and foremost, to hit them hard. Not just one hit, but many painful hits, so the price will be unbearable. He's talking about the Palestinians. The price is not unbearable now. A total assault on the Palestinian Authority. This is PLO, which is Yasser Arafat, what he ran.
Here we see what he really thinks as he's talking.
So he destroys the Oslo Accords from the Israeli side by getting Yitzhak Rabin killed. Then he destroys it from the Palestinian side by fucking waging war against them. See how evil Netanyahu is? Yeah. And Ben Gvir also wanted Yitzhak Rabin dead. Everything comes in full circle, chat. No, I'm done. Go ahead. I just had to add that for you.
No, precisely. And I was going to say something about Netanyahu, but really quick. Major Big Network with 200. Thank you so much, man. What the hell is it? You guys really appreciate it, man. Love all of you guys. Everybody's rich right now, man. I really appreciate the love. This means the world to me.
Ryad, like, not many people go do deep dives like this, man.
Yeah. No, I really appreciate it. Mage says, thanks for the content, Ryad and Myron. You guys are funny and entertaining. By the way, 99.9% of the things you say, especially Myron, have always aligned with my own way of thinking. Hey, bro, that's why we're here. That's why we're here to supply information and kind of echo the same sentiment that many of you are secretly thinking, but don't say or, you know, don't really know how to go about. That's why we're here to do this publicly. Thank you so much, man. God bless you for the 200. Shout out to all the big super chatters. All of you guys, really appreciate the love, man. You make everything worth it, especially on this Friday night. Someone said Friday's payday. Yeah, no, you guys got some rich viewers. You got some rich audience, man. So thank you for all the super chats, man.
You know, we got a lot of successful guys, and then honestly, you know, not to toot our own horn, but it's very difficult to find information like this where it's entertaining, educational, and factual on a very taboo topic. I don't think anyone else, you know, no one else really can do this at this level with this level of production and entertainment. So, you know, we're over here making fun of these niggas' accents and shit like that, some racism with some history, with some fucking jokes, but also, you know, making sure we give y'all the facts. Like, it's whenever my brother's explaining something, I really focus on showing you guys what he's talking about, because it's one thing for him to talk, and for us, it's like second nature. You guys are probably like, what the fuck are these niggas talking about? So we have to put a picture to a face to the name. But I think we explained quite a bit of the context. Guys, give me a 1 in the chat if this all makes sense to you. Now you guys really know the lore on this motherfucker, the Likud party, right-wing politics in Israel, the Oslo Accords, all of this shit ties in. So give me a 1 in the chat if this all makes sense for you now.
Yeah. And really quick, Nikki Cannon, thank you so much for the €1. And then Lucky Gamer TLG says, with $15, thank you so much. Although I'm a Shia, I'm really glad your brother introduced me to you. Your shared political views and Islamic perspective have helped me reflect more and improve my deen. I appreciate it, Ryad. Hey, God bless you, bro. God bless you. Hey, we're one ummah, bro. God bless you. Thank you so much for that. And then Mr. Ferdinand, $10 says, W Ryad, WU. Ivan Leal says, thanks to both of you for bringing the heat. /Crisis King. Thank you so much, man. All right, happy Good Friday, everybody. I know it's Good Friday for a lot of you Christians in here, so hopefully you guys had a good day. You were in church this morning. But, yeah, you were just saying about Yitzhak Rabin. And by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu is the reason that guy was gone. You know, it was theorized really. I remember you're the one who red-pilled on me to the fact that Yitzhak Rabin was killed by the motivation of Netanyahu because his girlfriend or his wife had slipped up in some sort of press release. But Benjamin Netanyahu...
She wrote. I think she wrote a book. In her book, I think she said that she still to this day holds Netanyahu responsible for killing her husband.
Yeah, and Benjamin Netanyahu has been really the pioneer for Israeli extremism and this idea of Israel expanding. He's been the one to really push the motive and revive what could have taken place from the Oslo Accords and everything else. The world was kind of shifting towards a potential peaceful two-state solution where the Palestinians could have had sovereignty. Yitzhak Rabin kind of not spearheading, but being a part of that sentiment. Benjamin Netanyahu sabotaged all of it. So not only is, Israel this apartheid country that wants to expand its borders, whatever, but that probably would have been controlled or somewhat reasonable or stopped within the ICC reprimanding them or anything else like that. But Benjamin Netanyahu came in 1995, right? That's when he was assassinated, Yitzhak Rabin? 1996?
In that range. Right after this nigga got moved, he became prime minister again.
Yep, as prime minister, and he shut all that shit down. And he increased the violence on the West Bank. He increased the violence on the settlements, and he ensured that Gaza would be blockaded, pushed out, made them the small strip they are now, and created pretty much an open-air prison where they had limited supplies coming in, limited education, limited water, everything that would have them suffer from becoming a thriving country or, thriving sub-state or a territory, as the international community would say. So Benjamin Netanyahu is like the pioneer of all this shit today. Then Ben-Gvir just kind of pushes it forward. But yeah, we went through all of it. That was pretty thorough. That was really thorough.
Sam 007, Albo Ace, Mud Vials, Edgar Allan Poe, appreciate you guys so much. Now you guys understand the lore. So now that we show you guys this, you guys are going to have a very deep understanding of why this is a problem. So let's go to, let's play from the beginning. Now y'all got the boss. Let's play from the beginning. Now you guys are going to be able to see this with a whole different insight.
Really quick. I don't want to let these collect dust. Sorry, Myron. 33 Claudia says, you guys rock $10. Thank you so much. Gojo Satoru says, I ain't rich, but I want to support trying to escape the matrix like you. Thank you so much for the $10, bro. Hey, no worries at all, bro. God bless you for chatting in even 10 cents. John says, Epstein was involved in ruining the peace deal. Mossad whistleblowers mentioned this same with Whitney Webb. It's in my book. Let me send you a copy. Yeah. I wrote your Instagram down, bro. I remember you chatted last show, and I couldn't find the DM. Make sure you're DMing my actual Instagram. That's in the bio of my Ryad Pilled Clips page. And then Nikhil Ken with €1. Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, Myron. My bad.
Alex, 45 gifted, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we got to give you guys this content now. But thank you so much for that, Alex.
Israel's parliament on Monday passed a law making the death penalty the default sentence for Palestinians convicted of deadly attacks in military courts.
Yo, these niggas brought fucking champagne into the fucking Knesset. Yo, these niggas.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Look at this fucking guy.
הצעת חוק עונש מוות למחבלים, תשפ"ו 2026.
השר, על מה כל החגיגה?
מוות למחבלים עבר היום, חוק מוות למחבלים, היסטוריה. בעזרת השם בקרוב, אחד להוציא להורג, כל אלה שטבחו ורצחו ושרפו.
The move fulfills a pledge by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right allies. Far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir promoted the measure.
From today onward, every terrorist shall know, and the whole world shall know, he who takes life, the state of Israel will take his life.
Yo, Chief Tar, thank you so much for the 45, bro. Appreciate you so much, man.
Shout out to you.
Thank you.
This justice needs to be seen and done, and starting tomorrow morning, with the help of the blessed God, it will be done.
People are fucking evil, bro.
Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, meanwhile, condemned the legislation, saying it's a breach of international law and a doomed bid meant to intimidate Palestinians. The measure has drawn international criticism of Israel, which is already under scrutiny for increasing violence.
Yeah, because they cosplay as a fucking democracy, but they're nothing close to it.
It's by Jewish settlers against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. It includes provisions requiring an execution by hanging within 90 days of sentencing, with some allowance for delay, but no right to clemency. Palestinian militant groups Hamas and Islamic Jihad called on Palestinians to launch attacks in revenge.
The Israeli government is notorious for imprisoning Palestinians, and of course this is straightforward, but a lot of people may not understand this. They're notorious for imprisoning Palestinians without due process. You know, that happened a lot with the situation of Gaza. So again, this just like plays into it. A lot of these guys don't get a fair court, fair trial, fair hearing. They're in prison for months or years before they even hear the reason as to why they were arrested or apprehended. So a lot of these guys may be facing this very penalty we're learning about now.
Yep, and they don't even know it.
For the law. Israel abolished the death penalty for murder in 1954. The only person ever executed in Israel after a civilian trial was Adolf Eichmann in 1962. Eichmann was an architect of the Nazi.
And we know that the Nuremberg trials were bullshit, so...
the Holocaust. According to Amnesty International, some 54 countries around the world permit the death penalty, including a handful of democracies such as the United States and Japan.
Absolutely insane, chat. Absolutely insane.
Crazy shit.
Let's see here.
Crazy shit. Downtown says the news pin he wears is so crazy to me. Yeah, man, they don't hide it. Straight in your face.
Yeah, niggas, news pin, bro.
Yeah, straight in your face.
What should we do? Should we jump back into space and get some quick updates on whatever?
Yeah,
yo, Alex, thank you.
Let me see.
You're the appreciate y'all, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna get off. You guys stay with my brother. I have 13 hours in. I think that'll officially be 24 hours. So
crazy,
20,
bro. That's nuts. Shout out to Myron, man. Shout out to Myron. This guy's been live for, yo, bro.
21 hours.
Bro, I slept, woke up, worked, hit the gym, ate, came here, and you've been live that whole time. Shout out to Myron, man. Don DeMarco, that's fucking crazy. Hardest working streamer in the space, no doubt about it.
You want to go in the space? Do you want to try to find more F-15 updates? What do you want to do?
I'm not seeing any development, so we can jump into space. The only thing I'm seeing here, and I saw you react to it earlier, but Pete Hegseth had a little bit of a meltdown. You reacted to Marco Rubio's statement, in which I debunked the other day on stream as well. So maybe that's redundant. But did you watch Pete Hegseth have this like meltdown against the press at the Pentagon? I don't know if it was today or yesterday.
Okay, let me look. Let me look. I might have missed it.
I've got it here. Let's see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got it ready for you. Bam. Did you see this?
Because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard, it's like in your DNA and in.
You saw this?
Like this was like their first or second press conference, so this nigga got super triggered. He didn't figure out how to control himself a bit, because like I think this is like one of the earlier press conferences. Nigga was tilted.
I didn't see this, bro. I didn't see this. I never saw it till today. I was rolling, bro. I'll play it for the stream really quick.
Yeah. Go ahead, Alex. Thank you so much for the 45 gifted, bro. Alex and Chief Charles, shout out to you guys, man.
Wow, shout out to you guys, man. You guys are going crazy. Here, let me.
No, go roll it, because this is funny as fuck, and the audience hasn't seen it, so let's react to it. Because this
your blood to cheer against Trump, because you want him not to be successful so bad. You have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful. How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, I don't know, fly a plane for 36 hours? Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Have we done the story how hard that is? Have we done it 2 or 3 times so that American people understand? How about how difficult it is to shoot a drone from an F-15 or 16 or F-22 or F-35? Or what it's like to man a Patriot battery? Or how...
Bro is admitting this war is asymmetrical, by the way.
Yeah.
Totally admitting. How hard is it for an F-15 fighter jet to shoot a drone? Why are you like admitting that? That's probably not a good thing to admit. Like, okay, you're just proving that it makes no sense to be there, and being there is difficult. Okay, anyways.
Hard it is to refuel midair, giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was. There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that because of the hatred of this press corps are undermined, because people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible. And
it's actually very responsible.
And the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Ryad, I got a question for you before I take off. One of the guys said this earlier. How would sacrificing red cows bring about the Antichrist? Do they expect it to just spawn into reality, or are they just going to choose some random Jew to play the role?
So the whole idea of the red heifer, and I'm not super privy to this, but this is kind of the generalization of it, is when they sacrifice a certain amount, I believe the number is 3, but I'm always hearing different numbers from the ministry of, sacrificing this cow. But they will use the ashes of a perfect red heifer, one that can't have any defects, no issues, not even one small white hair anywhere on the body. These perfect red heifers that are actually supplied by evangelical Christians in Texas. Once they sacrifice the right amount, they burn them to ashes. And with these ashes and something else that's mentioned in the Old Testament, I can't remember the word right now, they purify somebody who is anointed to enter what should be the third temple where Masjid al-Aqsa currently is. That's why it's going to be destroyed, or at least part of the compound is going to be destroyed to fulfill the position of where this third temple will be. And then this anointed person who is purified with the ashes, who could have never came in contact with death. That's according to their theology. The person could have never dealt with a dead body or anything like that, will start the ritual. The ritual comprised of several different actions that will bring about the coming of their Messiah, or the forthcoming of their Messiah. So that's the first and most critical step in order to bring about the Jewish Messiah, the Jewish anointed figure. And then what was the second part to the question? I think it was like a multi-part question.
How would the sacrificing red cows bring about the Antichrist?
Yeah.
Do they expect it to just spawn into reality, or are they just going to choose some random Jew to play the role? I think that comes in with the execution and the rebuilding of the temple.
Yeah. So it comes first the cow, then the ashes of the cow, then using those ashes to purify an already very pure anointed person, like most likely a rabbi. And then that individual who is purified and went through the entire ritualistic process will then go into the temple, the third temple, where Masjid al-Aqsa currently sits, whether it's part of the compound, because if you guys don't know, Masjid al-Aqsa is not just that dome of the rock, that gold circle. It's actually a whole compound. And within that compound is everything comprised of what is considered to be Masjid al-Aqsa from the Islamic position. So whether it's part of that compound or all of it, that's where that purified individual from the ritual will enter and then do another set of steps in order to bring about the Messiah. And this is all from Jewish theology. Much of this is derived from the Old Testament passages in Ezekiel and so on. And so that's kind of the long and short of it as to the idea. And that's kind of a thing with all Abrahamic tradition. If you guys don't know, sacrifice is an element to it. Obviously with the Abrahamic covenant and everything like this, Abraham tried to sacrifice his sons, or one of his sons, depending on what religion, it's either one for Islam or Christianity, Isaac or Ishmael. So there is this idea of like sacrifice in the Abrahamic tradition, and the Jews still hold that very close to what they think will comprise their Messiah. For Muslims, we have an element of sacrifice too that's practiced on Eid, where we sacrifice a lamb, but it's not to bring about this like holy figure. It's just to symbolically revere what Abraham did when God commanded him to sacrifice one of his kids. And then for Christianity, the whole sacrifice is like, like the sacrificial lamb of Jesus Christ, which by the way, in Christian theology, today was the day that he was crucified. And so for them, that's already been fulfilled. The sacrifice is done. Your sins are forgiven. His blood has spilled. You're good. You have salvation. You just have to believe in it, whatever else have you. So that's kind of like the reason why they still revere sacrifice as something that God commands them to do, because they don't have that fulfillment. Islam has the fulfillment. We're done. We had the final prophet, the Quran. It's all said and done with. We have the mission. Christians have the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. But for Jewish theology, it's still unfinished. So that's like hopefully I'm able to tie that together really well. Hopefully that's easy to understand for you guys.
Yeah, no, I make good explanation. So okay,
Muhammad Abdullah, says much love and support for Myron. Much love for Myron and you. I appreciate you guys educating people on the Palestinian cause, and I can't believe how informed you guys are. Even me as a Palestinian, I always find myself learning from your stream. Hey, God bless you, man. Thank you for the $20. Appreciate it, bro. Shout out to you.
Our best, man.
We love the Palestinians.
We find it all. Yeah, absolutely. Even though y'all niggas are criminals, but we still love y'all. No, I'm just kidding. That's the Egyptians. All right, so guys, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna send you all to my brother's channel right now. I'm dropping his link and Kick. He's gonna continue on. He's gonna keep giving you guys updates. So he's just gonna take the torch and keep running. He's gonna keep giving you guys updates on the fucking down jet. Ryad, if anything crazy happens, just call me. I'll fucking hop on if like some wild shit happens. If the Iranian capture him or some shit, yeah, just call me, bro.
If something breaking happens, I'll hit you up right away.
Yeah. If they capture him or some shit like that, or something else happens, or if a ground invasion happens, call me. But yeah, guys, literally just go to my brother. Go to him right now. I dropped his link. I've been on for 13 hours, 21 altogether. I'm fucking cooked. So go support my brother, please. Go check out his channel, subscribe to him, become a member, support him. You know, hopefully we get this nigga out the matrix. So all my kit guys, go over there. All you guys that love YouTube, here's your chance. Enjoy YouTube, motherfuckers. So I'm getting the hell off of it. Ryad, do you have anything you want to say before I get out of here?
No, shout out to everybody who's on Myron's side. Appreciate all the love, guys. And yeah, come on over. I'll still be live for like another hour or two. I wanted to go over Donald Trump in the ballroom, the East Wing, this whole situation, kind of what's happening domestically. Although that's like been brushed under the rug, some of this stuff is kind of interesting and important to understand. So I kind of wanted to go over some things that have been happening here at home.
The show goes on, chat, even though I'm not here. The show goes on. So stick with my brother. Check him out. You're going to really love what he's got to say. 24-year-old guy, has a shit together. Obviously, you guys can see he's very well spoken and runs in the family. All right, bro. I'll see you. I'll talk to you. I'll text you later.
All right, bro. Peace. I'll let you know if anything comes about. All right, bro. Peace.
Of course. Peace.
All right. What's up, guys? Let's get into Trump's ballroom issue. I really wanted to talk about this the other day, but I was so sick. If you remember on stream, I was talking to Sneeko, and I was about to end. Sneeko actually called me at the perfect time, but I was about to end stream because I was dying. But I wanted to talk about the East Wing being destroyed, and then some judge within the local district, the District of Columbia, had overturned the decision, or I think a judicial judge actually had overturned the decision or halted it, saying that this is illegal. But then it got passed, so this whole East Wing project of it being demolished will be fulfilled. I'll go into the details if you're confused, but let me just read some super chats really quick. I have a couple here. Halimi says, if Al-Aqsa gets gone, all Arab countries go to war. Good question. Yeah, so with the 2 pounds, thank you, bro. So look, here's the thing. And I said this to Sneeko. If the Arab countries notice that Israel is trying to destroy Masjid al-Aqsa, which is guaranteed. If you don't know what Masjid al-Aqsa is, I'll bring it back just in case some of you guys don't know. I know I have a lot of Christians in here. That is the third holiest site in Islam. You have Mecca, where the Kaaba is, the black cube. You have Medina, which is the Prophet's city, both in Saudi Arabia, within close proximity to one another. And then you have Masjid al-Aqsa, which is in Jerusalem, or modern-day Israel, West Bank, whatever you want to call it. That's obviously the third holiest site in Islam. Muslims used to face that direction to pray before they got reappointed to pray towards the black cube, or the Kaaba. So obviously, this is a deeply symbolic place to the Islamic world. It's mentioned in the Quran several times, and whatever have you. The Prophet of Islam actually had a story where he ascended on a night journey to meet God and all the prophets in the 7 levels of heaven from that mosque. You know, that's where he started. So there's a lot of important reasonings theologically as to why Masjid al-Aqsa must continue to stand, whatever have you. But obviously Israel, if you haven't been paying attention the last few years, especially around the Gaza situation, had been hollowing out the bottom foundation of Masjid al-Aqsa, which is an obvious attempt, at least if one's looking at it from a broad perspective, to destroy the compound, or at least destroy the Dome of the Rock, or the actual mosque itself, which is on the other side of the compound. So it's not actually the Dome of the Rock. Masjid al-Aqsa itself, where you pray inside, is on the other side. And so it's a whole compound counts, but it's the other mosque adjacent to that of what's the Dome of the Rock. That one is the real Masjid al-Aqsa, which is interesting. It's kind of like there's been this move pushed by media to make people think Dome of the Rock is actually Masjid al-Aqsa, maybe to get people's eyes off of the fact that they're actually going to destroy the real deal. Regardless, they want to take control and destroy it. And that's what we were talking about, Ben-Gvir always imposing himself, him and his Israeli entourage, to let the Muslims know, or the Palestinians in that area know, we're going to take over, we're going to destroy this place, and we're going to build a third temple. The third temple in Jewish theology is the final temple for their Messiah to enter. Their Messiah would be our Antichrist, at least in Islamic eschatology as well as Christian eschatology. And I know a lot of Christians may say, we don't share the same Antichrist as you. All right, bro, cope how you want. If you line everything up, that's kind of where the wind is blowing. We will likely have the same Antichrist. And that will be the chosen Jewish Messiah. Messiah just means anointed one in Hebrew. And so that's where he will emerge, is where Masjid al-Aqsa currently is. They'll build a third temple. Now, the branch off, I'll get in the weeds here a little bit just for some extra sauce and lore. The branch off is, in Christianity, Jesus Christ already anointed the temple to be spiritual in a way. He went into, I believe this is a passage in Matthew. I read the 4 Gospels a long time ago, so I can't remember, but I've got to read it again and brush up. Jesus entered the temple, and he told all of the rabbis, the Pharisees, all of the authoritative people, those of the Jews, that no longer do you have authority, and the kingdom of God will be that of a spiritual one. It will only be a one of belief. It won't be constrained to Jerusalem. Before that, Jews were the chosen people. They were the only people anointed to God. In Christian theology, Jesus Christ brought in that for the whole world. And obviously that's why they didn't like him. He was a rebel. He had apostles. He had followers. He was a heretic. So they ordered the Romans to execute him, so on and so forth. So in Jewish theology, there's this idea that the third temple must exist, right? It has to be physical. There's a physical flesh manifestation of eschatology that will lead to their Messiah. Whereas in, Christianity, it's done. It's done and said with. So that will have to only follow. Prior to that, the temple must exist where Aqsa is. Aqsa will be destroyed. When that happens, and this is to answer the question, Halimi, I know I went through the whole context so people are not confused. When that happens, I would like to bet, I'm usually pretty good at betting. If you've been paying attention to the show the last few weeks, me and my brother have been on the money about every single development in Iran. But when that happens, I like to bet that every single Arab country or every single Muslim country, many of them will build a coalition against Israel. And that's where we'll actually get the final holy war, like the Armageddon, whatever you have in your theology. And maybe if you don't believe in religion, this is a little bit silly to you. But as a Christian or a Muslim, there's one final holy war likely to be in the Middle East before Jesus Christ is to return. And that will be, I think, the first step to that when they actually finish the red heifer sacrifice ritual. They anoint the right person with the ashes. They purify him. He finishes the ritual. They try to destroy the mosque, or they already have destroyed it. Whatever. Once that process starts to materialize, that's when a regional war will break out, one that is incomparable to the one we're seeing currently. That I could bet you. Whether that's in our lifetime or not, I pray it's not, because I don't want to be on Earth when the Antichrist is roaming Earth. But that's the idea there. So there will be a full-blown major conflict in the Middle East, at least religiously. This is a notion that's believed in all 3 Abrahamic religions. Okay. The Lucky Gamer says, we for real got a Myron Ryad 24/7 multiverse combined. Yeah, yo, my brother is crazy. Guys, I'll be honest. Streaming is very difficult, and it's because I'm new to it. But, you got the headphones on, the lights are on you, it gets hot, you get tired. You get a headache after streaming for a while because you're just talking. And when you're talking for hours, it's like, thinking burns calories to some degree. You're thinking, you're talking, you're trying to sound eloquent, whatever it is, and it gets to you after a while. So really show my brother love on Kick, man. I don't know how he does that. He's a superhuman. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that for you. If you guys are thinking in the future, we're going to get Ryad marathon streams. I don't know. I don't know if I'm built like that. Top 5 Baller says, would you ever do different topic streams? ITF? I'm not sure what ITF means. In the future. Wow, I'm so smart. In the future, yeah, 100%. Look, this war has kind of been all that people have been raving about, and it's important that you guys understand what's happening in regards to this war, and you're on the right side of history in regards to this conflict, because if you're not, then you won't understand anything in regards to foreign policy coming forward. So if this is where I have to start to red pill people in order to launch the march further, then so be it. But I want to make sure I pave this path to start my channel the right way. But I do red pill stuff. I was reacting to like black people going crazy in spring break, reprimanding their actions, being frustrated with the black community and shit. So like I go into all that, similar to what my brother does. Am I as crazy? No. Am I as abrasive? No, of course. But I echo similar sentiment to that of what she talks about. One thing I'll say is those are kind of the long and short of my topics. I don't go farther than that. My brother can always go into true crime. He was talking about Pooh Shiesty and his issue with Gucci Mane and the whole court trial and everything like that. And he's good there because he was a former Fed. I'm not a normie here. Sorry. Never been in the government. So I don't have the expertise or the credibility to go into topics like that or expand deeply, but my brother does. So you get two sides of a different spectrum, and he's very, very good in that stuff. Of course, Middle Eastern foreign policy, he's an expert and everything else, but you also get the true crime stuff, which is something I definitely cannot go into at all because I'm pretty dumb with that. But yeah, so I wanted to go over this. We'll play the news story, but I thought this was super funny. So if you don't know, here, I'll start from the beginning. Donald Trump, and if you remember after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Donald Trump was being asked by the press outside of the Air Force One, or not the Air Force One, the Marine One, the helicopter. They were asking him, you know, what do you think about Charlie Kirk? You know, obviously he was assassinated. What do you have to say about the situation? And he had been asked a few times prior to this, and so maybe the question was becoming slightly redundant. But he answered and went, well, you know, I don't know what to say about that, but if you look over to the right, we got a beautiful ballroom being built. And Donald Trump wants to build this like gorgeous ballroom in where the East Wing used to stand of the White House, of course, in Washington, D.C., in order to host world leaders when they come. If you don't know, where we previously hosted world leaders to come was kind of dingy. It was ran down. It wasn't the nicest place. And so Donald Trump took it upon himself to destroy the East Wing and build this beautiful ballroom where we can commemorate U.S. presidents, U.S. history, and graciously host world leaders who come and visit the White House in Washington, D.C. The thing is like this was highly unnecessary for Donald Trump to do. And of course, that's what we know Donald Trump to be, a person who just does things to be remembered in history. He's obsessed with power, whatever have you. And so he wants to be the guy who is blamed for all the good turning points in history. He wants to be the guy who, and this is what he campaigned on in 24, America being first, no new wars, world peace, Ukraine issue being resolved in 24 hours, Gaza ceasefire, all of these different claims and promises that he echoed in the 24 campaign, none of which have actually been fulfilled, mass deportations being one of the biggest ones. He's kind of pulled back and the numbers aren't as good as we expected them to be. Now, I'll grant Trump has made Washington, D.C. safer. He's made several major U.S. cities a little bit safer. But still, a lot of his campaign promises are yet to be fulfilled. So a lot of these promises have been empty. And he just tries to like divert people in another direction by going, we're building a big, great ballroom and you're going to love it. And it's going to be the best ever by far. Quite frankly, I think the best we've ever seen. And I'll show you, I'll show you the video here. Give me a moment to pull it up on YouTube because I didn't have it queued. I didn't think I was going to go over this, but I'll show you the whole lore with the judge who appealed his decision. Donald Trump, East Wing. So here it is here.
Surprised the entire East Wing is being demolished?
Oh, sorry. Hang on, guys. All right. So this is what had happened. I'll show you the video after.
A new stop work order from a federal court on President Trump's passion project, the White House ballroom. That order halts construction unless Congress approves the plans. The administration quickly appealed. The president clearly frustrated.
Basically, he's saying I need congressional approval. And he's so wrong.
Judge Richard Leon had...
Okay. Basically saying I need congressional approval. You would think he then proceeds to provide supplemental detail as to why that's wrong. No, he just goes, that's so wrong. Okay, President Trump, you kind of got to go a little bit deeper than that. If you guys don't know how the government works, and I know I'm bringing it back to the basics here, you've got your three branches, okay? You've got the executive branch. That's the official kind of media-facing branch. That's the president that operates out of that branch, the executive branch, right? That's where the DOJ is, the cabinet, and several other like branched off organizations or communities like the CIA, the FCC, and so on. Then you have the legislative branch, okay? And then on the other side of that, and the legislative branch, by the way, is comprised of Congress. Within Congress, you've got the Senate, and then you've got the House of Representatives, 435 House of Representatives. The Senate has about 100, 2 Senates from each state, okay? In my home state, you've got Richard Blumenthal and then Chris Murphy, okay? Both Democrats, in which, by the way, they're against this war, which they're going to weaponize against the GOP in November, but I digress. And then on the other side of the government, you've got the judicial branch. All of these work together in tandem to make sure that the government is serving the people. Now, does it really work that way? Always, obviously not, but just play the part here. And so the judicial branch is comprised of justices or judges that kind of make the final decisions or appeal decisions, approve decisions as to what is brought forth by Congress and what's brought forth by the executive branch. So Donald Trump does have executive power federally. That's why he's able to conduct these mass deportations. That's why he's able to have ICE agents in the streets. That's why he's able to send ICE into the airports when TSA workers can't work because they're not being paid since January because of the government shutdown, at least partially. That's why he's able to send National Guard into the airports, into the cities, whatever. He has executive power. However, that can be altered or interrupted by Congress, by the legislative branch, because their job is to make sure that all of the checks and balances structure is actually in check. That's why they're there. They can pass laws, they have seats, they have conversations, they have hearings. That's where you saw what Pam Bondi was talking to all of those representatives and senators. And so the government works in tandem to make sure that no side really gets a side over another, or no side really gets power over the other. The power structure is balanced. That's why we have democracy, so on and so forth. That's like a very, very, 1-2 punch kind of explanation to tie it all together, because it's difficult to explain in long detail without being long or, making it short. The reason why I'm bringing this all is to elucidate the fact that Donald Trump always tries to overstep this structure. Now, granted, I supported Trump in 2020. I wanted him to win against Biden. In 24, I didn't vote for him, but I was indifferent, although I did want him to win against Kamala. And in 2016, my brother was very supportive of him. I was supportive of him, but I was too young to vote. Yeah, I know, that's how young I am. Thank you very much. And so, I've always liked the fact that Donald Trump never really answered to stupid political questions. He was never too politically correct. He kind of just came in and said, I'm taking America's side here. We need to come first. No more immigration, industrialization, homes in America, jobs in America will all be accessible for those who are American. And, I supported that idea, but an issue with Trump is he always tries to supersede the law. And it always results in him looking stupid, which in turn hurts you, the voter, or just hurts the right wing in general, because he discredits the right. He always goes about things in a way where he thinks no law applies to him, and this is one of the cases. He demolished the entire east wing of the White House without checking with anybody first. Just kind of ordered the excavation process, ordered all of the contractors to start the demo, start the renovation, and if you didn't see, they leveled it to the ground. I'll show you right here. It's probably reported in this NBC Nightly News video. But this results in Trump not being able to fulfill promises because either the guy doesn't understand how the government works, or he doesn't understand that there's consequences for a decision he makes in a too irrational manner, or, too quickly. And so you have the situation of Venezuela, which these are all things that are going to get thrown back at him in November. The Venezuela issue, the Iran issue, no congressional approval, no funding, no approved budget. Pete Hegseth had to turn back around and ask for $200 billion, which is going to cut into federal health care and Medicare. And so, one has to ask themselves, in Donald Trump doing all of these acts or committing all of these acts, this is why he cannot fulfill promises, because it's either he doesn't know how the country works and the government works, which I would like to think he does. He's the president, right? He's the top of the executive branch. Of course, he's the face of the country. Or he thinks that there's no consequences for his action. Either conclusion leads to the same issue or dilemma. Donald Trump is a bad look for the right. And this is why I've voiced criticism against him previously. Now, look, people hear that and they think that I'm echoing sentiment for the left or that I'm a Democrat. I'm not. But this guy has really made the right look stupid in the last 3 or 4 years. Really since 2024, in the last 2 years, he's done nothing but make terrible decisions. Now, I'll, admit that the judge halting this ballroom project was overturned and now it will be built. That's what I'm seeing here in all these reports. But it's just the fact that, he makes these promises during a war. It gets turned back on him. It's like, what are we doing? So let's keep watching.
Granted the request of a preservation group with a pointed message for the builder-in-chief. The President of the United States is the steward of the White House for future generations of first families. He is not, however, the owner. The ballroom is never far from the president's mind, publicly balancing his wartime duties and construction management.
I'm so busy that I don't have time to do this.
Bro, what are we doing, bro? I'm so busy. I've got no time to do this. He's got a picture of the project and its finale. It's like, bro, Marines are about to get slaughtered in Iran. Marines are about to get destroyed in Iran. And you're over here talking about this ballroom that has no relevance or significance at all in the news. And I get it. It's like, hey, you want to renovate, you want to be better, but is he doing this because he cares about America, or is he doing this because he can be the president who said, I'm the one who did this. You know what I mean? Like, he wants to be revered in history as the 47th president who built the new ballroom and, you know, did all of these revolutionary things and changes. And it's like, it's always, to me, in bad faith. It's like, are you doing this because you have the better interests of the country in mind, or are you doing this because you want to be remembered? You're already president. You know, you already campaigned. You already won. You're already the face of the nation. How much farther do you have to go with this like narcissistic tendency of always wanting to be responsible for some turning point in history that ends up just blowing up in your face, like the judge halting this project, you know? So it's funny, you know, and I don't empathize with Trump, but sometimes I laugh at his sentiment because you can't help but just laugh. But it really is idiotic. And by the way, this is what Democrats and the left are going to effectively weaponize against the right in 2026, or sorry, 2026 in the midterms this year, and being in November. And so, you know, you had the response from the governor of Virginia, I believe it was, after the State of the Union speech, in which she addressed all the issues about immigration. She addressed the issues about employment, the economy, inflation, and she tackled those right away. And then what do you have Trump in the State of the Union speech doing? He's going, well, our hockey team just won and our hockey team is great. And yeah, that's good. They won the Olympics, mentioned that. But it's too much like culture, vulture, pride. It's too much like America this, America that. It's like, hey, bro, you got to talk about some policy. You know, you got to address the issues that are currently eating our nation alive. And then he exacerbates the problem by going to war in Iran. So, and I've not kept it a secret that I've been unhappy with Trump lately, but I mean, dude, he's just digging his own demise. He's digging his own grave, you know. Super chats here. Would you ever do a different topic? Oh, I read that. Living life. Ryad, free Palestine. Yeah, free Palestine. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you for the $50. Ariel Talk says, great job, Ryad. You're very smart. You already inspire me to start my channel. Quick question. How you got so good on speaking from over the camera? Okay, I'm guessing your English is not. Thank you so much, Ariel Talks. How did I get good at speaking? I don't think I'm the best speaker, but I just try not to have interruption in my speech. And so that's kind of why I guess you can think that I'm a good speaker. But I don't know, man. I just read out loud. Reading out loud helps you a lot. It's a little bit schizo, but if you read out loud, it kind of helps your speech impediment, or your speech pattern, rather. It helps you string together sentences a little bit more nicely than anybody else would. Read out loud, I think, but I don't know. It's just kind of like something I'm able to do. Edgar Alonzo says, have to give you and your brother credit. Great takes on this geopolitical issues lately. Thanks for dumbing it down for the idiots. Really gives for a deeper dive. Pause. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the super chat. None of you are idiots, man. It's just me and my brother study this stuff intimately, and so we just regurgitate whatever we learn and we explain it to you. And the real skill is just being able to be an analyst, you know, looking at an issue and telling you what it means in the grand scheme of things, what it means for the future, what it meant before. And this is why knowing history is important, because if you can kind of understand patterns in history, that's pattern recognition. And then you can recognize when something is happening right in front of you, and you can warn those who follow you, hey, this is why this is bad. And you have the credibility to do so because you've seen it happen before. So you can supply that said evidence, you know. So I appreciate that, man, you know, but ain't nothing special about me, man. I just do a show, I just do a stream, and I join my brother in doing it, and I hope you guys enjoy it. So, and you got to be on the right side. You got to tell the truth. When you do the truth, when you tell the truth, the rest of the work is done for you, because you'll always be vindicated in some fashion. Okay, let's keep watching this.
But I'm fighting wars and other things. But this is very important.
His vision, gigantic, with seating capacity for up to 1,000 guests. The cost swelling to $400 million. Privately funded, he says. Buried below,
the military is building a big complex under the ballroom.
I can guarantee you there's something sinister about the funding of this project. Yeah, privately funded, maybe. Some loophole there.
This new legal fight spurred by that October surprise. The destruction of the East Wing and its century of history. Wreckage without the typical oversight. The federal judge writes the president went too far. No statute comes close to giving the president the authority he claims to have.
Yo, imagine you wake up, you're a congressman or you're like some judge in the Supreme Court, and you wake up and you just see the East Wing of the fucking White House is gone, bro. Like, Donald Trump is literally one of a kind. We will never have a president like him again, which is why there's like, in some sense, don't attack me, but there's some sense of like greatness in him being president, because like this is something we'll never witness again, I don't think. His unprofessionalism is remarkable, and it's certainly going to have its own place in history. You know, he's making history all right. I don't know if all for the right reasons, but he's making history. That's for sure. That's for sure.
And Kelly O'Donnell also live at the White House tonight for us. Kelly, construction continued today, though?
The judge does allow that they can finish up projects so that they don't leave the site unsafe. Well, the president said the entire project is about safety, and he suggested they can keep going.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
So yeah, there's that. But it did get approved, and I'll read it here for you just so you know for sure. But I kept up with the story because I was very interested in it. But it says here, let's see if I can find the article. It got overturned. So he's able to build this ballroom. Okay, yeah. Trump's ballroom gets the green light from Loyalist Stacked Commission. So he'll be able to build it. And here's the thing is, you know, it's destroyed now, so something's got to take the place of it. But it's just about checking his power, you know, and that's the U.S. government. I don't mean to be some like libertarian, bleeding heart, liberal, Democrat homo, but the United States is a 3-government system segmented in a manner in so that no one can really abuse the system, especially the executive branch. Even though they're the most facing branch to the public, they don't have extraordinary say over others so long as the people have an opposing view. That's the way it works. You know, the United States is to serve the people. It's not some authoritarian, you know, dictatorship, and that's why the democracy is set up that way. So when Donald Trump does these things, he opposes such an idea. So it's kind of funny. Let's jump back into the space. Let's see if there's any developments on the war in Iran, the conflict currently ongoing. We have, let's see, two explosions. Wow. 2 explosions in southern Beirut around an hour ago, per AFP journalists. Okay. No surprise there. And then explosions heard in Bahrain. So, again, Iran is continuing to hit these Gulf countries. And before I go into the space, you guys should really make sure you're keeping up with the news, not just to keep up with the news, but you will really find that Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, and Pete Hegseth just overlap in an overwhelming amount of contradictions. You know, Marco Rubio said on March 27th, just last week, he said, well, you know, we're working very hard to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and we'll secure and reopen it, and we'll make sure that global oil supply goes back to where it needs to be, and that we guarantee safety for these vessels that pass through the 21-mile passageway. On March 30th, Marco Rubio echoes the same exact thing. He says we're going to secure the Strait. On March 31st, which I believe was Tuesday, Donald Trump takes to the White House and he says, yeah, we're not opening that shit back up. And matter of fact, we're pulling out, and the European countries can worry about their oil themselves. And so I don't know if that's like an attempt for Marco Rubio to disassociate with Donald Trump, because all of Europe is demonizing Donald Trump. He attacked Brigitte Macron, said that his wife beats him, and now Brigitte Macron is swearing to close his airspace for any Israeli influence or any U.S. conduct, any U.S. plans, as well as the fact that they're probably going to diplomatically support Iran. They've already worked towards preventing the Gulf countries from trying to reopen the Strait or attack Iran and reopening the Strait. Who knows what else they'll continue to do. But you guys really got to pay attention. You know, Pete Hegseth is struggling. You know, what did he say in the beginning? He said, we've destroyed most of their missile carriers, most of their missile launchers. Now we've admitted from our intelligence community that most of them are not destroyed, at most maybe 20 or 30%. So it's like, hey, man, we're just running around lying to each other. But let's jump into space. We got Ryan Dawson.
Remember I said you have to fact divide by retard?
While you guys are listening to this.
Yeah.
Hang on.
They really are.
Give me 1 second. Let me just run to the bathroom. I've been sitting here for a minute. I'll be 2 seconds. I'll grab some water, run to the bathroom, and you guys can take a listen in this Twitter space, and then I'll read chats after. So give me 1 moment, all right?
That's what they're doing. That's what I think. You look at it, you look at the 31st and the 82nd and all that, and you go, okay, they might try to beeline to go get the uranium, which is so dumb. It's too heavy.
1 second, be right back,
It's
guys.
so stupid for so many reasons, but you gotta like throw facts and rationale out the window because you're dealing with Trump and his merry band of misfits who really don't know what they're doing. And so when you're like, why would they do that? That's so dumb. It's like, yeah, so you just answered your own question. That's where they're going to do it because it's dumb.
That's crazy. You actually think they're going directly to the mainland now?
I think they're that stupid, yeah. You know, actually, what would be more dumb is the Cog Island, because they announced it and you'd have to go all the way through the Strait and then get on it. And then when they say, like, oh, well, 90% of Iran's oil is refined here, that's not true. They have 5 different locations for refining and shipping. So even if you took the island, like, okay, they just turn that one off and use a different one. It wouldn't do anything except your guys would be trapped on an island getting hit by ballistic missiles with nowhere to bunker in. Like, so dumb. So that might, I don't know. The mainland still seems dumber. Both those are pretty stupid. So like, and so those would be the A and B plans, because whatever the dumbest thing is what these people do. This is completely way off script from war games and things that have been practiced and studied. They're not doing those, some of which had some success. They still lose in the end. They're doing it's like Battlefield 4, Carg Island. Like, whoever's coming up with these ideas, Lindsey Graham or something, I don't know, but this is why so many people in the Pentagon just retired / got fired, whatever it is. We don't know. They said fired, but I think they all Joe Kented, because they know how dumb this is. And that they replaced them all just shows they're going to do it anyway. They're not listening to them. So here we go. We're about to walk off the cliff. You can see it. There's nothing you can do about it. America is just going to jump into the blender. We can all see it from 600 miles away. And what can you do? Just say, I told you so later. I don't feel satisfied now. I'm like, please don't do this. You're going to get a bunch of young men killed, and Iranians will get killed too. And this is Israel's war. Like, send them in if you're going to have it done.
Yeah, but they already said they're not going to go in.
Yeah, well, you're the lesser than thou, so that's who goes. It's disgusting. When they're like, we're fighting for freedom and the Constitution, I'm like, you are servicing Israeli demons that shoot kids and think God's a real estate agent that gave them land.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
But how do you feel fighting for Team Epstein, huh? You like fighting for Team Epstein, a bunch of child molesters? And now you can get your legs blown off and in a wheelchair the rest of your life if you're even alive at all. Some other guy's banging the girl you used to love because you don't have any legs. You went to die for Israel like a fool. How are you going to feel later? No wonder there's so many veteran suicides. Because they realize there was no purpose. They got tricked. All this love of country and stuff.
Let's read chats. Sorry if Dawson was cooking. Someone said I'm taking a goon break. Grow up. All right. I have to give you and your brother credit. I read that. Thank you. I am King Dre, $20. Thank you, bro. Matthew 21:43. Yes, this is the verse I'm referring to. KJV. Hey, bro, we got to get you on that NIV, man. No King James around here. But he says, therefore I say unto you, the kingdom of God shall be taken from you and given to another nation, bringing forth the fruits thereof. This is the verse of the Bible in the kingdom where God take it away from the Jews. Yep, that's what I'm referring to. Matthew 21:43. Precisely. Got to get you on that NIV though, nigga. I don't know about KJ. I think KJ's got some issues. Nah, it's not that serious. Just joking. Okay. Yo, I gotta show you guys this. Did you see this? This was funny. Trump. I mean, I'll just show you better than I can tell you. So I saw this on TikTok. Take a look at this, guys. So,
and Mr. President,
this is like, and for the Christians, the blasphemy is crazy. And I know it's like, who cares, whatever. But it's like, bro, it gets to a point, you know. If you didn't see this, this is Paula White, I believe her name is, the religious leader. So just see what she says here.
Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan.
Holy blasphemy. What are we doing, bro?
On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you...
Wow. I had to hit the whole soundboard for that. She said, just like Christ rose, you rose up. I'm sorry, what? Isn't Christ God to you?
And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory.
Look at Trump. He's loving this shit. He's loving this shit. He's like, and I love Paula. She's the best. What is she? She's like the advisor for the religious council at the White House, right? Senior advisor, some stupid position like that. Anyways.
You will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
Father, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, who came to this earth to take our sins, that he died and shed his blood on a cross for our sins, that he was buried. He took our sins to the grave, but you raised him to life. And Father, we thank you and we praise you and we give you the glory. Father, protect President Trump. Yes. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yeah, and it's like this attempted overlap at, you know, this religious idea with the fact that Pete Hegseth is this crusader and Donald Trump and they're fighting evil and terror. And obviously me and my brother just debunked that forever, but...
Back in May.
You know. Oh, I saw this as well. This is funny. Somebody sent me this. So if you guys don't know, the new leader of Syria... we're just doing a couple clips right now because I had to react to this on stream.
Have you ever seen...
So I sent this back to myself, but... Ahmed al-Sharaa, or formerly known as, you know, Mohammed Jolani, is the new leader of Syria. This guy used to be an Al-Qaeda member. He's now the president, okay? I'm not going into the lore. I've done it 100,000 times. I have like 5 streams on this shit, so just go back and watch it. But he did an interview with, I don't know who it is, NBC? I don't know, some Western outlet. And look at this shit. Look at this shit. This is funny.
Seen that poster? The wanted poster?
شاهدته
When you
شاهدته طبعا. He's saying, I saw it, of course. Of course I saw it.
met President Trump back in May, he described you as handsome, tough, and he said you had a strong past.
هل تشكون بذلك? He said, like, do you have any doubt in that?
I don't have any doubt about your strong past, but it's because of that past that you were designated as a terrorist by the American government. There was that $10 million bounty on your head until just a few months ago.
It would have been a waste.
Crazy. Crazy. I just thought that was so funny.
I know people are gonna...
Bro said, you got a doubt in that? But anyways, let's get back into the space. I know I'm getting distracted here. Let's see what developments we got. Let's focus. Focus, Ryad. Hold on. I don't have any chats. Top 5 baller. Did you hear about the budget cuts to fund the war? Yeah, but they're going to have to. It's to no avail, bro. You know, once we effectuate boots on ground, bro, all the money's going to Iran, my friend. All the money's going to Iran. Basic Economics says nothing. $1. Thank you so much for the super chat. All right, let's see.
One listens to Fox or CNN or whatever, they'll hear it, they go, oh, okay. And then they'll go to, you know, based on prudence, to listen to me or one of those people I just named. And they go, okay, they talked about, Pepe Escobar and I were talking about how Iran would and could close the Strait of Hormuz back in 2014. We're like, this is the move. This is what they're going to do. And there's no counter move to it because there wasn't. There have been people who've been on the ball for a long time. And because
guys, allegedly, this is the A-10 Warthog being shot down. So here's the clip here. Take a look at this. I don't know how true it is. Obviously, this is from Iranian media. But I mean, that looks like the shape of an A-10. Oh, I'm such an idiot, bro. I'm such an idiot. Okay. So here it is. That looks like the shape of a warthog. If you don't know how a warthog looks, here, take a look. This is the A-10. Okay. I mean, that looks kind of similar, you know. That looks pretty similar to an A-10 Warthog, you know. So, I don't know. So this is the video by the IRGC. And the strike is, boom, right there. And I think that's the flare system from the Warthog activating, but obviously worked a little bit too late. So, you got that.
Are you going to ask Ryan a question?
No, he answered it there. I asked him what made Trump so mad, and he explained.
Fully
cool.
There's no way the markets can handle another month of this. No chance.
Yeah, France First Minister has instructed the government to start drafting together policies for people who rely on the cars for their livelihood and businesses and such, because it's getting so bad in terms of the energy crisis over there. So yeah.
Has Ryan glitched out? Or is it
yeah, I think so.
Should I drop him and then he can come back again maybe? Because he's probably glitched and not realized. And then send the mic back to him. Yeah, I think Trump is obviously delusional, but Ryan says that he's kind of been told some painful life lessons this week, so we'll have to see. But I mean, that's shocking, right? Ryan thinks there's a ground invasion, that there could be a ground invasion into the mainland.
Yeah.
The bond market will eat Trump alive.
What? Oh, I thought you said something else. I think that the bond market would need Trump alive.
If you guys are just to give you the brief overview, if you guys are just getting in here, a bunch of U.S. aircrafts were struck out of the sky today in the last 24 hours. An F-15, allegedly an F-16, and two A-10 Warthogs. The A-10 Warthog is kind of a multifunctional aircraft responsible for offensive attacks, helping ground troops from above, kind of giving defensive capabilities, heavy artillery strikes, and so on. The F-15 is a fighter jet meant for offensive navigation, although it's not as stealthy as the F-35. Then the F-16, kind of similar deal. But the F-35 was allegedly shot down about 2 weeks ago. It made an emergency landing. And so this is the most damage that any U.S. aircraft infrastructure or a pile of U.S. aircrafts have sustained since 1972 in the Vietnam War. So who would have thought we would have got here from what Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth said would be an easy 4 or 5 day offensive campaign where we'll effectuate regime change and then get the Iranian regime out of there. And we tried with the protests, didn't work. We tried with the military campaign, and it's not working. And guys, we are 35 days into this war, if I'm not mistaken, right? February 28th. Today is April 3rd. So yeah, that's about 34, 35 days into this war. And we've done nothing. You know, we've done nothing in regards to actually making a change. And I'll tell you why. You might hear the claims like, oh, you know, we destroyed many missiles, we killed military leadership, they don't have a Navy, they don't have an Air Force. Yeah, that's true, except for the missile part, but that's not what's going to nullify their offensive capability. They still have the ability to mobile launch missiles right along the coastline, which is going to hit our naval assets in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, which the Marines currently are. So, as well as the fact that the Air Force and the Navy are non-assets, they're non-sequiturs. They never really pose a threat to the global community or the United States as a whole. It's their missiles program. Matter of fact, what motivated Benjamin Netanyahu to attack Iran back in June during Operation Rising Lion, in which Israel launched a surprise attack, was the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu echoed the same sentiment to Donald Trump. He said, well, Iran has a missile program that is capable of destroying Israel, and so we have to destroy them now before it gets too strong. That started the 12-day war in which Iran was hitting Israel and Tel Aviv really hard, fucking them up. Israel actually had some sort of law pass or some loose gray area vague law pass where anybody who was reporting that stuff on the press was to get arrested. If you were posting videos of Israel getting hit with missile strikes, you can get in legal trouble. And so we didn't see the full brunt of the damage, but alternate media reports had showed us that Israel sustained a ton of damage. That's why they begged for a ceasefire, and then the United States ended it with the 3 consecutive missile strikes on the nuclear facilities, being Operation Midnight Hammer, launched by Donald Trump. And then we got to where we are now. Now, why did we ever get involved in Iran's business in the first place? Of course, besides the fact that Israel wants regime change, it's because their missiles program supplies the biggest threat, or, you know, really provides the biggest threat to that of what exists today in the Middle East, that country being Israel. And so Israel does not want their next door neighbor to have such a capable missiles program. They're not really worried about the nukes. And the reason why is what I explained earlier. If you weren't here, Iran is just hedging the nuke. You know, they're not actually going to create a nuke. What's going to prompt them to create a nuke is if we launch a full-scale military invasion like we've done now. However, back in June, when we hit their nuclear facilities, Donald Trump had claimed boastfully that we set their nuclear program back several years. That's what he said. He said we demolished it. In his words verbatim, he said it's obliterated. Okay? But in the press to the nation just a couple days ago that me and Sneeko reacted to, you can find that video on my YouTube, Donald Trump had echoed similar, or actually an opposite narrative. He said, well, we only pushed their nuclear capabilities back a couple months, so we had to attack again. So he's all over the place contradicting himself. So anyways, where we are now, our aircrafts are getting shot out of the sky, and I can guarantee you guys, I don't want to be Mr. Predictor, boots on ground no later than this month. Definitely no later than this month. We're not winning from the air. You know, we're not winning from the air. We're not causing any damage from the air. Yeah, we hit, Israel hit their oil refinery, a gas refinery. We're destroying their infrastructure. We hit a school and killed 180 girls, and we hit the University of Science Technology out of Iran. And then, yeah, that's like stupid, senseless strikes. And we have some precision munitions that have hit key pieces of military leadership. But ultimately, we've got to get boots on ground if we want to go for the uranium, if we want to go for regime change. There's over 1 million armed guards on the ground belonging to the IRGC, or 250,000 officially belonging to the IRGC. That's 250,000. And then reportedly, from intelligence estimates, 1 million other people armed, ready to fight against the U.S. military. So, you know, we've got that. Let's get back into the space. And then I want to react to Trump. Trump is just, I got to farm Trump. He's been funny lately. You got to see this clip. Give me 1 second while we listen to this.
Okay. So Ryan, just coming back to it in terms of, but the ground invasion, you think that they're going to be specific drops to specific nuclear, where they believe the nuclear enriched uranium is in and out,
yes,
in and out.
100% I agree
if
with
they
that.
do that, that's not like a actual full-scale ground invasion, right? That's like a in and out drop over a few hours. Oh, if you can explain.
No, it's special operations plus special forces. Those two things are slightly different, but because they're still in love with this Rumsfeldian special forces air war, they think they can do everything with it. You can't. But if somebody's got in his ear thinking, "Oh, this will work. It'll be like Maduro." No, it won't. But that's, I'll write up specifically what I think they're going to do instead of doing this ad lib. But I'm watching my 5-year-old as I'm doing this. So kind of half in one place, half in another. Yeah, we're going to know soon because those ships are arriving and we'll dig in. I'm going to go look at my Lebanese sources now because I always enjoy the updates on tanks on fire. And y'all have a good one. You know what? Go fill up your tank. Invest or de-invest wisely and take care of yourselves.
Yeah, great advice. Great advice indeed. Things are not going to be good. Something Simon has been saying a lot as well. Make sure you're fueled up. Make sure you got your goods because...
Simon, you think the market's open Monday, Tuesday?
What, you reckon they're going to cancel the markets?
Well, they'll open, but I think they'll open.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long weekend.
Absolutely, it already is a long weekend.
It is going to be a very long
English,
weekend.
you can't have the market closed for more than 4 days, so they would have to open on Tuesday.
What's the?
No, they're open on Monday, Joe.
Remember 9/11?
Yeah, but it never.
Oh,
went
yeah.
4 days. That's why they have to reopen.
The market will be in shambles Tuesday morning.
All right, so I've got the clip here. I don't know if you guys saw this. I think it kind of went viral on X, but this was really funny. Oh, hang on. Tab is muted.
Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred. But we also won regime change. We have a regime change like nobody thought was possible.
You gotta be kidding me, bro. Who still trusts this administration? Please tell me. Please tell me. Who still trusts these guys?
Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred. But we also won regime change. We have a regime change like nobody thought was possible.
And here's something no one's talking about. So this is a map of the Middle East here. Okay, just take a quick look. All right. So obviously, for all the people who are completely clueless, that's the geography, which are many Americans. So I'll just kind of start from the beginning and assume everybody knows nothing here. You got the Strait of Hormuz. It's right here. Okay, outside of the Strait of Hormuz to the east is the Gulf of Oman, and then right here is the Persian Gulf. Within this entire strait, within this entire body of water, borders almost all of Iran. That being the Persian Gulf. It belongs to Iran. Obviously, on the opposing side, you have Kuwait, you have Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Dubai, everything inside of the UAE. But the problem is they don't have any sort of military capability, so the United States better not expect any sort of significant defense from them. So this is where U.S. Marines are probably going to have to enter in some sort of capacity in order to either make something happen with the Strait of Hormuz or, better yet, effectuate their plan of getting into these nuclear sites and removing the uranium. Now, whether that happens from the top with what we call special forces or special ops operations, like Ryan Dawson was mentioning, and we go into these specific nuclear facilities and disarm them, that'll prove difficult. Or we can go for Karg Island. Karg Island is an island about 16 miles off of the coast of Iran, and it has been a center point for Iranian oil creation, oil infrastructure, oil refining, as well as military creation, military infrastructure, and everything like that, their developments. We could try and attack this island. This is 300 miles northwest of what is the Strait of Hormuz, which is the passageway that Iran has blockaded, which has caused global oil markets to skyrocket. However, this island is militarily fortified to death. Why is it militarily fortified to death? Because Saddam Hussein tried the same thing in the 80s. He tried to attack this island, as well as the fact that Iran knows this island is a sitting duck for attack. So not only do they have this island fortified militarily with a bunch of potential air presence, but really, and most importantly, people on the ground presenting presence, but all of the oil infrastructure that's key to this part is also likely underground. The same thing that's the case in Tehran, okay? Couple that in with the fact that you've got on the coastline of Iran, just 16 miles away, by the way, trucks that have missile carriers in the back of them riding up and down along the coastline, some of them coming from underground, some missile launching platforms being underground in unidentified areas that U.S. intelligence is not privy to. You've got all these moving pieces, and the fact that Marines may potentially invade this island, it's a suicide mission effectively. So hopefully that's not the plan. There has been some circulation that that's the kind of idea with Donald Trump. That's what he wants to do. Here, I'll get the full map for you guys. I don't know why I had that poverty map up. But yeah, that's Karg Island. Again, 300 miles west, or really northwest, of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, where the U.S. military assets are, that's kind of a blurred line. We don't know where these Marine troops are. There's about 50,000 of them, USS Tripoli being our most capable amphibious assault vessel present in the region currently, probably hanging out somewhere in the Gulf of Oman. I don't know if they're inside of the Persian Gulf just yet. I've seen some reports, but I don't know if I believe that, because you best bet your ass if Iran can launch nukes all the way to Israel, which is right here, okay? This is Iran, okay? And this is Israel. If they can send missiles all the way to Israel, it ain't going to be no problem for them to hit any sort of amphibious assault vessel belonging to the U.S. military within this Gulf or within this Persian Gulf here. Gulf of Oman, Persian Gulf, or inside of the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? Not only that, they have the missiles program, but they also have their drones, which are even cheaper. They have a larger amount of them, and they can make them on demand very quickly. And they're building several of them underground, coupled in with the fact that they're also probably resupplying their missiles. So it's just a shitty situation top to bottom. Long and short of it, no matter how you slice or dice it, it's terrible from any angle. And as I've said earlier, it's going to be a lot harder for the United States to go in to a region they're not familiar with and secure and reopen it versus Iran just disrupting it. It's on their coastline. It's on their coastline. Them just being here is enough of a disruption. Them making threats, whether they're empty or they're fulfilled, is enough of a disruption. When they actually send drones into the strait, yeah, of course, That's why you better top off on gas now and salvage what you have left, because I'm sure it's probably going to continue to go up. Now, here's the moving piece that no one's talking about that I think will be introduced in the next couple weeks. This is the Bab el-Mandab Strait, okay? This belongs to Yemen, and what I believe is on the other side is Djibouti. I didn't even look. Let's zoom out and see if I'm right. Okay, Djibouti and then Eritrea. Okay? Within this strait, which is very tight, is the control of the Houthis at any time they elect. They previously went into the Red Sea and disrupted oil shipments during the Gaza conflict. Any sort of oil that was passing through the Bab el-Mandab Strait or through the Red Sea could have been disrupted by the Houthis, which again shocks global oil price. By the way, global oil price and stock prices always jump just from the simple threat of conflict happening in these waters versus it actually happening. Now we're talking 120 at the minimum for Brent crude, no doubt. This strait, which, by the way, if you don't know where it is in reference to the Strait of Hormuz, it's right around this loop westward, okay? So you come down through the Gulf of Oman, through the Arabian Sea, and you make it through the Strait to the Red Sea and then the Suez Canal, okay? And then you get to, where's that? Europe. Who supplies the most oil to Europe? Well, it's these Gulf countries here. 20% of the world's oil passes through, 80% that belonging to the Gulf. And so these Gulf countries can't get their oil to Europe. And guess what? If it makes it through the Strait of Hormuz, let's say the U.S. Marines get into the Strait of Hormuz, they open it up, all the ships pass through. You don't think the Houthis are going to mobilize and start fucking around here too? That's a big problem. So the Houthis have not really entered the conflict in a full scale yet, probably because they're waiting with this trump card up their sleeve to only disrupt this passageway once this one becomes open. Why would they close both of them at the same time? You've already effectively done most of the job by closing this one, because all the oil will be stuck here, and it's going to pass through at a very slow rate, not quick enough to keep up with the demand of Asia and, of course, Europe. So if they if they open this, that being the Marines, then the Houthis could very likely start fucking around here. If they do, then it's going to make everything we've done here in vain, because they've got to pass this way. What do you think? They're going to go around the entire Arabian Sea all the way into the Atlantic Ocean? No. That's why the Suez Canal was created. Okay? That's why it was created. It's a man-made passageway. And it was made, so look how skinny it is. Okay, this is the Suez Canal. And this is a man-made passageway that made global export, especially oil, way easier and way faster for the European countries. Because previously they had to go all the way around the Atlantic into the Indian and then back into the Middle East. But now, because of this man-made passageway, they can pass through very easily through Egypt, okay, get into the Red Sea, and quickly find themselves in the Persian Gulf. Okay, the Yemeni Houthis, right, Ansar Allah, whoever you want to call them or whatever you want to call them, they're a part of the axis of resistance belonging to Iran. Once they lose their fortified forces here that are disrupting the strait, then I can guarantee you the Houthis will mobilize and shut this one down. And who knows if we have the military capability to stretch wide and thin across Yemen. And if we get into a war with Yemen, that's a second conflict, as well as the fact that these Gulf countries may start fighting against Yemen as well. Remember, Saudi Arabia has been bombing the crap out of Yemen ever since 2018. MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, was the largest borrower of weapons from the United States in 2018. And he used these weapons to bomb the shit out of Yemen and remove any Houthi presence, because this is an axis of resistance proxy that exists on his border of Saudi Arabia, and he's worried about them being there. So he wanted to eradicate their presence, and he teamed up with the central government of Yemen to do so. The UAE also joined him in this endeavor back in 2018, although the UAE branched off and started supporting fractured groups in the south. And so that's why the UAE and Saudi Arabia, if you've been paying attention economically and diplomatically, have not gotten along in the last 3 or 4 years. It's because of the whole Yemen situation, as well as the fact that the UAE closely allied or aligned themselves with Israel more than Saudi Arabia has, but that's a whole different story. And so who's to say that the UAE and Saudi Arabia won't continue or pursue their war again against the Houthis to help out the Americans? Remember, MBS and Mohammed bin Zayed, both being the kings of either opposing nation, Saudi Arabia and UAE, said we're joining this war to help open up the strait because we can't push oil, which is our main driving factor of economic growth. If they open up this strait and then the Bab el-Mandab Strait is reclosed by the same group that they were both fighting before, who's to say they won't return war or return fire against them and resume that forever war that was never going to finish in order to open up that strait? They're already familiar with the land. They already know how to bomb them. They might start that again. This is all pointing towards another world war. you know? Because if they get involved, Europe's not getting their oil, Asia's not getting their oil. They depend so much more on the Gulf countries for oil than we do. What's going to happen? Are these countries going to get involved militarily, or are they going to do diplomacy with Iran? Iran's going to make money off of exporting oil through the Strait of Hormuz. You know, shit situation. Do you see how getting involved in this conflict opened up so many more issues that never existed before? This is what we say this is what we mean when we say this war is a bad idea. Oh, it doesn't serve American interests, and that no, it will destroy the world. It can genuinely destroy the world. And by the way, the Strait of Hormuz, just to bring the Mac back up again, is probably a target or a potential asset for Israel in the future. I mean, hello, they want to destroy Tehran. They want to destroy Iran, this big country here, mountainous country, rough terrain. If you ever look at a topographical map of Iran, it's straight mountains, okay? Here, actually, if I click on Iran, if I click on Tehran, you can see the mountainous range in the back. I mean, snow at the top of some of these mountains. And so we saw our soldiers and U.S. personnel struggle previously in Iraq because of a similar landscape. Well, Iran is even worse, and it's 4 times the size of Iraq, okay? But what is Israel's goal? Obviously, it's to overthrow the IRGC, the last standing leg against Israel, the last opposition to Israel, the head of the axis of resistance. The axis of resistance is Iranian proxies that exist here in southern Lebanon, okay, and this is where Israel is, and then also exists kind of in the Gaza Strip, that's Hamas, but they don't have much military capability anymore. And then, of course, down here at the bottom of the Gulf, the Houthis in Yemen. Now, if Israel can destroy Iran, they can destroy the threat in southern Lebanon, and they can destroy the threat in Yemen, okay? And if they're able to overtake the IRGC, who's to say they won't control the Strait of Hormuz and make money off of it? If they do that, what other threat is there to them in the region? Where? Somebody tell me. Syria is Ahmed al-Sharaa, okay? And he already got sanctions released from the United States. He's aligned with the United States. He went to the White House. He visited Trump. He's locked in with the West, okay? He hasn't signed the Abraham Accords, but his airspace is wide open for Israeli offensive attacks, okay? So, and U.S. interception and Israeli interception in regards to Iranian missiles coming through. So, he's not going to stand up to them. Lebanon is done after Hezbollah falls. Jordan is cucked. Okay, King Abdullah does nothing. He's closely allied with the United States and Israel. You got Sisi in Egypt. He doesn't give a shit. Sudan is fractured. They don't even have a real leader right now, for lack of a better term. And they're still fighting a war against the RSF, which is a proxy group funded by the UAE. Libya is cooked. Same thing as Sudan. Fractured group, okay? And the son of the former leader Muammar Gaddafi, was just assassinated. Saif al-Gaddafi. He was just assassinated a couple months ago back in the winter. So the potential leader to follow up his father, who actually liberated Libya and almost brought them to greatness, was assassinated. So that hope is done there. The rest of these countries are irrelevant, okay? Morocco signed the Abraham Accords. They're not even involved in this, okay? They're closely allied with Israel. So no one else, guys, I'm sorry, I'm so congested. But no one else really is there to oppose Israel. Okay, all these Gulf countries are not going to do anything, and they're not militarily compliant or capable to even do anything if they wanted to. If all of these Gulf countries join, right? Saudi Arabia, Iraq is technically a Gulf country. This is the Gulf, by the way. Iraq spanning all the way down to Yemen, Oman, UAE, and all these countries across the coast of Persian Gulf. If they all allied with one another and decided to fight Israel, they couldn't win. They're not strong enough. None of them have nukes. Israel has a bunch, okay? And Israel's very small, guys. This is why they can't face a missile threat. Look at the size. Very, very small country. Size of New Jersey. So, you know, it's a matter of time until Israel gets what they want, man. As long as we effectuate boots on ground, it's going to be a long-winded conflict, but of course we'll probably win in the grand scheme of things, and that means total hegemony for Israel in a pivotal region. And then that means the United States can't come in and tip our finger on the scale. We can't come in and be the mediator. We can't come in and be the big bro and say, hey, chill out. We'll sign this deal. We'll broker this deal. We'll broker this piece. We'll cause this ceasefire here. We lose that ability to be the policeman in the region. And if we lose that ability, then who's to say we'll even have a presence? We have bases all across the Persian Gulf here in these Gulf countries. Once we lose these bases, we lose these deals. These countries invest tons of money into the United States. We'll lose so much power, right? And then now you've got Russia, you've got Asia, you got China. You've got several other countries that rely on this oil from the Gulf countries. The Gulf countries have suffered and not been able to deliver this oil to these critical regions because the United States wants to start a war with Iran. So after this is all said and done with, do you think anybody's going to look over here anymore for help? No, because we're a moral hazard. Because Israel's our moral hazard. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. A little bit of a Middle Eastern explanation. All right. Let's read some chats. Ooh, real congested, bro. All right. Why are my chats not loading? Are they coming on here? Hold on, guys. Pulling up super chats now. Sorry. Hold on. YouTube. All right, there we go. All right. Basic Economics with Joseph. Oh, I read that. Thanks. Or I didn't read it, but thanks for the $1. Mage McNetwork sends 6767. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the super chat. Shout out to you. $67.67. W's in the chat for him. Kevin Yoka 4483. Just found you today. Gonna be watching you more. Hey, God bless you, bro. Appreciate it, man. But yeah, man. Gas prices are up. Yeah, I have a cold. Sorry. Somebody said, I know the map is not... Bro, I'm aware of map distortion. What are you talking about? I wasn't even explaining the sizes of the country besides Iran. By the way, Iran is officially 4 times the size of Iraq. I was just showing you guys where these countries are geographically so you can have a better idea as to why, if this war starts to be a ground invasion element, or we introduce a ground invasion element to this conflict, then Yemen might very well get involved and skyrocket oil prices, which I think is going to happen. And by the way, Wall Street analysts and oil experts across the world, Wall Street analysts, of course, in New York, but oil experts across the world have said they predict Brent crude in the coming months will hit $200 a barrel. Guys, right now, oil is only like $109 a barrel for Brent crude, the world standard, and gas is like a whole $30 more a tank. I think gas is up like a full $1 and some change. For me, a full tank, granted, I pump premium, is like $90. It used to be like, in some cases, 70, 65. So, you know. But yeah, that'll probably be it for me, guys. I know, boo. I got nothing else to cover. I don't think there's any developments. We got the 2 A-10 Warthogs that are shot down. We got the F-15, the F-16 allegedly, which I have not seen confirmed in mainstream news. But here's the essence of the message here. Iran is winning, and we are fucking losing. Okay, that's the unfortunate reality. Don't believe me? Watch this whole stream back and every other video I've done in the last 3 weeks and try to argue with it. It's pretty ironclad. We're losing. So, somebody said, why use premium gas? My car only takes premium. That's why, bro. But yeah. So, hey, guys, I want you to jump over to... How many do I have in here right now? 1,200? Hopefully that's good coverage. I don't want to leave, guys. There's just there's nothing else to cover, really. You know, for 4.5 hour stream, not bad. But no other news to get into. I don't want to force it. I wanted to go over the ballroom. I thought that was funny. You got Trump with the whole birthright thing, but that's not going to go anywhere. And so, really, the news has been dry aside from the developments in Iran. But if anything interesting happens here at home in the United States, you can expect me to give you detailed coverage of it, as well as anything geopolitically or across the world. So stay tuned for that, but I'll keep you guys updated. I go live anytime there's a major development, of course, usually with my brother preferably, but he's not always available. He has after hours, and then he only gets like 10 minutes of sleep a day, so he might be sleeping. The other day, we reacted to Trump's Nation Address live. Trump's Nation Address live. And I gave really good commentary on that. I have the video, which is my most recent upload, up now. So if you wanted to see that, go ahead and take a look. But come here for all your news, major world event updates, current events, and political and cultural commentary. I am here to give it to you. W's in the chat. And I got one more chat. Do you think Hungary and Turkey... All right. Do you think Hungary and Turkey leave NATO if U.S. leaves? Could be. I think they're all going to just band together and say, fuck the United States. But I don't think we're going to leave NATO. I think Trump is bluffing. That would be stupid. But then again, it's Trump. So who knows? 10 minutes of sleep per day is crazy. Yeah, bro, he's wild. Ghosty says, why won't your bro just give you 1 million so you can quit the Matrix? I mean, look, man, you know, I work my job and I'm making enough to get by. Thank God, alhamdulillah. But, you know, that would make no sense. Why would he do that? That would teach me nothing about life, you know. The worst thing you can do if you're rich is give a young person in your life or anybody else in your life money they didn't work for. Because it's always going to cause ignorance. And the biggest thing of all is you have to have an appreciation for the money you earn. Not to be philosophical, but that's not even philosophical. That's just logical. If you earn a ton of money, it is used differently. It's also appreciated differently. And you're somebody who, with that money, can teach people wisdom as to how to gain the money. And you become a person of soul, essence, culture, character. Or rather, you have an essence. You're a sentient being, you know. If somebody just gives you money, you'll know nothing except that money. You have never worked for it. So I wouldn't even want that. To be honest with you, there's beauty in the struggle. There's beauty in the grind. And all these young kids who stream on like Kick and everything, and I'm not going to name any names, but they just come up and they make a ton of money and they're making thousands of dollars a month or really hundreds of thousands of dollars a month on their gambling deals and stuff. That's cool and all, but they'll never be complete men. You know, you've got to work a job. You've got to go through pain. If you've been famous from a young age and you've never went through a period of pain, of cancellation, of struggling with the job you hate, of not being able to pay rent or having to look at the price tag when you're buying groceries, it's shit like that that builds character, man. Without that, there's something missing to you. There's a key element that's missing to you that you can't replace. You know, you can't replace that. So, yeah. But I hear you, Ghosty. I hear you. But that wouldn't make any sense. You know, he would be doing me a disservice by doing that. All right, guys. Jump onto Sneeko's stream because I'm done here. I'm all set. But raid the nigga Sneeko. Say W raid from Ryad. And I will see you guys soon. Follow my clips page on Instagram. That's Ryad Pilled. And without anything else, any super chats. All right. God bless you guys. I'm done. Jump into Sneeko's stream. I think he's just editing. Oh, did he just end?
See you guys. Come over to Kick.
Oh, wait. Hang on. All right, raid his Kick stream. All right, Sneeko, you don't get me copyright.
Woo!
Jump on to Kick. No Sneeko hate. We love Sneeko. I love when Nick is like, we love Sneeko. All right, there you go. Jump into his Kick stream and watch him. He's probably going to be doing something interesting soon. So that's enough for the news. Enough jester politic maxing. Until tomorrow or Sunday, I'll either be live one of those 2 days. God bless you guys. Happy Good Friday to all my Christians. And without anything else left to say, I wish you guys